Chapter 51. The King of Beasts. The Red Spider Knight chuckled. Levi remained relaxed, muscles primed to shoot at any moment. With the poison applied, the two quietly hid beside the armor-breaking crossbow, the surrounding bushes shrouding their figures. The Red Spider Knight's heartbeat thudded in Levi's ears. She seemed nervous, stripping away the indifferent facade she usually wore. A roar like a tyrannosaurus echoed throughout the valley. Levi and the Red Spider Knight snapped to attention. In the dense forest ahead, trees quivered. Countless birds took flight in a panic, and wild beasts, from docile herbivores to fierce carnivores, fled wildly. As the booming voice resounded, all living beings on the earth trembled in fear. Even an official knight like Levi felt a wave of unease. This was the might of an earthly dragon beast, the undisputed king of all beasts on this continent. Groff and his teammates sprinted for their lives through the dense forest. Behind them, an angry giant beast charged forward, smashing through trees and boulders. The giant-scaled beast matched a tyrannosaurus in scale, standing over 3 meters tall, and stretching more than 10 meters long. Crocodile-like scales covered its entire body, emitting a metallic scraping sound with every muscle movement. Its 4 limbs were thick and powerful, resembling a Sumerian rhinoceros, and layers of wrinkled skin bunched up like heavy plate armor. The Green Falcon Knight had already abandoned his horse. The earthly dragon beast lacked sustained speed, but its short-term explosive acceleration outmatched any inferior steed. Fortunately, he cultivated the Azure Falcon shallow breathing technique. The Green Falcon was a legendary divine bird that soared in the sky, capable of traveling hundreds of miles with a single flap of its wings. Now, the Green Falcon Knight moved like a diving gerfalcon. He swept his arms backward in a low, aerodynamic running posture, keeping himself just ahead of the beast's explosive bursts. The furious earthly dragon beast shifted its focus, charging instead at Groff, who was running slower. Groff roared, "Black Rhino Knight, go." The Black Rhino Knight turned his head as he sprinted. He gulped, staring at the hill-like earthly dragon beast. Even though he cultivated the powerful giant rhinoceros breathing technique and wore full-plate armor alongside a giant shield, instinctual fear gripped him. The legends of the bards were far too conservative in describing the power of the earthly dragon beasts. By the Heavenly Father, even a Grand Knight would struggle to fight this thing head-on. With every increase in weight, its strength increased exponentially. Black Rhino, quick, lure this damned guy away. The effective range of the armor-breaking crossbow is only 400 meters. The closer, the better. Groff quickly scrambled up a tree, as thick as a bucket to dodge the incoming attack. The next moment, the earthly dragon beast crashed into the trunk, and the tree toppled. Groff leaped onto a neighboring branch as it fell. The Black Rhino Knight gritted his teeth and charged forward like a bull, stabbing his greatsword straight into the earthly dragon beast's rear. A loud clang of metal clashing rang out. The greatsword bounced off as if striking solid plate armor, unable to break through the defense. "Don't waste your effort," Groff shouted. Besides the specially made armor-breaking crossbow, only a Grand Knight with a black gas weapon can break through the earthly dragon beast's defense. Black gas entwined was a technique reserved only for Grand Knights. The earthly dragon beast swung around, revealing a hideous wound on its side where a spear had previously pierced straight to the bone marrow. However, the injury had already begun to heal, dense new flesh packing the cavity. The Black Rhino Knight roared, "Green Falcon Knight, come and help me." The earthly dragon beast leaped, giving chase with a heavy boom. The Green Falcon Knight turned around, his body blurring into a flash of green light. He threw a spear ruthlessly at the beast. The weapon failed to pierce the hide and clattered to the ground. The earthly dragon beast grew confused by the 3 knights. Although these humans were weak, they stung nonstop like flies. Furthermore, it had fought a human powerhouse some time ago. Although that opponent had been severely injured and escaped, the beast had also suffered considerable injuries. Still, it easily closed the distance to the slowest member, the Black Rhino Knight. The beast opened its maw and snapped downward. The Black Rhino Knight raised his long shield to block, but the metal deformed instantly under a horrific grinding sound. The earthly dragon beast's bite force was immense. The Black Rhino Knight brandished his greatsword in a futile attempt to escape, his shield slipping to the ground amid the struggle. Despair filled his face. With a loud crack, he was severed at the waist. The plate armor offered little protection, the joints popping open instantly. Flesh and blood tore apart, and his legs fell to the earth. He howled in agony until the earthly dragon beast bit him into fragments and tossed him aside. Humans were not tasty, and the beast spat out the remains. Watching his powerful teammate die in a split second, Graff's heart sank. The earthly dragon beast continued its charge toward the Green Falcon Knight, who was now scared out of his wits. Using all his strength, almost exhausting his life seed, he injected black gas into his legs. His entire body surged forward like a steam locomotive, sprinting straight toward Levi. Levi looked calm on the surface, though panic twinged beneath his posture. "Your Excellency White Wolf, it's up to you." The Red Spider Knight refused to stay any longer. An imminent sense of danger told her something terrible was about to happen. Her figure flashed, abandoning the high ground. Levi glanced at the retreating Red Spider Knight, a flicker of killing intent crossing his eyes. A bunch of pigs. How unreliable. 3,000 meters. 1 kilometer. 400 meters. Although the beast entered the effective range, Levi held his fire to ensure maximum damage. The Green Falcon Knight shouted, "Hurry and shoot. I can't do it anymore." 300 meters. 200 meters. Like a deflated balloon, the Green Falcon Knight's speed instantly dropped, his endurance entirely spent. the earthly dragon beast closed the gap. Just as its huge, abyssal mouth reached out to crush the green falcon knight, a sharp, air-piercing whoosh cut through the valley. A specially made, 2-meter-long crossbow bolt tore through the air. With a heavy thud, the bolt pierced through the scales on the earthly dragon beast's head, driving deep into its vital organs. One end of the shaft protruded from the other side. The beast roared in pain, caught entirely off guard by the ambush behind the bushes on the high ground. Flying into a rage, it used its remaining momentum to stomp on the paralyzed green falcon knight, then charged directly toward Levi. It was still not dead. Chapter 53. Justice descends from the heavens. Levi stood his ground. After firing the first arrow, he immediately loaded and released the second. Behind a massive rock in the distance, the red spider knight withheld her breath as the thundering roars of the earthly dragon beast drew closer. Judging from the earlier screams, the green falcon knight had met the same fate as the black rhino knight. She was only 27 years old. With her rare status and beauty as a female knight, she could easily win the favor of earls or heirs and become a powerful countess. Meanwhile, Levi released his second arrow. Blinded by blood, the earthly dragon beast smashed through rocks and dust, charging straight for him. A heavy impact echoed, but the projectile missed the vitals, tearing into the front leg instead. Levi finally realized that Groff was a fraud. There was no way of reaching the vital organs of such a monster with a single strike. It was far more effective to target the limbs and cripple the beast first. The heavy projectile smashed into the joint, shattering bone. With a sickening crack, the earthly dragon beast lost its balance and tumbled forward in a violent roll. Levi loaded the final crossbow bolt, aiming this time for the hind leg. Another thunderous explosion shook the valley. The earthly dragon beast let out a heart-wrenching scream. Levi spoke with cold harshness to the empty air, noting that with both front and hind legs broken, running was no longer an option. He retreated to a safe distance, watching the thrashing monster quietly. After a moment of thought, he drew his regular bow and sent an arrow straight into the eye of the beast. Finally, the poison concocted by the red spider knight began to take effect. The mixture, rumored to kill hundreds of people with a single drop, proved its extraordinary potency. The massive body of the earthly dragon beast, which possessed vitality far beyond that of a grand knight, began to tremble. Before long, the giant creature grew weak. Groff emerged from cover, ignoring the corpses of his two fallen companions. He grabbed the great sword of the black rhino knight, drove it deep into the wounded eye of the earthly dragon beast, and twisted the blade vigorously to ensure the monster was truly dead. Afterward, he collapsed onto the dirt, panting heavily. Ecstasy filled Groff. He had successfully slain an earthly dragon beast. Beyond the precious ambergris, the scales, skin, and bones could be sold for an immense fortune. The meat could have commanded a high price as well, though he doubted anyone would purchase poisoned flesh. By his previous calculations, the entire carcass of an adult earthly dragon beast, including the ambergris, was worth more than 5,000 gold coins. It was a staggering fortune. With that much gold, he could purchase a fine barony and join the nobility, or he could buy an official position within the church to become a wealthy clergyman. He would never have to live as a bounty hunter or smuggler again. He could finally enjoy a life of luxury. Every bit of the long preparation had been worth it. As for the loss of his two companions, Groff felt only a slight twinge of disdain. It was better that they died, as it meant fewer people to share the ambergris. The beast was dead, and the time for distribution had come. The red spider knight walked over leisurely, and Levi approached from another direction with a calm expression. Groff smiled warmly, offering his thanks to the white wolf and praising his unmatched mastery with the bow. Levi cut him off, demanding they skip the pleasantries and begin collecting the ambergris according to their prior agreement. Groff nodded quickly, agreeing to handle the task. He produced a set of specialized small bottles and began removing the glands from the mouth of the beast. Although the earthly dragon beast was enormous, the ambergris gland was only the size of a coconut, leaving the exact yield uncertain. A unique fragrance filled the air. Soon, Groff extracted all the ambergris, filling 13 bottles. The yield was much lower than he had anticipated, which displeased him. With his back turned to Levi and the red spider knight, he sighed inwardly. Had there been more than 15 bottles, he would not have minded sharing two with Levi. With only 13 bottles available, he hesitated for a moment before making a final decision. As Groff turned around, the short sword used to extract the gland lunged straight for Levi's neck. He barked an order for Red Spider to strike. The Red Spider Knight was fully prepared, driving a poisoned dagger toward Levi from behind. She had prepared only one portion of that secret poison, but she had split it into 2 vials. A toxin potent enough to paralyze an earthly dragon beast would instantly end Levi's life. To Levi, such a betrayal over immense wealth was entirely expected. He had seen through them from the beginning. Their conversations revealed a long history together, and since their relationship was far from ordinary, an outsider like him had to remain on guard, especially during the division of spoils. For this reason, Levi had already prepared for a sudden assault. When facing the earthly dragon beast, he possessed the accuracy to hit the target from 300 to 400 meters away. He had intentionally delayed firing until the beast was within 200 meters so the monster would eliminate the Green Falcon Knight first. Among the 4, only the speed of the Green Falcon Knight could challenge Levi's frost wolf breathing technique, which had reached the peak of level 4. Such speed posed a genuine threat. With the Green Falcon Knight dead, and the Black Rhino Knight torn to shreds, only Groff and the Red Spider Knight remained. Even in the event of a sudden ambush, Levi knew he could overpower them both. He activated the frost wolf breathing technique to its absolute limit. His body burst forth with terrifying power. Leaping as high as a man, he evaded the dagger of the red spider knight and flung a handful of quicklime directly into her face. The sudden trick caught her completely off guard, forcing her to narrow her eyes. Levi drew Frostmourne and unleashed a slash in a split second. He executed the Golden Cross slash, combining it with ripple force. The red spider knight never expected his breathing technique to be so advanced. Judging by his burly physique, she assumed he relied on a strength-based style. She never anticipated he would possess speed second only to the Green Falcon Knight. He had clearly mastered a speed-oriented breathing technique that far surpassed her own. She raised her dagger to parry the blow, but the Golden Cross slash shattered her blade instantly. The color drained from her beautiful face, and a moment later, the crossing arcs of the blade severed her into 4 pieces. Groff launched an attack, but Levi caught the blade with his bare hands, which were reinforced by thick black gas. He stared at Groff, baring his silver teeth in a mocking grin, declaring the strike far too weak. Levi gripped the short sword, delivering a heavy kick that sent the shocked warrior flying through the air. Questions rushed through Groff's mind as he tumbled. He wondered who this man truly was, how many breathing techniques he had mastered, and how he could catch a blade barehanded. Enduring the agony of the impact, he scrambled to his feet unsteadily, attempting to flee with the ambergris. 3 rapid thuds echoed like thunderclaps. Groff turned to speak, but the words caught in his throat as an arrow pierced his neck. He collapsed into the dirt, dying with a look of bitter resentment. Had he known Levi possessed such devastating close-quarters combat ability, he would never have risked his life for a few bottles of ambergris. But the world offered no second chances. Levi walked over to the fallen warrior, muttering that fear made men forget the most critical rule, which was to never turn your back and run from a master archer. He then took his blade and severed Groff's head. Chapter 54. The man-faced spider breathing technique. Many people suffered from a combination of luck and greed. Levi's contribution to the operation earned him 2 bottles of ambergris. Even if Groff had handed over those 2 bottles, plenty remained for himself. The man allowed greed to dictate his actions, and he paid the ultimate price. A cautious mindset toward the small team, combined with sufficient personal strength, kept Levi alive. Ever since crossing the threshold to become an official knight, past battles revealed that his strength far exceeded his own expectations. Aside from the previous ambush by the mid-level knight assassin, he engaged other knights without sustaining a single scratch. His opponents all held the rank of official knight, yet the gap between them was immense. Still, arrogance and complacency had no place in his mind. The world always contained someone better. With danger past, the time arrived to clean up the battlefield. 13 bottles of ambergris sat in his possession. Given his current dosage as an official knight, 1 bottle supplied enough secret medicine for a month. A full year of cultivation was secure. Before the end of the year, stepping into the realm of a mid-level knight, and elevating the black snake breathing technique to the 5th level seemed entirely possible. At that moment, the special effect would upgrade once more, raising his strength to another level. Levi turned his attention to Groff's corpse. The man clearly possessed specific channels to acquire ambergris, likely smuggling the substance between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. A thorough search yielded nothing of note beyond a pouch containing over 100 gold coins. The man carried far less wealth than expected, though few people traveled with a fortune on their person due to the sheer inconvenience. Moving over to the dismembered remains of the Red Spider Knight, curiosity regarding her poison refining technique drove his search. A secret manual might offer valuable insight. His fingers brushed against a collection of blood-stained bottles and jars concealed within her tunic, the very ingredients used to craft her toxins. Aside from the apothecary supplies, she carried dozens of gold coins and a piece of parchment. The parchment contained a breathing technique inheritance diagram. The document detailed the man-faced spider breathing technique. Tiny figures in various postures and movements surrounded an illustration of a massive, house-sized red spider bearing 8 human faces. This creature represented the man-faced spider, a terrifying entity born of ancient legends. Levi studied the diagram. The technique diverged from standard attributes like strength, physique, defense, or speed. Instead, it focused on a highly mysterious aspect, perception. This attribute allowed a practitioner to sense the subtle vibrations of gases, liquids, and solid objects coming from all directions through the hairs and skin of the body. Any movement within range became clear without relying on vision or hearing. The skill seemed tailor-made for a blind warrior. Among basic breathing techniques, this one ranked as the weakest. The Red Spider Knight's lack of physical power stemmed directly from this flaw. Levi recognized it as a purely supplementary style, an extremely specialized technique meant to enhance a true combat breathing style. Without an offensive foundation, heightened perception offered little practical use. The unique properties made it worth practicing. He tucked the inheritance diagram away. The man-faced spider breathing technique required a somewhat unusual secret medicine. Rather than assisting cultivation directly, the mixture served as a poison. This explained why the Red Spider Knight mastered so many tricky, dangerous formulas. Searches of the Green Falcon Knight and the Black Rhino Knight yielded no additional diagrams, only a few scattered gold coins. The technique cultivated by the Green Falcon Knight would have made a fine addition, but the opportunity was gone. People rarely carried inheritance diagrams on their person. The Red Spider Knight only kept hers because the critical poison formulas were integrated into the document. Still, the Black Rhino Knight's armor, shield, and greatsword remained in excellent condition, and Levi claimed them without hesitation. With the looting finished, a sense of humanity prompted him to cremate the remains, preventing wild beasts from scavenging the bodies. Finally, his gaze settled on the hill-like carcass of the earthly dragon beast. Transporting a corpse worth at least 1,000 gold coins posed a significant challenge. The creature loomed larger than any terrestrial mammal from his previous life, making it incredibly difficult to haul back to his territory. Leaving the carcass behind was out of the question, a total waste of a treasure. The beast held immense value, and several uses already filled his mind. Since returning home was not urgent, processing the giant creature became the primary focus. The thick scales offered immense resistance. Levi expended massive effort prying the defensive plates from the dead beast before cutting the stomach open. He stacked the scales one by one. Outside of the ambergris, this harvest represented the most valuable prize. Once polished, the materials could produce high-quality scale armor. While slightly less durable than iron armor of equivalent thickness, the exceptional lightness compensated for the difference. The most rigid scales from the back would form a personal set of armor, while the remainder would supply suits for Sir Fred and the three brothers. However, the three brothers continued to grow, their bodies shifting significantly each year. Waiting for them to reach full maturity before forging the gear made the most sense. By that time, 3 fully armored war bears with the strength of high-level knights would dominate the battlefield, rendering his forces invincible. Days blurred together in the wilderness as he patiently processed the carcass. The heavy scent of blood drew predators from the surrounding forest, but Levi dispatched them easily, converting the pests into food. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Prying loose every single scale required the entire period, leaving the Black Rhino Knight's greatsword warped and deformed. Yet the massive pile of materials on the ground brought deep satisfaction. The flesh of the earthly dragon beast resisted decay, but the toxins from the Red Spider Knight's weapon contaminated the meat, forcing him to abandon it. A taste of the legendary beast would have been a fine reward. Surprisingly, the stomach contained several dozen gold coins, matching old legends regarding the creature's fondness for shiny objects. This discovery prompted a search of the beast's nest in the distant forest, though the effort yielded nothing but a few skeletal remains. Levi departed the cave, thoroughly disappointed. Upon returning to the camp, Levi washed the thick hide and dried it to construct heavy sacks. He packed the scales securely, retrieved the carriage abandoned prior to the hunt, and loaded the materials alongside the dismantled armor-breaking crossbow. He set off along the familiar trail. The sheer power of the siege weapon made replication a top priority once he returned to his workshop. The return journey bypassed Icewind City entirely. Levi retrieved his buried gold coins, took a lengthy detour to avoid unwanted attention, and finally arrived at Blackwater Valley after half a month of travel. Chapter 55. Levi, the Crazy Outlaw. On the long journey back to his territory, Levi turned the details over and over in his mind. An assassin had ambushed him the exact moment he left Blackwater Valley. Later, despite wearing a mask upon entering the city, his identity had been compromised instantly. Even Sir Fred had been targeted the moment he crossed the borders of the estate. 2 such incidents could not be mere coincidences. Only one explanation made sense. A mole lived within Blackwater Valley, whispering secrets to the voice of the Bird of Death, or anyone else seeking his demise. A grim mood settled over Levi. Blackwater Valley was small, meaning the process of unmasking a traitor would be relatively straightforward. A plan already formed in his mind. Upon setting foot back in his domain, Levi slipped away to the underground shelter to conceal the gold coins within his private vault. Aside from setting aside a modest sum for daily castle maintenance, his mind raced with ways to invest the remaining wealth. Sir Fred breathed a visible sigh of relief at the sight of his master. "Young master, you have been gone for a full month, and the silence has worried me sick." "Fred, the trip yielded incredible rewards. I must focus entirely on my breathing techniques now, but a pressing matter requires attention, and I need your strength to handle it over the next few days. Consider it done." During the month of green grass, in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, a rumor swept through the territories. Whispers claimed that the brightest star of the Jade royal family, the legendary defender of the Emerald Kingdom, who stood as the unrivaled master below the mythical realm, the White Horse Knight, had failed his breakthrough. No one could verify the truth. The royal family quickly issued statements branding the news a falsehood, insisting their champion remained on the path to greatness, though definitive proof never materialized. Success would birth the first legendary knight of the millennium, elevating the status of the Jade royal family to unprecedented heights. A legend possessed the power to strike absolute terror into ambitious nobles and lawless underground syndicates alike. In Icewind City, the church concluded its formal investigation into the catastrophic fire from the previous month. The official report confirmed foul play, declaring that an unknown assailant had murdered Knight Bernard before torching the estate. Searchers had discovered charred skeletal remains hidden deep within the ashes of the master fireplace. The clergy issued a severe, public condemnation of the murder and arson. Panic gripped the citizenry. Knight Bernard had been known as a humorous, thrifty man, yet he met a gruesome end at the hands of a faceless maniac. People wondered how a perpetrator could possess such a hollow conscience. Furthermore, Bernard was an official knight, a mid-level warrior of proven capability. If even a man of his standing could be overwhelmed so easily, who else could hope to survive? Outside of the Earl of Silver Mountain and a handful of elite, high-level masters, no one felt safe. The Earl of Silver Mountain raged at the news, viewing the execution as a direct, insolent provocation from the criminal underworld. He mobilized the elite Silver Hunter Guards to establish round-the-clock patrols throughout Icewind City, vowing to wage an unrelenting war against the forces of darkness. Meanwhile, back in Blackwater Valley, the architect of the chaos stood in his subterranean sanctuary. Baron Levi carefully boiled and strained his alchemical ingredients, successfully processing the 13 bottles of precious ambergris into potent secret medicines. He intended to consume the mixture systematically to accelerate his experience. Levi measured a dose, a cold smile touching his lips. The soldiers wearing my garments have already departed the valley. Now we wait to see who takes the bait. Since returning to Black Snake Castle, Levi had deliberately vanished from public view. The suspicion of a traitor in his midst altered his daily routine. Tonight would serve as the ultimate test. Earlier that day, he had selected a guardsman, whose height and build closely matched his own, instructing the man to don the Baron's fine clothes, mount his personal steed, and ride openly out of Blackwater Valley. Word had been intentionally leaked that the master was traveling to visit an old friend in Icewind City. The territory was small. If a spy truly operated within the walls, that individual would have to slip away under the cover of darkness to deliver a verbal warning. Given the complete absence of long-distance communication devices in this world, Levi watched the exits, waiting to see who would break curfew. The method was experimental, but if it failed, other options remained. Levi began his training cycle within the shelter, keeping his senses alert for any disturbance outside. A month of wilderness travel had stalled his progress, but the newly synthesized secret medicine promised to make up for lost time. He swallowed the draft and initiated the complex cycles of the black snake breathing technique. The results brought immediate shock. His internal proficiency score surged forward by 20 full points. As his overall rank climbed, the sheer efficiency of his training expanded dramatically, accompanied by a voracious appetite. Unlike Sir Fred, whose advanced age and declining vitality reduced his physical requirements, Levi was in the absolute prime of his physical growth. His inner life force expanded daily. Upon crossing the threshold into official knighthood, his digestive system and caloric needs had multiplied far beyond the requirements of an ordinary quasi-knight. Despite consuming massive quantities of roasted meat and grain, his body left virtually no waste. The active life seed within his chest absorbed every scrap of nutrition with absolute efficiency, converting the fuel into pure black gas to reinforce his muscles and bones. Even without reaching the official rank of a mid-level knight, the volume of dark energy swirling through his veins expanded steadily. This period represented a systematic accumulation of raw power, building toward the inevitable breakthrough that defined each tier of mastery. With the primary style completed for the day, Levi pivoted to the rhythmic movements of the siren breathing technique. This secondary discipline required no companion medicine. Though he had practiced the style for only a few months, it had already advanced to the second level, with the progress bar tracking well past the halfway mark. The next tier sat easily within reach by the following month. The deeper he delved into these various martial arts, the more he realized that despite their outward differences, the core mechanics of speed and strength shared a common origin. A theory formed in his mind that all breathing techniques trace back to a single ancestral root. If the pattern held true, achieving higher realms would unlock greater compatibility, allowing him to master new styles with incredible speed, perhaps mastering an entirely new discipline in less than a month. As the final exercises of the siren technique concluded, a low, resonant vibration echoed down from the surface. The distant, angry roars of the three bear brothers reverberated through the stone walls. Levi lunged to his feet, recognizing the signal. Sir Fred and the beasts had sprung the trap. Levi sprinted up the stairs and dashed out into the night. Along a narrow, dirt path cutting through the outer perimeter of the estate, the three massive war bears formed a wall of fur and muscle around a solitary figure. They bared their massive teeth, low growls vibrating in their chests as they pinned the intruder in place. Levi and Sir Fred arrived simultaneously, their boots skidding on the gravel. The trapped soldier spun around, his face pale and eyes wide with panic, as he looked at the approaching nobility. "My lord, I thought you had left the valley." Chapter 56. Pale Shadow and Iron Mountain. Levi maintained one absolute principle, preferring to kill 1,000 innocent men rather than let a single threat slip through his fingers. He personally oversaw the interrogation of the soldier caught slipping away under the cover of darkness. The man crumbled quickly, confessing to his role as a spy bot, and paid for by the voice of the Bird of Death, to facilitate the assassination. He had infiltrated Blackwater Valley weeks prior. When Sir Fred departed the safety of the castle, this traitor delivered the news directly to the broker handling the contract. The assassin then used that vulnerability to slip inside the gates at night. However, the spy failed to inform his handler that Levi had already attained the rank of an official knight, a fatal oversight that broke the assassination attempt. The captive knew nothing about the identity of the client. The voice of the Bird of Death operated with strict professionalism, ensuring their customers' secrets remained buried. Still, since the employer possessed the wealth to deploy multiple waves of killers, including a mid-level knight, the mastermind had to be an incredibly influential figure. Levi and Sir Fred arrived at the exact same conclusion. The Duke of Montenegro, Levi narrowed his eyes, a dangerous intent flaring within his gaze as he weighed his options. The fact that the Duke had financed 2 separate attempts meant he would never stop until he achieved his goal. Given the adversary's immense strength and political status, the future would be incredibly difficult. The man clearly felt comfortable bending the law to achieve a execution. There was no telling what the Duke might attempt next. Only 2 distinct paths lay open. He could abandon his ancestral lands, discard his identity as a lord, and wander the world to stay ahead of the hunters. Alternatively, he could choose to remain the Lord of Blackwater Valley, facing unimaginable dangers head-on. Ultimately, Levi chose to take the situation one step at a time. Both strategies possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages, making a definitive choice impossible for the moment. A breakthrough to the next tier of knighthood sat within his reach, and the massive hoard of gold coins allowed him to expand the military strength of his territory. With his current physical capabilities, he could easily escape any trap unless the Duke of Montenegro chose to hunt him in person. Levi ended the spy's life with a clean stroke, turning to his companion. Security is still far too loose. We must implement a much stricter screening process for all incoming soldiers from this moment forward, Fred. Sir Fred bowed his head, deep guilt tightening his features. I am deeply sorry, young master. This represents a total dereliction of my duty. A failure of this nature will never happen again. As the sworn protector of the house, the old warrior felt a profound weight of shame. He had failed to shield his master from hidden threats, letting down the legacy he served. It is fine, Levi replied, his voice dropping to a low murmur. I simply need time, and not very much of it. I will ensure the people who want me dead live to regret their choices. Do not forget to look into the giant breathing technique and the history of the Mellon family, Fred. Levi retreated back down into the safety of the underground shelter, resuming his rhythmic training. Even if the world crumbled around him, his cultivation would not stop. Deep within the Emerald Kingdom, a gloomy black castle rose against the horizon, its roof lines crowded with rows of silent crows. Flocks of the dark birds circled through a dim, sulphurous yellow sky above the stone courtyard, lending the entire fortress an oppressive aura of death. Down in the subterranean wine cellar, a pale, slender nobleman savored a vintage collected over many years. He swirled a glass of deep red blood Roland wine before stepping out onto the second-floor balcony. A raven with blood-red eyes dropped from the clouds, landing heavily on his shoulder with a small parchment cylinder bound to its leg. These red-eyed ravens traveled faster and with greater accuracy than any standard messenger pigeon. The organization maintained only a handful of the rare creatures, reserving them exclusively for communication with high-ranking clients and trusted operatives. The noble unrolled the message. The text lacked a formal signature. Esteemed Lord Pale Shadow, I had no desire to disturb a legendary shadow assassin with correspondence. However, your organization has failed to provide a formal update regarding the contract I submitted some time ago. Based on the reports from the territory, the target remains alive and well. If your guild struggles to execute such a basic task, I must question your professional standards. I will grant your network one final opportunity. Failure to conclude the matter will result in the immediate termination of our arrangement. It would be a tragedy if the legacy of the thousand-faced knight collapsed over a simple assignment. The pale aristocrat's expression darkened as he finished reading. His right hand gripped the stone railing, dark energy surging from his fingertips. The black gas caused his fingernails to elongate rapidly, sharpening into wicked, talon-like points. The stone groaned under his palm, deep gouges scoring the masonry. A moment later, the nobleman took up a quill, scratching elegant letters across a fresh piece of parchment. Deploy the gold assassin, Iron Mountain, to conclude the contract on Baron Levi. Utilize any means necessary. This assignment must not fail. Signed, Pale Shadow. He bound the response, and the red-eyed raven launched into the sky, disappearing into the distance. The master's expression remained grim. Even now, the mechanics of the failure eluded his understanding. How had a minor baron survived 2 targeted executions? The fantasy goblin knight held the rank of a bronze assassin, making a single failure understandable. However, Knight Bernard operated as a silver assassin. The voice of the Bird of Death maintained only 30 silver-tier operatives, making each loss incredibly costly. Not only had Bernard failed to eliminate the boy, but he had also lost his life in the process. Pale Shadow could not verify whether the Baron killed the assassin personally or relied on hidden guardians. The latter made logical sense. The former seemed entirely impossible. 6 years ago, the boy was a coward who abandoned his armor and surrendered his lands just to preserve his skin, the noble muttered to the empty balcony. 6 years. How could a man change so completely? As one of the 5 shadows ruling the guild, he cared nothing for the young lord. The only detail that made the boy memorable was his lineage as the son of the legendary Black Snake Knight. However, the reputation of the organization required absolute protection. They had to maintain their perfect record, especially since this particular client occupied the very peak of the kingdom's hierarchy of power. The guild relied heavily on the alliance, making the loss of his patronage unacceptable. Iron Mountain stood as a premier gold assassin within the ranks. At 30 years old, the high-level knight was the illegitimate offspring of a great noble house, possessing a high-quality family breathing technique. The man showed every sign of developing into a grand knight in the near future. His raw combat capability ranked 5th among the 12 gold-tier killers in the Brotherhood. If an operative of that caliber failed the assignment, the 5 Shadows of Death would have to intervene directly. Yet as the supreme leader of the organization, Pale Shadow reserved his blade for targets holding the rank of Earl or higher. If a situation deteriorated to the point where he had to hunt a young boy in person, the guild would have to disband out of sheer embarrassment to the memory of the thousand-faced knight. Chapter 57. Siren Breathing Technique and Bone Shrinking Transformation. In the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of warmth, Blackwater Valley was vibrant with flowing water, lush green grass, blossoming flowers, and the buzzing of wild bees. Spring was in full bloom. On the fields of the valley plain, serfs carried out the spring plowing. The previous year brought a rare, bountiful harvest. Under the leadership of Baron Levi, the overall situation remained stable and prosperous, filling everyone with hope for a bright future. Across the training ground, Sir Fred barked orders, putting the soldiers through their paces. Almost half of the 50 full-time soldiers under Levi now possessed matching armor, their bodies growing stronger by the day under rigorous instruction. A few trustworthy elites had even mastered the basic level of non-bloodline breathing techniques. This discipline was none other than the siren breathing technique that Levi had obtained. Though it lacked the raw power of a strength-based style, mastery allowed these men to fight on the battlefield with ease while wearing heavy plate. The movements granted them greater agility, allowing them to dodge incoming blows with fluid grace. True mastery remained rare, limited to 5 newly elected militia captains, who proved both talented and fiercely loyal. Although Levi possessed significant wealth now, the current financial situation of the territory could not sustain 50 men practicing such a resource-heavy discipline. Training remained limited to these 5 for the time being. Once the results proved undeniable and more gold flowed into the treasury, Levi planned to expand the program, gradually building a fully equipped elite force of armored cavalry trained in the siren style. Even if only 1 out of the 50 advanced to become an official knight, it would provide immense support. Levi could dispatch official knights quickly, but that was a testament to his unique array of multiple breathing techniques and master-level archery. Most minor barons relied entirely on a single official knight to defend their lands. Taken as a whole, the financial and military power of Blackwater Valley now ranked well above the average for barons across the kingdom. Levi never allowed his personal cultivation to stall. On this day, the siren breathing technique finally reached the 4th level. Although it belonged to the basic categories, it differed from the frost wolf style. The 4th level of the siren technique did not represent its absolute limit, meaning dedicated effort would allow it to advance further. Siren breathing technique, level 4, 1 out of 20,000. Special effect, beginner speed, bone shrinking transformation, which cannot be upgraded. Even as a shallow level skill, the siren breathing technique utilized by the voice of the bird of death surpassed the heritage of the frost wolf family. Less than 4 months of practice had brought Levi to this new threshold. Such rapid advancement seemed unbelievable, but his status as an official knight laid a powerful foundation. He had already pushed both the Black Snake and Frost Wolf styles to the 4th rank, and the combination of his proficiency panel and abundant nutrition accelerated his growth. The benefits of this particular style proved substantial. Breaking through to the 4th level unlocked more than one special effect. The notification on the proficiency panel brought a shock. The Black Snake breathing technique, an excellent grade discipline, granted only a single special effect at this stage. The siren technique truly possessed extraordinary qualities. Among the shallow breathing styles, it clearly occupied the highest tier, which explained why a formidable organization, like the voice of the bird of death, adopted it as their standard martial art. Beginner speed required little explanation, functioning identically to the attribute granted by the frost wolf style. It offered a minor increase in velocity, though the impact fell short of his initial expectations. Essentially, breathing techniques possessed potent special effects. Through the frost wolf style, Levi already harnessed the full potential of a level 4 shallow technique, experiencing its maximum physical impact. In terms of sheer speed, significant changes would remain out of reach until the siren technique advanced to the 5th level. That limitation mattered little, for his attention focused entirely on the second attribute, bone shrinking transformation. By systematically altering the alignment of the skeleton, the body shrinks within the limits of physical endurance, while dramatically increasing flexibility. This effect cannot be upgraded. This ability could save a life or secure a sudden counterattack during a desperate struggle. It operated much like the legendary bone-shifting arts, altering physical dimensions through precise skeletal manipulation. Physical mass remained a constant concern for Levi. Certain breathing techniques, particularly those centered on raw power, inevitably forced the body to expand. For example, the Grand Knight of the Melon family, who practiced the giant breathing technique, reached an astonishing height of 3 meters. While a massive frame granted terrifying strength and durability, it also turned a warrior into an obvious target and stripped away natural agility. The bone-shrinking transformation offered miraculous utility during critical moments. Shrinking the body could throw off an enemy's aim, making it far more difficult for a blade to find vital organs. Furthermore, altering his physical proportions allowed him to manipulate his overall appearance. Combined with cosmetics and a proper disguise, he could transform his identity entirely, making the skill exceptionally convenient for clandestine operations. Alongside the siren technique, his other abilities progressed significantly during this period. The progress bar for the Black Snake breathing technique surged past the 10,000 mark, causing the volume of black gas within his veins to multiply. 2 months prior, the dark energy could only cover his palm. Now, Levi extended his arms, circulating the black snake energy. The shadow serpent governing both the frost wolf and black snake seeds danced wildly within his chest, throbbing like a second heart. Black gas poured continuously into his blood vessels, surging down into his forearms and palms. His veins darkened into deep black lines, resembling intricate snake tattoos wrapped tightly around his flesh. A dense, tangible dark vapor flowed slowly across his skin, reflecting a faint metallic luster as white smoke drifted into the air. Levi admired the metallic texture of his forearm, taking a moment to appreciate the sheer resilience of his physical form. He threw a sudden, powerful punch directly into the wall of the subterranean shelter. The entire masonry structure trembled under the impact, sending loose gravel clattering to the floor. An ordinary official knight would crumble instantly under the sheer weight of that strike. The quantity and quality of the black gas expanded alongside his raw physical strength. A bold, sudden thought crossed his mind, wondering if a day would come when cold steel became entirely unnecessary. He envisioned using his bare palms and legs to channel the full force of the ripple force, shattering stone monuments and bursting through heavy iron armor with a single open-handed blow. The concept was incredibly daring, but he refrained from testing it immediately. The ripple force operated with too much destructive violence. Without a weapon to absorb and channel the vibration, the feedback could easily shatter the bones in his own arm. Such experiments would have to wait until he successfully advanced to the rank of a Grand Knight. Chapter 58. Man-faced spider's kiss and new skill. Besides the black serpent breathing technique, forging, and the golden cross slash significantly improved. However, a breakthrough still required some time. Levi believed he would become a mid-level knight before the end of the year, a milestone that would grant his strength a significant leap. With his daily breathing techniques finished, Levi unrolled the man-faced spider breathing technique inheritance diagram. He had not touched it since the day he took it from the corpse. Now that the siren breathing technique had reached level 4, activating the bone-shrinking transformation, he had accomplished his immediate goals for that discipline. The next phase would involve slowly pushing it to the 5th rank to upgrade beginner speed into intermediate speed. For now, Levi had the luxury to study a new style. Between the giant bear breathing technique and the man-faced spider breathing technique, he chose to prioritize the arachnid style. Simultaneous cultivation of both techniques remained possible, but hours in the day were short. Pushing the man-faced spider style quickly to level 4 required complete focus. Spending precious energy trying to balance the giant bear technique alongside his current routine would only stall his progress. The black snake style, the siren technique, and the golden cross slash already demanded a massive commitment, to say nothing of his hours at the forge. Cultivating too many disciplines at once would dilute the quality of his training through sheer distraction. Focusing on a single style allowed him to rapidly unlock its level 4 special effect before moving to the next. As he mastered more breathing techniques, his base cultivation speed would naturally accelerate, eventually granting him the ability to train multiple styles at the same time. The unique perception promised by the man-faced spider style fascinated him. The red spider knight had been physically weak, because she lacked a combat-oriented breathing style to complement her tracking abilities. Levi suffered from no such weakness. He possessed the level 4 black snake style, the frost wolf technique, the siren technique, and the devastating golden cross slash. His offensive power was absolute. 35 tiny human figures detailed the parchment of the man-faced spider diagram, surrounding the central monster in various intricate postures. Over months of training, a clear pattern emerged. The higher the quality of a breathing technique, the more figures occupied its diagram. The excellent grade black snake technique featured 71 figures, while the siren style contained 26. The frost wolf technique, the lowest quality in his collection, possessed a mere 16. The unpracticed giant bear technique fell in the middle with 19 figures. Levi reasoned that a perfect or legendary breathing technique would feature even more illustrations. Concurrently, the time and difficulty required to master such mythical styles would skyrocket. Levi focused his mind, sinking into the rhythmic patterns of the man-faced spider style. As a bloodline-dependent technique, merely establishing the initial circulation required considerable effort. When physical exhaustion finally forced him to halt his physical training, Levi turned the parchment over to study the secret poison recipes recorded on the reverse side. The diagram outlined 3 distinct toxin formulas, each accompanied by its specific antidote. He had lacked the time to analyze them previously, but careful inspection revealed immense practical value in all 3 mixtures. The first formula detailed the man-faced spider tears, the very toxin the red spider knight had deployed to paralyze the earthly dragon beast. The compound required venom from a ring-tailed sea snake, a saint scorpion tail, the fang of a red widow spider, the tongue of a red-spotted lizard, poison dart frog skin, and the throat-sealing fruit. These 6 rare ingredients were exceptionally difficult to source, though they did not match the astronomical cost of ambergris. Fortunately, the stash of bottles and jars harvested from the female knight's gear contained enough leftover components to last a long time. Levi intended to use the poison against human targets rather than a massive prehistoric beast, meaning his standard applications would require far smaller dosages. The second mixture bore the name man-faced spider breath. While far less lethal than the tears, this volatile toxin evaporated into a colorless, odorless gas that ended lives without leaving a trace. Ingesting the antidote beforehand granted permanent immunity to the vapor, making it an invaluable asset for unexpected close-quarters ambushes. The third option was the man-faced spider's kiss. This insidious substance possessed terrifying potency, remaining dormant within a victim's flesh for a lifetime after infection. The afflicted individual required a dose of the antidote exactly once every year. Failure to receive the medicine resulted in an agonizing death mimicking the phantom pain of thousands of venomous spider bites. As long as the victim received the annual treatment, they survived. Levi considered this third variation the most valuable asset in the collection. The compound provided an absolute method to control subordinates through their own primal fear of death. Refining these chemical agents required a completely different approach than brewing the Black Snake's secret medicine. The martial medicine simply demanded the precise blending of raw ingredients, whereas the 3 spider toxins relied on fundamental alchemy. Fortunately, the step-by-step instructions were meticulously detailed, supplemented by extensive margins of handwritten notes left by the Red Spider Knight. The dead woman's lifetime of experience now served Levi's ambition. Levi spent several days gathering glassware, burners, and various base chemicals within the underground vault. The subterranean shelter rapidly transformed, taking on the appearance of a crowded apothecary workshop, or the hidden laboratory of an ancient witch. With preparations complete, he initiated his first attempt at alchemical refinement. Levi avoided experimenting with the tears or the kiss for his initial trial. The components, for those formulas were far too rare to risk on the inevitable errors of a beginner. Instead, he selected the man-faced spider breath. The required elements were common market commodities, and the cost of a single batch amounted to roughly 1 silver coin, an expense his treasury could easily absorb. Levi secured the porcelain bird of death mask over his face and struck a spark to the burner. Blue flames hissed to life beneath the glass vessel. He heated the alchemy flask, measuring and adding the ingredients according to the ancient text. He monitored the heat, stirred the bubbling liquid, and slowly introduced pure water. A sudden, sharp explosion rocked the table. Thick gray smoke burst from the flask, splashing hot fluid across the workstation. The porcelain surface of the bird of death mask deflected the burning droplets, shielding his eyes and skin from the corrosive mixture. An explosion on the first try was entirely expected. Levi cleared away the shattered glass, wiped down the blackened stone table, and set up a fresh apparatus. He had constructed more than enough spare equipment for the task. 7 consecutive failures ruined his ingredients, but the 8th attempt yielded a perfect reaction. A crust of coarse, salt-like crystals formed at the bottom of the cooling vessel. The man-faced spider's breath was complete. Introduced to a heat source, the powder would generate a colorless, odorless, lethal cloud. Alternatively, the crystals could be crushed and flung directly into an opponent's face like blinding quicklime to compromise their respiratory system. As Levi admired the toxic crystals, a sudden shift occurred on his internal status display. A brand new discipline manifested on the proficiency list. Pharmacy, Level 1, 70 out of 1000. Chapter 59. The 4th breathing technique. A smile touched Levi's lips as the interface updated. As expected, a new skill had been born. Although the outcome aligned with his calculations, excitement coursed through him regardless. The next step was easy, it was time to grind. Levi's entire body surged with renewed determination. The more tasks he had to conquer, the more energetic he became. Even the most fanatical fitness icons of his previous life would have to bow down to his work ethic. Each successful refinement yielded only a tiny amount of man-faced spider breath. The compound required a much larger volume to remain effective in battle, making a small dose practically useless. Levi turned his attention back to the glassware and continued to refine the potions. The second portion bubbled to life, followed by the third. A rigid cycle governed his days. Whenever the tedious work of refining medicine drained his mind, he transitioned directly into the rhythmic cycles of his breathing techniques. When his muscles burned from the internal energy, he honed his sword skills against the training dummies. Next came the heavy labor of forging iron, followed finally by a nice cold shower and a dreamless sleep. This loop of work and rest repeated without interruption. 7 days later, 100 portions of man-faced spider breath sat neatly on the workstation. While the number sounded massive, the finished product fit entirely into a single sack the size of a fist. Levi stored the powder securely. This mixture would replace common quicklime in future encounters. Quicklime worked well enough against commoners, but it offered no real advantage against trained knights. This single bag of powder would sustain his needs for a considerable period. At the same time, his pharmacy skill crossed a new threshold. Pharmacy, Level 2, 1 out of 5000. Levi stretched his arms, wondering what the maximum level of the skill might be. He dismissed the thought, deciding that after staying cooped up inside for so long, it was time for some fresh air. He stood up and walked toward the exit. Over the past few days of practicing the man-faced spider breathing technique, the physical rhythm felt agonizingly close to mastery, yet full synchronization remained just out of reach. Bloodline-dependent techniques simply required more time to take root. Down on the training ground, Sir Fred maintained his rigorous drilling of the garrison. The old knight stood near the center of the yard, personally correcting a team leader's posture during a sword exercise. The team leader was Sam, the young man who had previously frozen in terror when confronted by the mountain wolf. Although timidity normally held the boy back, he possessed genuine potential under Fred's careful instruction. Most importantly, Sam demonstrated a surprising talent for internal cultivation. He stood as the only success story among the 5 team leaders selected to learn the advanced styles, earning him extra attention from the old master. Fred's own health deteriorated further each season. He pushed himself daily in the hope of training a new official knight to assist Levi before his own arms grew too weak to wield a sword. Sam was his chosen successor, currently serving as a shield-wielding attendant. Fred noticed his master emerging from the subterranean shelter, and immediately ordered the militia to continue their forms independently. He jogged across the gravel yard, a look of anticipation on his lined face. "Young master, have you made any progress in your cultivation recently?" Levi nodded, moving along the edge of the fence. "Fred, did you find any leads regarding the giant breathing technique?" Fred shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his mouth. "There is no clue so far, young master. Most historical records concerning the Mellon family seem to have been deliberately erased. The church likely wiped away all traces of the bloodline's existence to bury their memory." "Keep up the search," Levi replied, his voice dropping slightly. "Just remain cautious, we cannot afford to alert the clergy." The giant breathing technique held the key to unlocking the full potential of the frost giant armor. If he could successfully equip that relic, survival became guaranteed even if a grand knight marched upon his gates. More importantly, the third latent ability of the frost giant armor constituted a genuine spell, a power that promised to defy imagination. Levi maintained his patience. He currently commanded 3 separate level 4 breathing techniques, one of which boasted an excellent classification. His true limits remained a mystery even to himself. He only knew that using a mere half of his total strength allowed him to fight Fred, a seasoned mid-level knight, to a complete standstill. Furthermore, he could overpower the 3 adolescent northern giant bears with nothing but his bare hands. "Fred, it is time to put the construction of our cavalry on the agenda," Levi said, watching the soldiers train. "The next few years will not be peaceful. We need an elite mounted unit, and we must expand the territory's overall population." Previously, the tight financial constraints of the estate forced Levi to delay his grander designs. Now, ambergris supplies were secure for the immediate future, and 4,000 gold coins rested safely within his private vault. That capital changed everything, allowing him to aggressively strengthen the infrastructure of the domain. He planned to increase investment in the blacksmithing industry while simultaneously funding the military. He had no desire to conquer the realm, he simply required enough leverage to protect his own life and ensure Fred's safety. "Obtaining quality warhorses is no simple matter right now," Fred countered, crossing his arms. "From what I gather through the merchants, the great nobles across the kingdom have been actively mobilizing troops. The High Lords have already placed the major breeding farms under exclusive contract." "It is fine," Levi responded, turning back toward the workshop. "Just keep a close watch on the markets. Money is no longer an obstacle." With the matter settled, he headed directly to the forge. Pushing his blacksmithing experience to level 5 remained a critical priority. Achieving that rank would prevent him from ruining precious materials, like the earthly dragon beast scales, allowing him to craft a light, virtually impenetrable suit of personal armor. This custom gear would serve as his primary defense, while he waited to unlock the secrets of the frost giant armor. During the month of flowing fire in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi finally mastered the initial circulation of the man-faced spider breathing technique. Within a mere 4 weeks of concentrated effort, the skill surged forward to the 3rd rank. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 3, 1 out of 10,000. At this point, 4 distinct breathing techniques resided within his body. He harbored no desire for arrogance, but such an achievement was virtually unheard of in documented history. The barrier of bloodline requirements alone excluded ordinary warriors from learning multiple disciplines. Moreover, without the unique assistance of the proficiency interface, no practitioner could dream of replicating his rapid advancement. The man-faced spider style unlocked no unique special effects at the 3rd level. However, a profound shift altered Levi's physical senses. His awareness of environmental changes expanded dramatically, allowing him to detect subtle shifts in temperature and sudden variations in airflow with flawless precision. His physical capabilities grew more difficult to measure by the day. His internal reservoir of black gas expanded with every setting sun, pushed forward as the black snake style neared the level 5 threshold. Previously, the dark energy could only coat his forearms. Now, the shadowy vapor extended all the way up to his neck. He estimated that once he officially advanced to the rank of a mid-level knight, the protective shroud would cover his head entirely. Fred reported no further progress regarding the hidden technique. If the silence persisted much longer, Levi intended to post a formal bounty through the Shining Tavern network. The world contained many resourceful mercenaries who might hold the missing clues, though such inquiries carried inherent risks. As the month of flowing fire drew to a close, a massive, imposing figure materialized at the outer border of Blackwater Valley. The man possessed a frame like a stone tower, clad in heavy armor, and mounted atop a premium alpine warhorse. The rider surveyed the quiet valley spreading out before him. Laborers weeded the crops in the distance, and fishermen cast their nets into the gentle river currents. The entire scene exuded peace. "The journey took far too long, because this place is incredibly isolated," the stranger murmured, his voice rough. "Pale Shadow sent me all this way just to execute a child. The organization is clearly slipping." The warrior dismounted, leading his mount into the thick brush to conceal it from the road. Then, his massive frame began to compress, a series of sharp, popping cracks echoing from his joints as his bones shifted alignment. He moved through the shadows of the tree line, efficiently dispatched an isolated serf without a sound, and swapped his heavy gear for the dead man's simple garments. Dressing in the stolen clothes, he began a slow, deliberate walk toward the castle gates. Iron Mountain, one of the 12 celebrated gold assassins of the voice of the Bird of Death, had arrived. Chapter 60. Enough. Black Snake Breathing Technique plus 21. Levi walked out of his breathing technique cultivation state. After replenishing his food and water, he returned to the castle from the underground shelter. Sir Fred stood near the main hall window, awaiting his arrival. Young master, I have contacted an old friend. He claims to possess a fine scarlet warhorse. Levi wiped the sweat from his brow, his interest piqued. How much is he asking for it? 40 gold coins. That price is reasonable, but I have never heard of this particular breed. How does it compare to the famous Alpine warhorse? My friend insists we have no reason to worry on that account. Sir Fred crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his weathered face. The scarlet warhorses are bred on the Red Plateau, the ancestral territory of the Blood Rage tribe. Those people were brave and exceptionally skilled in battle, largely because every warrior operated as a top-tier cavalryman with a deep, instinctual bond with their mounts. These beasts are not inferior to the Alpine breed, and in certain traits, they are even more outstanding. After the kingdom annihilated the tribe, the bloodline of the horses was preserved. However, the animals retained the savage ferocity of their original masters, making them incredibly difficult to break. There are documented cases of these mounts trampling their own riders to death in a frenzy on the battlefield. Some believe it is a lingering curse from the innocent tribesmen slaughtered by the crown. The common consensus is that only the truly brave can master them. A high nobleman purchased the current batch, but returned them to my friend in frustration. He gave me strict warning that if we accept the stock, there will be no refunds or returns. Sir Fred offered a bitter smile. I understand. The terms are fair, and we lack alternative options for our cavalry program. We will purchase 5 horses as an initial trial. If they prove their worth, we will secure another 45. If they fail, we will simply absorb the loss of the first 5. With his beast taming skill pushed to its absolute limit, and the Wild Heart special effect active, Levi harbored no doubts about his ability to break the ferocious stallions. Sir Fred nodded, turning toward the door to finalize the arrangement. Before he could step into the corridor, a sudden shouting arose from the courtyard below. Levi frowned, stepping quickly to the casement to peer out. 2 guards marched a ragged surf through the gates, pushing him toward the main entrance. Sir Fred adjusted his sword belt, moving quickly toward the staircase. I will go down and investigate, young master. What is the meaning of this disruption? Sir Fred demanded as he met the guards at the threshold. Sir Fred, this scoundrel was caught red-handed peeping at the youngest daughter of the Jerry family while she bathed. We brought him before the Lord for immediate judgment. The speaking guardsman spat on the stones, his face twisted in anger. The girl was the goddess he secretly admired, and he had spent months saving his coin in the hope of asking for her hand. The realization that a pervert had violated her privacy infuriated him, prompting him to deliver a heavy kick to the prisoner's ribs. The serf collapsed onto his side, groaning as he clutched his torso against the dirt. My lord, please, I am an innocent man. I never intended to spy on anyone. My prize chicken flew over the wall into the courtyard, and I only caught a glimpse of the lady by accident, while trying to retrieve my livestock. The man trembled violently, keeping his gaze fixed on the ground. To the angry guards, the display looked like the nervous twitching of a guilty culprit. Levi leaned over the balustrade of the second-floor gallery, his eyes narrowing as he studied the kneeling figure. The sensory awareness gained from the man-faced spider breathing technique triggered a sharp alarm. The prisoner radiated an aura that felt dangerously familiar. Raise your head and speak your name, Sir Fred commanded. Sensing an anomaly in the man's posture, the old knight drew his blade, leveling the tip at the prisoner's throat. The serf lunged forward, his fingers curling into rigid claws as he swiped at the old knight's legs. Sir Fred leaped backward, his combat instincts allowing him to evade the opening strike. The assassin used the momentum to spring to his feet. The stranger's physical frame expanded like an inflating balloon, muscles ballooning against his tunic as thick veins pulsed beneath the skin. Dark gas swirled around his hands as he lunged at the 2 guards, snatching their weapons away before they could raise a defense. The soldiers possessed excellent reflexes, recognizing the threat instantly and attempting to grapple the infiltrator. Unfortunately, the disparity in raw power proved insurmountable. The giant tore the steel from their hands and spun on Sir Fred, wielding the stolen twin blades with terrifying velocity. The entire exchange unfolded in the space of a heartbeat. Within a handful of exchanges, the mid-level knight found himself driven into a corner, struggling to parry a relentless barrage. While Sir Fred possessed superior technical swordsmanship, he could not match the dense internal energy and high-grade breathing technique of Iron Mountain. Levi acted from the upper gallery, drawing his heavy bow and knocking a sequence of arrows. For distinct thuds echoed in rapid succession. For projectiles flew with flawless precision, striking the giant squarely in the back. The assassin merely sneered, completely ignoring the shafts protruding from his muscle. He swung his right-hand blade to deflect Sir Fred's counterattack, while his left sword drove straight toward the old knight's midsection. Sir Fred channeled his ripple force through his own weapon, shattering the blocking blade of the giant, but the stress proved too much for his own steel, which snapped near the hilt. The unexpected break caused a momentary lapse in his defense. He lunged forward with the jagged remnant anyway. The muscular assassin stood his ground, capturing the broken blade with a bare palm coated in black gas. The feedback of the ripple force transmitted a wave of agony, leaving Sir Fred with the distinct sensation that the bones in his fingers had turned to dust. Yet that injury was a minor concern. Using his reckless, suicidal combat style, the giant drove his remaining sword deep into Sir Fred's abdomen. By this time, the rest of the garrison had surrounded the courtyard with drawn bows. Their accuracy was questionable, and the fear of hitting the captured advisor kept them from releasing their strings. Levi dropped from the second-story balcony, his heavy armor clattering against the paving stones. The surrounding infantry pressed forward, but the assassin positioned the wounded advisor as a physical shield, forcing Levi and his men to hold their fire. A metal grappling hook hissed out from the giant's sleeve, embedding itself firmly into the high castle wall. He hoisted Sir Fred against his chest, casting a mocking smile down at the young lord. "Do you possess the courage to pursue me?" Levi stared with grim intensity, his face darkening as the intruder hauled his captive up the masonry. The adversary possessed immense power, subduing a mid-level knight in mere seconds, which marked him as a high-level operative, or a peak master, a rank sitting just below a grand knight. Furthermore, that customized wrist hook left no room for doubt. The attacker belonged to the voice of the Bird of Death. Sam stepped forward, his voice trembling as he gripped his spear. "My lord, what are your orders?" 10 men will mount up and follow me. Sam, take the remaining garrison, secure the perimeter, and maintain order within the walls. Remain alert for any secondary ambush." Levi sprinted toward the rear enclosures, bypassing the stables to enter the bear pens. He vaulted onto the back of Little White, whistling for the other 2 giant bears to follow as they charged through the city gates. The acute sense of smell possessed by the 3 brothers would serve to track the prey through the wilderness, and their massive bulk would provide critical support once the battle joined. The voice of the Bird of Death had pushed too far. Regardless of whether Sir Fred survived his wounds, Levi refused to endure the harassment any longer. He had had enough. The time had arrived to push back. Chapter 61. Bloody Battle. Sir Fred was a loyal retainer, but to Levi, the old man was far more than a subordinate. Leaving him behind was unthinkable. Beyond that, the time had come to settle accounts with the voice of the Bird of Death. Unless he severed the hand of the Assassin Guild permanently, peace would remain an impossibility. The monster waiting in the woods was an elite operative, who had mastered 2 breathing techniques simultaneously, a predator far more lethal than any previous assassin sent to the valley. Yet Levi possessed a quiet confidence. Backed by 4 distinct breathing styles, and a specialized arsenal of alchemical subversions, the brood in the forest would find him an unpredictable opponent. Little White moved with silent, fluid grace through the dense timber. Levi guided the giant bear along the game trails, utilizing his intimate knowledge of his personal hunting grounds to close the distance. The towering form of Iron Mountain emerged within a small clearing. The assassin's right arm hung uselessly at his side, blood pooling down the fingers while a dark, volatile vapor coiled around the shattered flesh. He carelessly tossed Fred's limp body into the weeds, leaving the old knight motionless in the dirt. Levi forced his breathing into a steady, deliberate rhythm. Remaining seated atop the massive northern bear, he leveled a cold, level gaze at the killer. "Before I end your life, stranger, name your client. Who is the coward so utterly consumed by malice that they must repeatedly contract assassins to murder a child?" Iron Mountain shrugged his massive shoulders, a grotesque sneer twisting his features. "The identity matters little to a corpse, boy. You are the one destined to die today." The giant lunged forward like a siege projectile, discarding all weaponry to drive his left fist, shrouded in thick black energy, directly at Levi's chest. Levi vaulted from the saddle of the giant bear, drawing Frostmorn in a single, continuous motion. The blade cut the air, unleashing a golden cross slash fueled by pure, unadulterated lethal intent. Waves of distortion rippled through the empty space of the clearing. A perfect ripple slash descended upon the attacker. Iron Mountain's confidence wavered. Fred's final, desperate defense had already ruined his right hand, and the assassin had never anticipated that the young lord of Blackwater Valley could manifest such an advanced application of the sword, let alone wield it with such flawless precision. Abandoning his plan to overwhelm the boy with brute physical durability, Iron Mountain twisted his torso to evade the arc. Levi pressed the advantage, unleashing a relentless torrent of steel that rained down upon the assassin like a summer squall. Concurrently, the 3 giant bears charged, their massive paws striking from the flanks to hem the killer in. While the melee erupted in the center of the grove, a handful of surviving malicious soldiers slipped through the brush under Levi's prior commands, lifting the wounded castellan to carry him toward the physician waiting at the base of the mountain. Whether the old man could survive such devastating trauma remained uncertain. The medical knowledge of the realm was primitive, and the assassin's strikes had been delivered with monstrous force. Levi resolved to hew this assassin into kindling to avenge the old knight's blood. Little Fatty let out a resonant bellow, swinging a massive, clawed paw toward Iron Mountain's head. The assassin refused to yield ground, generating a dense layer of dark energy across his forearm to meet the blow head-on. The bear's razor-sharp talons merely scraped against the reinforced hide, leaving shallow, superficial red marks. Levi noted that the iron arrowheads protruding from the giant's back had failed to penetrate past the outermost layer of muscle. The brute ignored the slow trickle of blood along his spine entirely. His torso and shoulders were a tapestry of old scar tissue, a collection of combat injuries he carried as badges of personal honor. Iron Mountain's fighting style relied on sweeping, devastating kinetic energy, each palm strike carrying the force of a battering ram. Despite his immense bulk, he moved with exceptional agility, navigating the combined assault of the night and the 3 apex predators with practiced ease. The dark vapor expanded continuously, radiating outward from his waist to envelope his entire upper torso. In certain areas, the energy condensed into a thick, asphalt-like fluid that flowed across his skin. Both the heavy claws of the bears and Levis' standard sword strikes were either deflected by the heavy aura or absorbed directly by his dense muscle. An excellent grade breathing technique governed the giant's core. Experiencing that overwhelming defense firsthand made Levi realize how completely unreasonable his own black snake technique truly was when compared to the inferior, shallow styles of the realm. The concussive force of the exchange tore the fabric of Levis' tunic away, exposing his reinforced chain mail. The iron links were ruptured in several spots, revealing the dark energy coiling along his forearms and up his neck. Iron Mountain maintained a steady stream of mockery, attempting to fracture the boys' concentration as their weapons clashed. You possess the heritage of the black snake, that much is obvious. Your internal cultivation is impressive, but it remains far too shallow to save you today. What a pity to watch such a promising specimen die in the mud. Levi ground his teeth, forcing all 4 internal breathing cycles to accelerate to their absolute limits. Aside from the man-faced spider style, which still lingered at the 3rd rank, the distinct energies generated by his training swirled violently through his circulatory system. 3 life seeds throbbed in perfect unison against his ribs, channeling maximum power into every execution of the golden cross slash. A sharp crack echoed through the grove. Frostmourne wailed under the high-frequency vibrations of the ripple force, shattering into dozens of polished steel fragments. Iron Mountain did not escape unscathed. His body was cross-hatched with deep, bleeding gashes that exposed the white of his muscles beneath. You have lost your steel, the giant laughed, using his dark energy to staunch the bleeding from his deepest wounds. What will you use to oppose me now? The assassin ducked beneath Little White's lunging jaws, then delivered a casual backhand to a militia soldier attempting a flank attack. The guardsman flew 10 meters through the air, striking a massive oak with a dull thud before collapsing motionless into the ferns. With a triumphant grin, the killer turned his full focus back to Levi. Levi reached into his belt, drawing the black snake dagger. Die. A sickening squelch echoed through the clearing. Iron Mountain extended his palm, catching the descending dagger by the bare blade. Guided by the intense vibration of the ripple force, the sharp point pierced the dark energy shroud, burying itself deep within the giant's hand. A sudden, cold numbness radiated outward from the puncture. Poison, Iron Mountain spat, his grin twisting into a snarl, as he drove a heavy counterpunch directly into Levis' sternum. The impact bypassed 2 layers of iron chain mail, permanently deforming the underlying metal and denting the plate beneath. Levi flew backward through the air, crashing into the dirt and coughing up a dark spray of blood. As he tumbled, he raised both hands, releasing a dense cloud of white powder directly into the path of the advancing giant. Iron Mountain reacted instantly, crossing his forearms to shield his vision. A clever trick, boy. You have adopted our own signature tactic against us. Quicklime will not save you. The assassin protected his eyes, but the sudden movement caused him to inhale a significant portion of the airborne powder through his nose and mouth. Levi remained silent on the ground, the agonizing pressure in his chest suggesting at least 2 broken ribs. The black snake seed and his secondary life reservoirs strained against the exhaustion of the battle. Iron Mountain panted heavily, his massive chest heaving. Although he had avoided a mortal wound, the numerous lacerations across his body had drained a significant volume of blood. The initial strike delivered by Sir Fred had permanently compromised his right hand, and forcing the shattered limb to perform throughout the melee had rendered the appendage entirely useless. Even with the advanced cellular regeneration of a high-level knight, the hand was crushed beyond all hope of recovery. The loss infuriated him, filling him with a desperate urge to tear the young lord's head from his shoulders. The 3 giant bears dragged their bruised, bleeding bodies forward, forming a protective wall of fur and muscle in front of Levi. They bared their fangs, growling defiance at the assassin. Little Fatty initiated a final, desperate charge. The remaining archers released a ragged volley of arrows from the tree line, but the projectiles either glanced off the giant's shifting guard or missed their mark entirely. Within moments, the 3 bears were beaten back into the dirt, their thick hides torn and bloodied by the giant's heavy fists. Levi dragged himself to his feet, raising the dagger once more to confront the executioner. I will rip your head from your neck, and then I will consume your territory, Iron Mountain roared, stepping forward. Suddenly, the giant's knees buckled. A profound dizziness swamped his mind, his internal vitality dropping away as the blood vessels beneath his skin ruptured simultaneously. Crimson droplets seeped from his pores, his nose bleeding freely onto his chin. He reached up to touch the fluid, confusion clouding his eyes as his legs failed completely, sending his massive frame crashing face-first into the soil. Levi raised a hand, signaling the remaining infantry. Fire! A volley of arrows rained down upon the paralyzed giant, transforming his back into a dense thicket of fletching. Levi stepped forward, using a jagged fragment of his shattered sword to methodically sever the tendons in the assassin's arms and legs, rendering him utterly helpless. Bathed in the blood of his enemy, the young lord stood amidst the wreckage of the clearing, his chest heaving as he stared down at the dying killer. Beneath his cold, unblinking mask, a dark, infinite fury burned. You fool, that was never quicklime. Chapter 62. Medicine Production and Giant Bear. Ordinary people would not survive a single sniff of the man-faced spider breath, yet this monster consumed a massive dose and kept fighting. Levi had already swallowed the antidote for the man-faced spider breath, granting him lifelong immunity to the vapor. The toxin would never pose a threat to him again. After shattering the assassin's limbs, Levi ordered the physician to bind the stumps and directed the guards to wrap the prisoner in heavy iron chains, anchoring him with thick shackles. A quick death was far too merciful. Rage still simmered deep within his chest. The identity of the client who hired the guild mattered less than the total destruction of the organization itself. This operative possessed immense strength and clearly held a high rank within the shadow network, making him a perfect lever to shatter the group from within. The guards dragged the broken assassin down into the deepest dungeon of the castle. Levi bypassed his own quarters and walked straight to the infirmary to check on the castellan. Sir Fred's abdomen had been impaled completely, a fatal wound given the primitive medical standards of the realm. The old man hovered on the very edge of death. Levi reached out, pressing 2 fingers against the weathered neck. A faint, ragged pulse throbbed beneath the skin. "Can he be saved?" Levi asked. The physician wiped sweat from his brow, his voice tight with anxiety. "I will do everything within my power, my lord. At this stage, survival depends entirely on Sir Fred's personal constitution. Do not spare any expense. Use whatever you require. Gold is irrelevant if it keeps Fred alive. I will personally contact the master physicians in the great cities." Levi turned on his heel and stroking out of the room. Rumors spoke of high priests within the metropolitan cathedrals who mastered miraculous healing arts. Although general medicine across the continent remained rudimentary, certain remedies utilized rare botanical specimens that mirrored the legendary herbs found in the martial arts epics of his previous life. In a sense, his own supply of ambergris functioned as a natural treasure, drastically accelerating the pace of internal cultivation. The church maintained an absolute monopoly on medical knowledge, keeping formulas and raw ingredients under lock and key. The clergy branded these compounds as sacred medicines bestowed directly by the saints, utilizing the secret recipes to amass staggering fortunes from the nobility. Dealing with the clergy turned Levi's stomach, but Fred's survival demanded a compromise. He would send an emissary to the Church of the Holy Light branch in Icewind City, regardless of the exorbitant cost. Old Abraham was completely out of the question. The elderly priest cared only for political leverage and coin, possessing no real knowledge of true apothecary arts. The month of the furnace arrived in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Following 4 weeks of strict rest, supplemented by potent tonics, Levi's resilient physique had nearly repaired itself. Armor remains an absolute necessity. Even with a formidable defensive breathing technique, an extra layer of steel is never a waste. Levi smiled at the thought. The heavy chain mail had absorbed the brunt of the impact, saving him from internal hemorrhaging. Just like the strategy games of his past life, stacking defensive attributes remained a flawless tactic regardless of the situation. Despite the limitations of his recovery, his internal cultivation never wavered. The progress bar for the black snake breathing technique edged closer to the 5th rank every day. Concurrently, he initiated training for the giant bear breathing technique, rapidly pushing it to the 3rd level. The internal mechanics of the style proved far less complex than the siren or man-faced spider techniques, matching the straightforward nature of the frost wolf style. Mastery came easily. The corresponding secret medicine required a crude mixture centered on fresh bear blood. The larger and more ferocious the beast, the more potent the tonic. This requirement presented no obstacle. 3 adolescent giant bears of the Northern Territory sat in the courtyard waiting for their daily meals. The massive predators consumed mountains of food, and they offered no resistance when Levi stepped into the enclosure each morning to draw a small vial of blood from their flanks. His overall rate of experience accumulation surpassed all previous benchmarks. With the giant bear technique secured at level 3, a profound surge of physical power altered his frame. A discipline dedicated entirely to brute force yielded immediate, undeniable results. The next phase required a steady grind toward the 4th rank. With a steady supply of high-grade secret medicine and uninterrupted training, mastering the shallow layers of this style is simple. 3 months will be more than enough to reach level 4. His remaining disciplines progressed at a steady pace. The foundational black snake style stood on the verge of a breakthrough. This primary technique served as the bedrock of his entire combat methodology, an excellent grade discipline that inherently contained the combined power of multiple lesser styles. Most importantly, its developmental ceiling reached far higher. A shallow breathing technique could never carry a warrior into the ranks of a grand knight, whereas the excellent lineage provided a direct path forward. The practical utility of the man-faced spider breath exceeded his initial expectations. Over the past month, he brewed multiple batches to maintain a tactical reserve, pushing his pharmacy skill forward to the 3rd rank. Level 3 did not represent the boundary of his alchemical knowledge. The craft possessed an extensive growth potential that mirrored his blacksmithing progression. Now that my proficiency has reached level 3, I can safely attempt the refinement of the man-faced spider tears and the man-faced spider's kiss. The extreme rarity of the ingredients had previously deterred him from risking a failure. Now, his advanced technical understanding placed him on par with the Red Spider Knight herself. Replicating her most lethal concoctions became a viable objective. Levi returned to the infirmary to review the castellan's condition. A month of continuous treatment had stabilized the old man's vitals. The process had drained 400 gold coins from the treasury, a sum paid to the Icewind City clergy for a specialized restorative paste. The ingredients were incredibly rare, but the regenerative properties justified the cost. Fred's condition was no longer critical. Backed by the enhanced resilience of a mid-level knight, his life was safe. However, whether he would ever wield a sword again remained in the hands of fate. If I can unlock the secrets of wizardry in the future, magic will easily mend this damage. Whether Fred can survive long enough for me to find that path is another matter entirely. Levi's expression remained dark as he left the sick room. He walked alone into the subterranean vaults beneath Black Snake Castle, entering a damp prison block that had sat empty for years due to the peaceful nature of the local populace. Only a single occupant inhabited the darkness, the gold assassin of the voice of the Bird of Death. Despite the lingering toxins and his severed limbs, the killer clung to life. The sheer durability of his physical form commanded a strange sort of respect. The man hung against the stone, his face pale, and his torso mapped with unhealed lacerations, his heavy torso bound tightly to the masonry by thick iron spikes. He lifted his head as the young lord approached, his voice emerging as a dry rasp. Why do you keep me alive? Chapter 63. Land of Rust Lake and Giant Iron Crocodile. Levi sat at the side and ate his roasted meat, speaking indifferently. Believe me, if killing you can make Fred better, I will kill you 10,000 times. The burly man spat, chains rattling against the damp stone wall. You sure have big words. You despicable scoundrel who used poison. Did not I learn this from you, scum? I swear on the Heavenly Father that I, Iron Mountain, have been an assassin for many years, but I have never used poison. The prisoner glared through the matted hair falling over his face. Although I am an assassin, I am also a knight, and I yearn for a fair battle, unlike you. You are already an assassin, so do not pretend to be a noble here. Levi tossed a bone aside, his voice dripping with mockery. No proper knight will be an assassin. Judging from your breathing technique, it should be of excellent quality. Could you be the illegitimate son of some earl? The random guess struck a raw nerve. Iron Mountain lunged forward as far as his bonds allowed, his face twisting with rage. You are the illegitimate child. Your entire family is illegitimate. So what if I am an illegitimate child? I am still the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the damned Aryan family. The revelation brought a sudden stillness to the dungeon cell. The Aryan family was a powerful earldom famous for producing iron ore, their vast territory spreading across the lands north of Rust Lake. Their clan emblem was the giant iron crocodile. In the ancient legends, the giant iron crocodile was a terrifying beast that occupied Rust Lake, its entire body covered in scales that seemed to be crafted from solid steel. The family held immense military power, because their leader was the Iron Knight, one of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry. Like Levi's father, the Iron Knight was a grand knight. The assassin's strength finally made sense. He looked only 30 years old, yet he had already achieved the rank of a high-level knight, and mastered such a potent breathing style. His status as an illegitimate child clearly fueled his deep resentment toward the Aryan bloodline, a conflict most likely rooted in a struggle for power. Illegitimate children could not inherit a family title, and Iron Mountain considered himself the youngest genius of their lineage. Ostracized and bitter, he had joined the voice of the Bird of Death to sell his blade. None of these political family dramas mattered to the Lord of Blackwater Valley. The only goal was to force Iron Mountain to reveal the name of the significant client financing the contract. No matter how the torture progressed, the giant only wept in agony, and maintained his total ignorance. Eventually, the questioning stopped. Sir Bernard had told the truth. Only the highest echelon of the Shadow Organization held the identities of their premium clients. Though Iron Mountain claimed the title of an excellent gold assassin with immense personal power, he remained excluded from the inner circle. According to the prisoner's frantic ramblings, only 5 individuals controlled the organization. They were the Shadow Assassins, also known as the 5 Shadows of Death. The commander responsible for directing Iron Mountain's assignments was the Pale Shadow, a figure the gold assassin had only heard of but never seen. He was a mysterious Grand Knight whose true identity remained entirely hidden from the world. Apart from that name, the interrogation yielded nothing. I am still too weak. Levi rubbed his temples in the dim corridor outside the cell. Why don't I just kill all the assassins and cut off every dangerous factor at the root? Inside the cell, Iron Mountain panted heavily. Sweat poured down his torso like rain, and his face was entirely bloodless. Kill me, please. Give me a quick death. The giant's eyes were lifeless, his mind shattered by the unrelenting pressure of the past weeks. There was nothing left to extract. Levi stepped forward, brought a swift end to the sinful life, and burned the remains to ensure absolute secrecy. As the flames consumed the corpse, the silhouette of a ferocious crocodile seemed to manifest within the smoke, vanishing into the shadows a moment later. Levi watched with a grim expression until the fire died down, leaving nothing but gray ash. A few days later, a serf discovered a starving, emaciated alpine warhorse wandering the outer borders of the territory, and brought it directly to the castle. It was a fully trained mount, outfitted with military gear. An inspection revealed that aside from severe malnourishment, the animal had suffered no permanent damage. The warhorse belonged to Iron Mountain. A search of the harness revealed a small cloth bag tucked beneath the leather plating. Inside rested a few hundred gold coins, a small supply of dry food, and a flask of water. Along with the supplies lay a copy of the book titled The Tribute of Shadows, and a porcelain Bird of Death mask, identical to the items gathered from previous encounters. Iron Mountain had also been a follower of the Shadow Lord. The text detailed the siren breathing technique that Levi had already mastered. Unfortunately, the book contained no record of the defensive breathing style Iron Mountain had deployed during their duel, a technique that clearly rivaled the durability of the black snake style. What is this? Levi unrolled a piece of parchment, discovered at the bottom of the pouch. It was a map. A detailed map of the northern region of the Emerald Kingdom was a rare and incredibly precious item. Joy replaced his frustration. This was an unexpected windfall. Although the map accuracy was questionable given the primitive technology of the realm, the fact that Iron Mountain had successfully navigated to Blackwater Valley proved its practical value. More importantly, the ink lines highlighted critical strategic information. There is a stronghold for the Bird of Death. Levi traced a finger across the parchment, his voice dropping to a whisper. There is one right inside Icewind City. 3 official knights are stationed there permanently. They act as training instructors for apprentices, teaching assassination techniques, while managing communications for the active assassins operating within the city. The time had arrived to make the damned organization pay for launching 3 separate attempts on his life. Before marching, the black snake breathing technique had to reach the 5th level. The lingering threat of the pale shadow remained a constant pressure. If the Grand Knight discovered that this latest assassination attempt had failed, he might choose to handle the contract personally. I must accelerate my cultivation. At the same time, the territory required immediate preparation for future incursions to prevent another infiltrator from walking directly into the courtyard. The most troublesome attribute of the voice of the Bird of Death was their widespread mastery of the siren breathing technique. The operatives could easily alter their physical stature and slip past guards using simple disguises. An exceptionally sharp perception might detect the anomaly, but ordinary soldiers and field laborers would never notice the deception. A permanent solution to the shape-shifting threat remained out of reach. The only viable path forward was to increase personal strength before the next strike landed. The month of the wheat field arrived in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, bringing the golden wheat season to the valley. The serfs labored from dawn to dusk to secure the autumn harvest. Up at the workshop, the blacksmithing industry expanded rapidly, filling the storehouses with crude iron plates intended for armor production. However, the lord responsible for refining those plates into finished suits had become elusive, rarely appearing in public. Forging held little priority for Levi now. Having successfully formulated both the man-faced spider tears and the man-faced spider's kiss, he ceased dedicating his hours to the anvil or the laboratory. Nothing possessed more urgency than the relentless pursuit of his internal breathing techniques. Chapter 64. 4th level. Putting aside everything else, Levi focused entirely on cultivating breathing techniques. The production of the Golden Cross ground to a temporary halt. The beginner ripple force provided more than enough utility for his current needs. Finally, as the month of Wheatfield drew to a close, the Giant Bear breathing technique became the first to reach the 4th level. Giant Bear breathing technique, level 4, maximum. Special effect, beginner strength. Beginner strength. Your strength is unique, granting you substantial explosive power. You can wrestle with giant bears and kill wild cows with your bare hands. The expectation held true. A breathing technique with fewer miniature figures offered a much smoother path to mastery. Combined with the steady supply of bear blood medicine, the giant bear style successfully became the second discipline to reach its absolute limit. Progress of this magnitude felt entirely logical. The blood deployed for the medicine did not originate from a common forest predator. It belonged to the giant bears of the Northern Territory, beasts that matched the combat capabilities of a fully trained knight upon reaching adulthood. Such rapid advancement made perfect sense. The 3 brothers would serve as the ideal baseline for a practical test. Levi rose from his seat, navigating the stone corridors of the secret passage to enter the upper castle grounds. He walked directly to the reinforced enclosure housing the 3 predators. Little White, come here. A simple wave of the hand brought the massive beast forward in quiet obedience. The bears approached their 4th year, their frames easily exceeding a ton in weight. Physically, they had reached the maximum dimensions of the grandest brown bears from his previous life, though their muscular development was significantly more potent. That raw, staggering physical presence inspired a touch of envy. During the recent desperate struggle against Iron Mountain, the assistance of the 3 brothers had proven absolutely critical to securing victory. Meticulous care and a powerful, instinctual self-healing ability had mended the severe trauma inflicted by the assassin, leaving them almost completely recovered. At this stage, the 3 bears functioned at the level of low-level knights. Once they reached full maturity, their baseline capabilities would naturally align with mid-level knights. They already surpassed ordinary male bears, positioning them to eventually challenge high-level or peak knights. Full development would transform these 3 creatures into invaluable assets. A cavalry force mounted on alpine warhorses seemed entirely insignificant when compared to the absolute terror of a unit riding the giant bears of the Northern Territory. Despite the exorbitant financial strain on the treasury, Levi remained committed to maintaining the diet of these 3 gluttonous beasts. A legendary figure from history could conquer the realm with 3 dragons. Levi would hold his own ground with 3 apex predators of the north. Little White, take hold of the rope. A thick length of hemp rope thudded into the dirt in front of the beast. The bear clamped its jaws onto the fibers. Little Fatty and Little Gray ambled over to watch the commotion, the former shifting its weight, as if eager to participate until a sharp gesture halted its advance. Hold your ground. If Little White fails to match me in a tug of war, the 2 of you can join the line. The large bear snorted in dissatisfaction, the pride of its northern lineage wounded by the challenge. Even in its adolescence, the creature possessed immense mass, though Levi himself had not yet reached full physical maturity. The exercise would determine if the bear wrestling claim promised by the beginner strength attribute held true. The interface had never broken its promises before. Levi braced his feet against the earth, leaning back into the hemp fibers. "Let us begin, little white." The bear sank into its haunches, backing away with deliberate force. The competition was inherently unequal. Little White commanded a full ton of biological weight. Even without actively exerting its muscles, its sheer mass could anchor an opponent into the dirt. Levi stood at 190 centimeters, his dense muscular structure pushing his weight past 300 pounds due to the high-intensity nature of his combined breathing styles. Compared to the towering quadruped, he still appeared remarkably small. However, a low-level knight approaching the threshold of the mid-level tier carried significant leverage. Backed by a fourth-level black snake style, a maximized giant bear technique, and the specialized beginner strength attribute, the young lord possessed a formidable defense. Heavy breathing echoed across the yard as man and beast strained against the cord. Levi's muscles bunched beneath his tunic. Deep within his chest, the life seed of the giant bear style pulsed violently, driving waves of black energy into his forearms and torso to reinforce his skeletal leverage. Although the black snake, frost wolf, and siren techniques did not specialize in raw power, their position at the fourth rank provided a massive baseline of physical conditioning. Levi's face flushed crimson, while Little White's nostrils flared, venting white steam into the frosty air. After 5 minutes of unyielding tension, the bear secured a marginal advantage. In terms of absolute, stationary power, a maximized human breathing technique still fell short of the natural leverage possessed by a heavyweight beast with extraordinary evolutionary talent. The system description clearly applies to standard forest bears, not the apex line of the northern wastes. Regardless, this degree of power is more than enough to overwhelm any human adversary. The outcome brought genuine satisfaction. Levi returned immediately to the underground shelter to rest and realign his energy before initiating the next cycle of training. With the giant bear style maximized, his attention shifted to the remaining disciplines. The man-faced spider breathing technique required slightly more than 1,000 proficiency points to cross into the next tier, making it the logical priority. Progress moved at a more deliberate pace due to the lack of a corresponding secret medicine and an inherent complexity that exceeded the giant bear style. However, Levi's deep familiarity with internal energy circulation ensured the transitions remained smooth. The harvest month arrived in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, bringing an autumn wheat yield that surpassed the previous year's total by roughly 10%. Earlier in the spring, a significant investment of labor and resources had gone into clearing wild land for agriculture. Introducing natural organic fertilizers to the fields completed the strategy, resulting in a substantial boost in production. Yet the primitive agricultural technology of the realm dictated strict boundaries. True expansion depended entirely on the total acreage under cultivation and the number of laborers available to till the soil. The current population of Blackwater Valley lagged far behind its rapid economic development. Encouraging natural childbirth among the serfs was a viable long-term strategy, but immediate survival required an influx of adult labor. Standard feudal lords expanded their retinues through formal land grants, trading workers in open markets, or absorbing displaced populations fleeing regional conflicts. The extreme isolation of Blackwater Valley worked against this approach. Refugees running from the southern wars naturally sought the wealthy, populated center of the kingdom, rather than venturing into the frozen northern wastes. Purchasing labor remained the only immediate alternative. In this era, the exchange of serf contracts was an ordinary commercial reality. Retainers traveled to the major slave markets in Icewind City to secure a fresh workforce. The available stock consisted largely of refugees who had lost their holdings to the war, many of whom carried lingering physical trauma. The selection was poor, but options were non-existent. The robust, highly productive workers were highly sought after, bought up via exclusive contracts by the high nobility before commoners could bid. As long as the newcomers carried no infectious plagues, they would serve. The Castellan organized the arrivals, distributing them among the grain mills, the iron mines, and the secondary workshops to reinforce the supply lines. Levi remained inside, secluded within the stone walls of the subterranean vault, to push his internal energy forward. The remaining hours were dedicated to reinforcing the defenses of the estate against future incursions by the voice of the Bird of Death. During a quiet afternoon in the deep shelter, Levi's eyes snapped open. The air in the chamber shifted, and the hair along his forearms stood perfectly erect as his physical senses expanded into the surrounding dark. Man-faced spider breathing technique, 4th level. Chapter 65. Beginner vibrosensing and spider sensing. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 4, 1 out of 20,000. Special effect, beginner vibrosensing, spider sensing. Good heavens, the man-faced spider breathing technique also has 2 special effects. Shock coursed through Levi as he focused his thoughts entirely on the proficiency panel. Beginner vibrosensing. Every hair and inch of your skin will become your eyes. They can capture the subtle vibrations of gases, liquids, and solid objects from all directions. The current sensing range for gases is 10 meters. The sensing range for liquids and solid objects will increase accordingly. How powerful! What a heaven-defying ability. This man-faced spider breathing technique should be the most special breathing technique I have seen so far. An ability of this magnitude was beyond his wildest imagination. Levi closed his eyes, pressing his palm flat against the cold masonry of the shelter wall. The fine hairs on his back stood erect, brushing lightly against the fabric of his tunic. In an instant, a symphony of hidden movements filled his mind. Snow rabbits grazed in the distant brush, gophers clawed through the dark soil, and a gentle breeze rippled across the valley grass. This massive torrent of information rushed into his consciousness, allowing him to track the exact movements from the surface above without needing to look. Levi laughed out loud, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. This is heaven-defying. This is the true transcendence. This breathing technique was more precious than all the others he had obtained before, with the sole exception of the black snake breathing technique. The sheer utility of the attribute defied all rules. The Red Spider Knight had simply been too weak. She lacked the foundational power to truly weaponize this gift. In Leva's hands, the ability became a devastating asset. If he re-encountered Iron Mountain, he could easily predict every strike. His advanced speed would allow him to dodge the giant's attacks effortlessly, guided by the minute airflow fluctuations caused by his opponent's punches and shifts in stance. Too powerful. This is amazing. I cannot believe this breathing technique belongs to me. Levi slapped his thigh in sheer delight, his gaze drifting down to the secondary notification on the interface. Oh right, there is another special effect. Spider sensing. You have an intuitive sense of danger. This sense can alert you, help you avoid risk, turn misfortune into good luck, and avoid calamities. However, this sense is only general and not accurate. This special effect cannot be leveled up, but its accuracy will increase as your strength increases. Levi stared at the description of spider sense on the glowing interface. My goodness, is not this a superpower? The mechanics mirrored the legendary spider sense of the comic book heroes from his past life, functioning as a low-end version of that instinctual alarm. Even so, excitement bubbled within his chest. The dual attributes of the man-faced spider breathing technique belonged to a transcendent tier, representing capabilities that exceeded the imagination of ordinary men. The Red Spider Knight had never deserved to possess such a powerful heritage. With these two unparalleled special effects, his overall combat readiness increased drastically. As expected, cultivation should be inclusive. All techniques can be learned as long as one is determined. Levi paced the floor of the shelter, his mind spinning with future tactical applications. Right now, I do not have any more breathing techniques in my collection. Next, I can consider bidding on more bloodline breathing techniques at the shining auction. The quality does not need to be exceptional, just the shallow tier is enough. His unique proficiency panel allowed him to master a shallow breathing style in a matter of months, meaning he could comfortably absorb several within a single year. Non-bloodline breathing techniques were out of the question, they were far too expensive and entirely unnecessary. On the contrary, the bloodline breathing techniques that other warriors dismissed as useless junk constituted the perfect fuel for his advancement. With the upgrade finalized, Levi navigated the hidden tunnels to the upper courtyard, eager to test his newly unlocked senses against the three giant bears. He produced a pair of thick wax earplugs to completely block his hearing, then tied a heavy black cloth wrap over his eyes, discarding his two primary senses entirely. Come, you three brothers, attack together, but be gentle. Levi held up his hands, cautious about his initial unfamiliarity with the sensory input, and wanting to avoid an accidental injury from the massive beasts. Little Fatty, always eager to test his strength against his master, let out a low rumble and charged across the enclosure. His heavy paws swatted through the air, while the other two brothers lunged from the flanks, surrounding the young lord from all directions. Deprived of both sight and sound, Levi stood in the center of the pen, facing the synchronized assault of three apex predators whose physical capabilities matched those of trained knights. Left. The word formed silently in his mind. Although darkness enveloped his vision, the fine hairs on his forearms and cheeks detected the sudden displacement of air from his flank. He activated the Frost Wolf and Siren styles simultaneously, his body fluidly twisting beneath Little Fatty's descending paw. Extending his hands, his palms, dark with internal energy, met the bear's momentum, redirecting the massive weight like a Tai Chi grandmaster. Unable to halt his own momentum, Little Fatty careened directly into Little White, who was charging from the opposite side. The two massive bears collided with a dull thud, tumbling into the dirt in a dazed heap. Neither beast could comprehend how their master had outmaneuvered them with his eyes completely covered. Levi leaped high into the air, clearing the path of Little Gray's stealthy ambush from behind. As he descended, he delivered a sharp, well-aimed kick to the bear's hindquarters. The heavy beast slid forward across the snowy ground like a fallen waterfowl, its claws digging uselessly into the frozen mud. Levi laughed out loud, ripping the blindfold from his face. This feels great. He stood with his hands tucked behind his back, projecting the absolute poise of a martial arts grandmaster. The mountain wind swept through the courtyard, rustling his hair. Through the subtle vibrations in the air, he could track the path of the wind and the distinct presence of every living thing within the valley. Although his physical eyes had been closed, this was the first time he felt truly connected to the world around him. After offering a few scraps of dried meat to pacify the three disgruntled brothers, Levi stretched his limbs and headed back toward the tunnels. Let us keep moving. The black snake breathing technique is only a few fraction points away from the 5th level. I will allow myself a proper rest once I have secured that breakthrough. Over the past several months, his training regimen had pushed his physical limits to the absolute edge. Without the steady influx of high-calorie nutrition and his own unyielding willpower, the intense internal pressure would have driven an ordinary man insane. A disciplined life brought immense fulfillment. However, after enduring 3 separate assassination attempts, Levi's patience had dissolved entirely. His singular focus centered on accumulating power to exact a swift, devastating vengeance. The voice of the bird of death had to be taught a permanent lesson. The harvest month drew to a rapid close, leaving Blackwater Valley peaceful and quiet under the autumn sun. As the final days of the season slipped away, the castle physician delivered the news Levi had been waiting for. Sir Fred, who had lingered in a deep coma for months, had finally opened his eyes. Levi immediately halted his internal cultivation, stepping through the heavy wooden doors of the sick room to stand beside the old knight's cot. The severe trauma had taken a terrible toll on the old warrior, causing him to age a decade in a matter of weeks. Though he was only in his early 50s, his thick black hair had turned entirely silver, his lips remained bloodless, and his vital energy waned at a rate that signaled a permanent physical decline. Even though Levis Gold had secured the expensive sacred medicine from the metropolitan clergy, saving the old man's life, the mid-level knight's strength was gone forever. Sir Fred offered a faint, weary smile, his hand trembling slightly on the coarse wool blanket. "It is good that you are unharmed, young master. It is good that you are okay. Otherwise, I am afraid your father would have given me a severe chiding when I met him in the afterlife." The old knight's rough, calloused palm reached out, gripping Levi's larger hand with fading strength. "Fred, I am perfectly well," Levi said, his voice low and resolute as he squeezed the old man's fingers. "From this moment on, your only responsibility is to rest and recover. I expect you to be standing at my side when the Black Snake rises once more, and when our enemies finally pay for their sins." Chapter 66. Type 5 Black Snake and Intermediate Defense. During the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of Northern Wind, Fred was finally able to stand and walk short distances. This progress brought a profound sense of relief to the estate. The incredibly expensive sacred medicine from the cathedral had not been wasted. At times, the church proved relatively reliable, rather than completely useless. The anticipated retaliation from the Shadow Guild had failed to materialize over the past several months. The prolonged silence felt puzzling. It seemed almost as though the organization had forgotten about the contract entirely. For a moment, the lack of an enemy caused a strange sense of confusion. With Fred on the path to recovery, purchasing the Scarlet Warhorses moved back to the top of the priority list. At the end of the month, contacts traveled north to deliver the 5 prime mounts that had been purchased through regional brokers. As soon as the beasts entered the courtyard, Levi initiated the taming process utilizing his maximized beast taming technique. Backed by the Wild Heart attribute, he lacked direct telepathy with the animals, unlike his bond with the 3 bears, yet he easily deciphered exactly why these aggressive stallions proved so difficult for ordinary handlers to control. Deploying a calculated combination of firm discipline and structural rewards, Levi broke the first stallion within an hour. The remaining 4 subverted their aggression shortly after, submitting to his guidance without further resistance. The task proved straightforward. The legendary curse of the Blood Rage tribe was merely a convenient excuse manufactured by incompetent horse trainers. While instructions went out to Little Milan and the workshop apprentices to prepare the raw iron plate required to forge heavy horse bard, plans shifted to acquire an even larger herd of quality stock. The steady income generated by the armor production workshops, supplemented by the massive hoard of gold plundered from the estate of Knight Bernard, provided a massive financial buffer. Blackwater Valley was flourishing. The month of winter arrived in the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The biting northern gales pierced straight through Wilrap, blanketing the valley in a bleak, somber chill. The expected assassins still failed to show, and waiting in the dark was no longer an option. The time had come to seize the initiative and launch a preemptive strike. The confidence fueling this sudden offensive stemmed directly from an immense surge in physical power. The breakthrough had finalized. The Black Snake breathing technique had officially reached the 5th level. Black Snake breathing technique, level 5, 1 out of 30,000. Special effect, intermediate defense. The progression path for this excellent grade discipline demanded an grueling amount of internal focus. As the primary style crossed into the 5th tier, the newly unlocked intermediate defense attribute altered his physical capabilities. The volatile black vapor generated by the internal life seed now surged past his forearms, crawling up his neck to completely encase his skull in a metallic shroud. Once the style reached the 6th tier, the dark force would likely coat his entire upper torso, mirroring the absolute durability displayed by Iron Mountain during their duel. The current coverage provided more than enough security. Heavy steel heart-protecting plates, reinforced chainmail, and layered leather armor already insulated his torso. Unless an adversary possessed the specialized precision of a high-level master, bypassing these combined physical defenses to inflict a mortal injury was practically impossible. Backed by beginner speed and the newly unlocked beginner vibrosencing, common knights would find it exceptionally difficult to land a clean blow, provided they did not specialize exclusively in high-velocity techniques. His overall development now encompassed immense physical resilience, explosive force, high agility, and a rare sensory perception that normal warriors could never replicate. In this current era, no other knight attempted to cultivate 4 separate breathing lineages simultaneously, let alone push every single discipline to the fourth rank. This balanced development represented far more than the simple arithmetic combination of 4 distinct low-level competents. It was a complete qualitative transformation of his entire physical framework. In a direct rematch against Iron Mountain, there would be no need for lethal alchemical vapors or the physical assistance of the three bears. Raw physical force alone would suffice to hammer the giant into the dirt. The late assassin had represented an elite tier within the voice of the Bird of Death. Aside from the mythical 5 Shadows of Death, who commanded the guild, few operatives surpassed his capabilities. Excluding the Grand Knights who formed the inner circle of the 5 Shadows, no common blade inspired fear. Even if a true Grand Knight forced an encounter, the sheer variety of tactical counters made the outcome unpredictable. Yet letting arrogance dictate strategy remained a fatal error. If a Grand Knight entered the field, immediate retreat remained the most logical option. Alongside the primary Black Snake advancement, the man-faced spider and siren-breathing techniques displayed steady incremental progress. The Golden Cross/slash technique sharpened through daily repetition, while his blacksmithing and apothecary proficiencies advanced at a slower, deliberate pace, due to his refusal to waste critical training hours on secondary life skills. With the preparations finalized, and Fred standing on his own feet, hiding within the borders of the fief waiting for the next strike felt entirely counterproductive. It was far more efficient to hunt the hunters. The primary target was already locked. The secret stronghold of the voice of the Bird of Death inside Icewind City would bleed first. Regardless of the client who originally signed the ledger, the guild had targeted the estate 3 separate times, meaning they had to endure the consequences of his retribution. The detailed map recovered from the Gold Assassin highlighted additional outposts scattered across the continent, though those cells sat far beyond the borders of the Emerald Kingdom. Those distant networks could wait, to be dismantled one by one when travel permitted. The Shadow Guild would learn the exact terror of being systematically hunted. The governance of the territory required final adjustments before departure. Although Fred remained incapable of engaging in frontline combat, his presence was more than sufficient to maintain administrative order across the valley. Control over the 3 giant bears transferred directly to the Old Knight, with strict orders for the beasts to obey his commands implicitly. Should any external threat breach the outer perimeter during the Lord's absence, Fred could deploy the apex predators to eliminate the intrusion immediately. Inside the deep alchemical vault, multiple satchels of man-faced spider breath powder were sealed alongside a small vial of concentrated man-faced spider tears. A small case of man-faced spider's kiss completed the tactical reserve, providing an assortment of lethal options to secure survival during an emergency. The intensive production cycle pushed his apothecary proficiency forward significantly. With every strategic detail locked, Levi donned a stark white wolf mask, slipped out into the midnight shadows of the valley, and vanished into the winter night. Traveling at maximum physical velocity, the familiar battlements of Icewind City materialized through the driving snow within a few days. The harsh winter had taken a devastating toll on the region. Frozen corpses lined the ditches along the highway, left abandoned in the drifts without a single soul offering burial. The victims carried the unmistakable signs of displaced refugees. A major military conflict was clearly unfolding somewhere nearby. The intensive seclusion inside the subterranean vault had cut off all communication with the outside world, leaving regional politics a mystery. Rather than marching directly upon the stronghold of the Bird of Death, a detour toward the Shining Tavern seemed more prudent to gather intelligence. In the dead of winter, promotional girls stood outside the tavern doors in skimpy attire to lure patrons from the freezing streets. The veteran bouncer offered a brief nod to the masked traveler, sliding a heavy pewter mug of dark ale across the timber counter. "Drink this glass of snow beer. I hope you carry the courage of the legendary Snow Knight as you travel these roads alone." Chapter 67, Evernight Kingdom and Snow Queen Elsa. A mug of bitter snow beer served as the mandatory entry ticket to the tavern. The beverage honored the Snowflake Knight, a legendary warrior who rose to prominence in the frozen wastes. Local lore claimed that snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind whistled at the exact moment of his birth, even though he entered the world during the month of flowing fire. No matter the era or the race, humanity always hungered for such grand myths. Levi drained the crisp alcohol and stepped deeper into the crowded tavern. Months of isolation had kept him away from such establishments. Now, his newly mastered beginner vibrosensing allowed him to track the entire room without using his eyes. The ragged breathing of exhausted travelers, low murmurs from corner booths, the heavy slam of fists on oak tables, and the steady rhythmic gulping of wine all mapped themselves clearly in his mind. The sensory precision mirrored the mystical perceptions of the cultivation masters from the ancient scrolls of his previous life. He adjusted the heavy collar of his cloak and took a seat at an isolated corner table. Silently sipping his wine, he listened to the tavern bards spin exaggerated yarns about legendary champions. A quiet sigh escaped him. Perhaps one day, when his own strength reached the pinnacle of living knights, he would pass through a tavern just like this one, and listen to a minstrel romanticize his deeds with theatrical flourishes. It would be a strange, satisfying feeling. "I will become a legend. I will." The young lord remained anchored to his bench from late evening until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the shutters. He absorbed the scattered conversations of wandering sellswords and desperate bounty hunters. Filtering through the slurred rants of elderly patrons who reeked of cheap liquor, he constructed a clear picture of the kingdom's current plight. The frozen bodies left to rot in the roadside ditches belonged to refugees fleeing the deep north. Since the turn of the millennium, the continent had steadily plunged into a prolonged little ice age. The weather grew harsher with each passing year. In the northernmost territories, the living conditions deteriorated rapidly, as short summers shrunk into weeks and winters expanded into an endless freeze. The extreme weather battered not only the northern borders of the Emerald Kingdom, but also the upper provinces of the neighboring Tuva Empire. Yet the crown of suffering belonged to the kingdom situated at the absolute apex of the continent. Neither the Emerald Kingdom nor the Tuva Empire faced the true brunt of the eternal frost. The devastation concentrated entirely within the Evernight Kingdom, famously known as the Land of Winter. The frozen realm swore its ultimate devotion to the snow goddess. Rule rested in the hands of Snow Queen Elsa, a monarch revered by her subjects as the true daughter of God. The massive influx of desperate wanderers clogging the mountain passes had all fled her borders. Cold alone had not driven them out. The hardy people of the Evernight Kingdom had endured sub-zero temperatures for generations, adapting their entire society to the ice. The true terror emerged from the blizzard itself. Traumatized refugees swore they encountered massive snow monsters and malevolent spirits iceborne within the howling storms, naming the entities snow demons. In previous decades, the common folk would have dismissed such claims as campfire superstition. However, as documented encounters with evil spirits spiked across every province over the past few years, even the Church of the Holy Light formally recognized the presence of anomalous entities. The clergy branded these evil spirits as the direct minions of the devil, demons manifested from the 7 deadly sins of the mortal world. The church line claimed the monsters spread because the northern citizenry lacked absolute loyalty to the Heavenly Father. The high priests used the widespread panic as a perfect mandate to construct new chapels in isolated territories that lacked holy ground, targeting regions exactly like Blackwater Valley. Monks urged the populace to offer deeper devotion, preaching that only the Father's holy light and the consecrated steel of radiant nights could cleanse the evil spirits. The desperate population accepted the rumors of the snow demon as absolute fact. Total panic gripped the populace of Icewind City. Wealthy aristocrats had already begun liquidating their estates to move south into the fertile warmth of the lush forest province. A few prominent families planned to migrate across the sea to the Molten Kingdom, where the culture centered on the worship of the eternal fire. Levi reviewed the collected intelligence and rubbed his temples. The world grows more chaotic by the day. Evil spirits, snow demons, the wilderness brotherhood, the voice of the bird of death, ambitious dukes, a royal lineage that rules only in name, and the bitter covert wars between rival faiths. He recalled the gaunt, frozen faces in the mud and spat into the floor rushes. It is a miserable time to be alive. Every disaster brought opportunity. The sudden influx of displaced people meant the market price for serfs would collapse across the province, allowing the valley to purchase workers in massive quantities. Levi rose from his bench, his joints popping slightly after the night-long vigil. The hours spent in the tavern had provided an accurate baseline of regional affairs. Before leaving, he walked to the notice board in the rear alcove and pinned a formal parchment request. The ink characters detailed a specific demand, seeking the giant breathing technique, or alternative inheritance diagrams detailing bloodline breathing styles. The promised compensation began at 10 gold coins, subject to negotiation. Interested parties were directed to contact the breathing technique collector, Mr. White Wolf Gerald, through the tavern master. Discovering the genuine giant breathing style through a public board remained a distant hope, but the attempt cost nothing. Even if that specific lineage remained out of reach, absorbing any alternative breathing technique would provide valuable fuel for his internal seed. Leaving the warmth of the hearth behind, Levi stepped out into the freezing alleyways, his silhouette instantly dissolving into the mountain dark. As he navigated the maze of empty corridors, his physical posture shifted. He activated the internal energy of the siren style, compressing his musculature and altering his framework until his outward appearance completely transformed. He reached into his pack and retrieved the white wolf mask he had forged back at the estate. The faceplate consisted of high-grade refined iron alloyed with a small fraction of precious mithril. The design directly mimicked the functional properties of the Bird of Death masks, incorporating internal filters to neutralize inhaled toxins, while offering absolute structural defense for his face. He unhitched Frostmourne version 2.0 from his hip harness. The newly refined greatsword contained a solid lump of pure mithril the size of an infant's fist. The single piece of rare metal had drained 200 gold coins from the treasury, but the investment was mandatory. Only a flawless weapon could endure the intense vibration of his ripple force without shattering, allowing him to safely unleash the maximum velocity of the Golden Cross slash. He had also forged a reinforced knight's sword for Fred using a slightly lower concentration of the same alloy. Both men had nearly lost their lives due to the structural failure of common steel weapons during their previous duels. Such a tactical vulnerability would never happen again. Levi unstoppered a small glass vial filled with a clear, viscous liquid. He carefully coated the edge of Frostmourne with the highly concentrated man-faced spider tears, repeating the process for the edge of his black snake dagger. The preparations concluded. The culling could begin. An abandoned fortress occupied a desolate ridge south of Icewind City. The nameless stone castle had sat ruined for centuries, its crumbling battlements avoided by locals due to recent rumors of haunting apparitions. Whether evil spirits actually inhabited the masonry mattered little. The eerie reputation ensured no common citizen ever approached the valley. Yet passing through the dim, Rotting corridors of the outer keep revealed a sprawling, hidden infrastructure. The ruins housed the main regional stronghold for the voice of the Bird of Death. The interior courtyard had been converted into a structured training facility. Young initiates gathered from the slums of Icewind City and the surrounding villages, selected for their latent compatibility with the siren-breathing technique, labored through assassination drills under the watchful eye of an organizational mentor. The youths moved with a mixture of hollow numbness and fanatic devotion, chanting litanies from the tribute of shadows as they struck the training dummies. Only those who cast death and fear aside can claim the mantle of a true assassin. We are the blades that walk the shadows, seeing the raw truth of the world that common swine ignore. The light is a lie, a passing illusion. Darkness is the eternal, immutable framework of the cosmos. Only through blood can you earn the right to serve as the Shadow Lord's immortal agents when your mortal breath fails. The mentor paced between the ranks, instilling the cult's dogma, while distributing formal contract papers to the junior operatives. Once the assignments were detailed, the instructor walked to a rear window and secured a small parchment cylinder to the leg of a red-eyed raven. HQ had demanded an immediate investigation into the sudden disappearance of Iron Mountain, but weeks of scouting had yielded no results. The instructor needed to relay the failure to the Pale Shadow. According to the Master Ledger, Iron Mountain had departed to execute Baron Levi within Blackwater Valley, yet all communications ceased immediately after his departure. The inner circle remained uncertain if the Gold Assassin had even launched the assault. As a high-ranking noble disciple, Iron Mountain had always operated with complete disregard for standard protocols. The regional instructor suspected the arrogant giant had simply ignored the contract entirely. The spies sent into Blackwater Valley reported complete tranquility across the estate, with the young Baron appearing regularly in the fields. There was absolutely no evidence of a slain lord. Given Iron Mountain's position as a high-level knight and his mastery over two separate breathing styles, failure against a rural heir seemed fundamentally impossible. If an operative of his caliber had actually fallen, only the Five Shadows themselves could hope to complete the contract. Yet decades had passed since the Grand Knights of the Inner Circle personally deployed to eliminate a minor noble. The mentor tossed the raven into the gray sky, watching it catch the wind. He turned back toward the hearth, expecting the bird to clear the ridge. A sharp, explosive crack shattered the winter silence. A heavy iron bolt intercepted the raven midair, obliterating the bird's torso in a spray of feathers. At the far end of the stone quarter, a towering figure wearing a polished white wolf mask stepped through the dust. Behind him, the bodies of the two courtyard sentries collapsed into the snow. The white wolf had arrived. Chapter 68. Killing Feast and Vortex Beast Breathing Technique. The heavy thrum of a bowstring shattered the quiet 5 times in rapid succession. Levi loosed 4 arrows without a pause, each shaft drilling straight through the center of a chest. Among the cultists drilling in the center of the hall, 4 dropped instantly, their skulls shattered by the brutal kinetic force of the impact. Maxed-out archery skill guaranteed total precision. The crimson spray finally triggered panic across the room. Shouts erupted from the corners. An attack. Enemy attack. Secure the perimeter. How many are there? 1. Just 1 man. What? Could it be a Grand Knight? The frantic questioning stopped as another unstoppable iron bolt whistled through the air. Figures stood behind thick timber crates while others scrambled to raise heavy iron-bound shields, yet 2 more collapsed into the dirt as the shafts found their marks. If he shoots, we shoot back. A volley of arrows flew toward the entrance. Levi shifted his weight like an elegant leopard cat, twisting his frame to let the projectiles pass harmlessly through the empty air. The mediocre marksmanship of these fresh recruits could barely track his movements. The few stray shafts that connected bounced uselessly off his limbs and chest, completely stopped by high-quality chain mail and thick leather plating. Dense white smoke billowed from his gauntlets and the edges of his collar, mimicking the aura of a death knight rising from the ashes. Beneath the iron white wolf mask, his skin darkened into a pitch-black shade. Streams of pale vapor, 10 feet long, vented from his mouth and nose with every exhalation. Maximum breath circulation unlocked total velocity. He moved like a shadow through the rain of steel, loosing arrows from his own bow until his quiver sat empty. Across the chamber, every cultist lacking heavy shield protection or advanced martial skill lay dead or dying in the slush. The lead mentor held the rank of an official knight, yet the sheer speed of the slaughter broke his resolve. Abandoning his students without a backward glance, he lunged toward a hidden stone panel in the masonry. Before he could breach the exit, 2 secondary instructors rushed out from the private quarters, weapons drawn. "Why are you running?" one shouted. "The 3 of us can take him together." The trio of official knights fanned out, raising a thin rapier, a pair of curved daggers, and a heavy iron assassin meteor hammer. "Advance," the leader bellowed. "The Shadow Lord watches our devotion." The surviving initiates grabbed discarded blades from the floor, rushing toward the masked intruder in a desperate wave. Levi raised his bow one last time, sending his final arrow high into the rafters. The iron tip struck the apex of the dome. The impact detonated the trick powder pouch secured to the shaft. A massive cloud of white dust exploded downward, filling the entire hall with a choking fog. Fits of coughing and violent sneezing rippled through the advancing line. "Quicklime. It is a quicklime attack. Hold your breath," the senior mentor yelled, covering his face. "This is not lime. It is an alchemical poison gas. Deploy your masks immediately." Levi tossed the unstrung bow aside, his right hand gripping the hilt of his greatsword. Frostmourne cleared the scabbard with a ring of steel. Internal ripple force flooded the blade. The cross-shaped golden sword light tore through the white mist. The heavy edge struck the mentor wielding the thin rapier first. A metallic clang resonated through the vault as ripples formed in the displaced air. The slender rapier shattered into dozens of iron shards, the fragmented steel driving deep into the instructor's chest and arms. He shrieked in agony, dropping to his knees. Low-level knights stood absolutely no chance against a mid-level warrior backed by optimized physical attributes. Die. The heavy horizontal slash clove through both the official knight and his chain mail, splitting the torso clean in half. Crimson spray drenched the face of the instructor standing right next to him. The mentor with the meteor hammer lunged from the front, his heavy iron weight whistling through the air, while the dagger wielder slipped through the fog to launch a strike from the rear. Across the flanks, the remaining initiates closed the distance. The fine hairs along Levis' spine stood perfectly erect. Without turning his head, he drove the greatsword backward in a straight thrust. Beginner vibrosensing mapped every air fluctuation within a 10-meter radius with absolute clarity, rendering a blind-side ambush completely useless. The heavy blade pierced the rear assassin's abdomen, exiting through his back. The man stared at the protruding steel in total disbelief as his strength failed. Too weak. You are all far too weak. Levi ripped Frostmourne free, his left palm now coated in thick black defensive vapor, as he caught the incoming iron meteor hammer midair. He twisted his torso, pulling the chain taut, and brought his greatsword down in a flashing arc. The reinforced link snapped with a sharp crack. The instructor holding the useless chain froze, his jaw dropping. The intruder's speed, strength, and defensive resilience surpassed anything he had encountered before, leaving no apparent blind spots in his guard. Levi hurled the heavy iron sphere back at its owner. The improvised missile smashed directly into the mentor's breastplate, crushing the bone beneath. The impact launched the man across the room. Levi stepped through the dust, casually cutting down two overambitious initiates who stepped into his path, before leaping forward to run his blade through the final instructor. He leaned against a stone pillar, his chest heaving slightly as his eyes scanned the remaining cultists. The survivors cowered against the walls, their weapons clattering to the floor. "Who are you?" a boy whispered, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. "Why are you doing this to us? Why?" "Please," a girl sobbed, raising her hands. "Spare me. I have never been sent on a contract. I have never killed anyone. Shadow Lord, save your servants." Some fell to their knees in prayer, while others collapsed mid-stride, their bodies turning blue as the alchemical fog paralyzed their lungs. Levi ignored the pleas, systematically ending the lives of the initiates. These youths possessed no proper military training, functioning at a level far below the disciplined militia of Blackwater Valley. Whether they had taken a life before mattered little, they would never have the opportunity now. The White Wolf delivered absolute termination, before any outside reinforcement could arrive. The one-sided harvest concluded as the lingering toxins finished the rest. Levi surveyed the silent hall, stepping over the fallen to collect the gold coins scattered among the gear. The sweep yielded over 1,000 gold pieces and a massive cache of serviceable weapons. A search of the senior mentor's tunic revealed an unexpected windfall, a leather-bound breathing technique inheritance diagram, and a sealed parchment cylinder taken from the dead raven. He unrolled the message first, scanning the ink lines. The text confirmed that the Pale Shadow remained completely ignorant of Iron Mountain's failure in the west. He turned his attention to the manual, his eyes widening as he deciphered the title. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique. It was an excellent quality bloodline breathing technique. The ruined fortress remained too dangerous for an extended study. Levi tucked the diagram securely into his leather harness, dragged the bodies into a central pile, and ignited the clothing with a torch. From this night onward, a spirit named the White Wolf will walk these lands, hunting every blade that serves the voice of the Bird of Death. He slipped through the broken gates into the winter storm, his packs heavy with plundered coin. Behind him, the crows circled the smoking masonry, crying out over the ashes of the fallen cell. Chapter 69. Extreme Forging, Craftsmanship Special Effect. This revenge against the voice of the Bird of Death was too satisfying. Levi could finally hold his head high after enduring 3 separate assassination attempts. The Shadow Organization had lost 3 official knights and mentors, alongside a massive cohort of apprentices. The total plunder of gold coins from the stronghold compounded their misery. Even for a sprawling enterprise, this hit represented a crippling loss. The brief battle gave Levi a preliminary baseline of his true strength. 3 low-level knights and a mob of apprentice assassins had been utterly helpless against his assault. An ordinary high-level knight would struggle to achieve such a flawless victory. Upon returning to Blackwater Valley, Levi secured all 1,000 stolen gold coins inside his underground shelter. He unrolled the leather-breathing technique inheritance map recovered from the raid. A fat yellow worm covered in sharp thorns crawled from the center of a vast swamp on the parchment surface. The ferocious creature looked down upon the mire, surrounded by tiny human figures locked in strange, distorted postures. This was the legendary worm monster of the deep marshes, a beast told to devour every living creature in its path whenever it surfaced. Levi counted the tiny human images scattered across the diagram, tracking a total of 36 figures. "Why are there only 36? Levi muttered to himself, running a finger along the ink lines. "This is only one more than the man-faced spider breathing technique." According to the established pattern of his training, a higher volume of figures on an inheritance map denoted a superior grade of energy. Is this truly an excellent breathing technique? or did the creator of this diagram manufacture a lie? Perhaps 36 serves as the baseline number distinguishing a shallow style from an excellent lineage. The black snake breathing technique, a proven excellent discipline, utilized 71 distinct human images. The riddle remained unsolved despite his deep contemplation. Resolving the question required a larger collection of breathing techniques to compare and verify. The standing request remained active at the Shining Tavern. A few more diagrams would surely trade into his hands soon. Forget the theory. The work comes first. Levi cast his doubts aside and initiated a study of the inheritance flow. The vortex beast breathing technique focused strictly on refining a powerful physical framework. Regular cultivation conditioned a knight's body far beyond the boundaries of ordinary men, prioritizing structural resistance, toxic immunity, and rapid self-healing. The precise physical transformations would reveal themselves only after the energy took root. The month of winter passed in the blink of an eye. The first month of the new year arrived, marking the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. A joyous, peaceful atmosphere settled over Blackwater Valley. Sir Fred's physical condition showed significant improvement. He moved around the castle grounds normally, though strenuous physical exertion remained strictly forbidden. Concurrently, the territory soldiers concluded the bulk of their baseline training. Most of the men had absorbed the basic swordsmanship doctrines taught by Sir Fred, though individual execution varied. According to the metrics of the internal proficiency panel, the progression divided into 3 distinct tiers. Level 1 represented the beginner phase, Level 2 marked the proficient tier, and Level 3 indicated the absolute maximum. Captain Sam stood alone, as the only soldier among the 50 recruits to push his training to the maximum level. The once hesitant young man had truly transformed into a resilient warrior, establishing himself as Fred's rightful successor. The remaining guardsmen hovered within the boundaries of Level 1 or Level 2. This layout represented the standard development curve for ordinary men. Because Levi possessed the unique advantage of the proficiency panel, his development advanced at several times the velocity of a normal human life. Regardless, the 50-man heavy unit had officially taken shape. The Scarlet Warhorses stood ready in the stables, clearing the path for specialized equestrian drills. The production of heavy horse armor moved forward in the smithy. Aside from his daily cycles of internal breathing cultivation, Levi dedicated his remaining hours to hammering out the protective equine plating. His forging proficiency surged day by day. The standing commercial agreement with the Wild Boar Knight dropped completely in priority. With an abundance of plundered gold in the vaults, equipping his personal garrison took absolute precedence over export trade. Secondary commerce could wait until 50 fully armed heavy cavalrymen stood ready to ride out of the valley gates. The Wind Axe attribute granted Levi extraordinary manufacturing efficiency. The apprentice blacksmiths handled the crude preparatory work, allowing Levi to focus his attention exclusively on the final, highly technical shaping of the armor pieces. Shortly after the month of vitality arrived, the final set of the 50 horse bards cleared the cooling troughs. Forging, Level 4, 19,912, transitioned into Level 5, Maximum. The special effect Fine Grade Certainty upgraded into Fine Craftsmanship. The notification materialized across his vision, confirming that the practical lifestyle skill had reached its absolute pinnacle. Level 5 is the definitive limit. I am officially a master blacksmith. Levi reviewed the updated interface. Without realizing it, he had ascended to the exact manufacturing tier occupied by the legendary master blacksmith Hagrid Eamon, the artisan remembered as the Flaming Hammer. The utility of the proficiency panel ensured that a standard life skill could be driven directly to its ultimate developmental boundary through raw repetition. The panel reflected the finalized achievements. Forging, Level 5, Maximum. Special effects, Fine Craftsmanship and Wind Axe. Fine Craftsmanship. Every item coming off your anvil represents the absolute pinnacle of the current material tier. The new mastery replaced the initial Fine Grade Certainty attribute. The twin special effects of a maximized forging craft balanced each other perfectly, with one dictating absolute quality, while the other supercharged production velocity. Levi stood up from the anvil, stretching his broad shoulders until his joints cracked. One major burden is finally off my chest. The relief is incredible. Every instance of maximizing a skill brought a profound sense of accomplishment, a milestone that mirrored the satisfaction of unlocking endgame achievements in the strategy simulations of his previous life. The period of leisure proved incredibly brief. A few days later, following continuous cycles of internal cultivation, the proficiency panel registered a new entry. The excellent bloodline discipline had officially taken root. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 1, 1 out of 1000. Another style is active. This is a welcome complication. Levi smiled, reviewing the data. Little more than a month of focus had been required to master the baseline mechanics of the bloodline breathing style, a pace that surpassed his initial integration of the Frost Wolf technique. The rapid development validated his long-standing hypothesis. As the total volume of mastered breathing techniques expanded, his internal familiarity with energy channels allowed his body to integrate new styles with ever-increasing velocity. Training a vast assortment of disciplines had transformed internal cultivation into an instinctual process. Chapter 70. Stacked Armors and Dragon Armor. Leveraging his master forging skills, Levi rapidly combined the scales of the earthly dragon beast with his custom mithril alloyed iron rings to construct a personal suit of armor. The finished piece radiated a wild, untamed aura, presenting an exceptionally rugged appearance. He dyed the material a deep black, leaving the faint, natural patterns of the scales barely visible beneath the dark surface. When he slipped it over his shoulders, the armor proved remarkably light, retaining a fluid flexibility entirely absent in standard steel plate. The raw defensive power fell slightly short of heavy plate armor. However, unlike rigid steel, this specialized skin of earthly dragon beast scales possessed a natural elasticity that significantly dampened the concussive force of blunt weapons. Let us call it the dragon armor. Levi chose the domineering title while inspecting the fit. I will layer a fine iron chain mail shirt at the absolute base, then don the dragon armor over it. On the outside, I will add a thick coat of leather armor sewn directly from the remaining hide of the earthly dragon beast. Combined with my black gas defense, this creates 4 distinct layers of protection. In the martial world, stacked armor is the ultimate defense. Fully arrayed in his protective gear, Levi swept Frostmourne through the air, experiencing a surge of absolute confidence, as if the world lay beneath his feet. He also hammered out a duplicate set for Fred. The old knight received the unexpected gift with overwhelming emotion, tears tracking down his weathered face. Fred had recovered a fraction of his baseline physical strength. Although regaining the elite peak of a mid-level knight remained unlikely, he still commanded the formidable power of a baseline warrior. The internal life seed remained active, resting upon a solid foundation. Had Fred worn a multi-layered suit of this caliber during his previous duel, Iron Mountain could never have inflicted such critical injuries. Terrible equipment had extracted a brutal price. The remaining scales will be preserved for the 3 Bear brothers, Levi noted, looking toward the enclosure. I will wait for them to reach their full growth before forging custom armor for each of them. The successful production put Levi in an excellent mood. Beyond the personal armor, his artisan research allowed him to successfully construct a functional duplicate of the armor-breaking crossbow he had recovered from the stronghold. The primary challenge of the project resided not in the tension mechanism of the bow, but in the composition of the projectile. Arrowheads forged from common iron completely failed to deliver the necessary armor-piercing velocity. His advanced understanding of craftsmanship revealed that achieving a reliable armor-penetrating effect required the introduction of an incredibly rare material during the smelting process. Luminant gold. The rare metal commanded a value far exceeding precious mithril. On the open market, half a kilogram of mithril commanded roughly 100 gold coins, while the same weight of luminant gold demanded 200. Most importantly, both resources were strictly restricted, rarely circulating through standard commercial channels. Levi had already spent a massive fortune securing the specific quantity of mithril required to forge Frostmourne version 2.0. Confronted by the supply shortage, Levi abandoned his plans to mass-produce the armor-breaking crossbows for his entire garrison, though he refused to drop the project entirely. Even when paired with standard iron arrowheads, the specialized mechanical tension of the crossbow delivered formidable kinetic force. Furthermore, he retained 3 authentic luminant gold arrowheads recovered directly from the corpse of the earthly dragon beast, providing a potent trump card for emergencies. By the time the anvil grew cold, the month of Germinal had arrived. 3 months had passed since he dismantled the stronghold of the voice of the bird of death inside Icewind City. The leadership of the Shadow Organization undoubtedly recognized the destruction of their regional cell, yet they remained frozen, unsure of how to proceed against the anonymous threat. Deep within the subterranean shelter, Levi halted his performance of the vortex movements and stood up. His vortex beast breathing technique had recently advanced to level 2. The progression slightly enhanced his physical frame, yet the initial transformation encountered a clear bottleneck. For his current level of physical development, the baseline benefits of the second tier proved negligible. Achieving a distinct, measurable transformation required reaching at least the 4th level of mastery. He reviewed the internal data. Vortex beast breathing technique, level 2, 1000 out of 5000. Cultivating a high-grade style without the corresponding secret medicine is incredibly slow, Levi muttered, rolling his shoulders. The Vortex Beast lineage demanded a far more exhausting level of focus than any of his previous styles. The primary obstacle was the complete absence of the Turbolarian secret medicine required to fuel the internal energy. The recipe called for exotic ingredients entirely foreign to him, specifically the elusive Turbolarian egg. He had dispatched agents to question the managers of the Jade Chamber of Commerce in Icewind City and consulted prominent regional zoologists, yet no one recognized the organism. Consequently, Levi had been forced to rely strictly on raw personal focus to advance the style. The yield proved disappointing, requiring 2 full months of daily repetition just to clear level 2. Such velocity would represent a miraculous pace for an ordinary knight, but it failed to meet Levi's standards. Furthermore, forcing the progression drained precious hours away from his secondary disciplines. If this baseline pace continued, maximizing the excellent grade style would consume years of effort. I must make a trip into Icewind City. First, I need to scout for any reactionary movements from the Bird of Death. Second, I must check the status of my standing breathing technique bounty at the tavern. Finally, I need to unearth a fresh lead on the Turbolarian egg. Cultivating without the secret medicine wastes far too much time, making it impossible to drive this excellent style to its absolute limit. Throwing away precious months like this is unacceptable. During the past 3 months of isolation, Levi had maintained steady maintenance cycles across his secondary styles. His primary focus had remained locked on the Black Snake and Vortex Beast disciplines, causing the development of the man-faced spider and siren techniques to slow down. Even so, he calculated that the siren style would reach level 5 within the next 2 to 3 months, with the man-faced spider technique following closely behind. A massive surge in his overall combat capacity was rapidly approaching. After delivering detailed defense instructions to Fred, Levi adjusted his white wolf mask and departed for Icewind City. He headed directly for the Shining Tavern to determine if any wandering sellers had responded to his public commission. The tavern clerk confirmed that a prospect had surfaced, bringing an immediate surge of satisfaction to the young lord. He paid the staff to arrange an immediate meeting with the vendor. Levi secured a private booth in the rear, sipping a mug of ale while waiting for the contact to arrive. The delay provided a perfect opportunity to monitor the room. Backed by beginner vibrosensing, his auditory perception operated at an extraordinary level, picking up faint whispers from the neighboring enclosed lounges. The collective gossip revealed that the Evernight Kingdom had suffered a catastrophic winter. Nearly 10,000 northern citizens had lost their ancestral homes to the unrelenting frost and the sudden ravages of the snow demon disaster. The displaced population had transformed into a massive wave of refugees moving desperately south, with the vast majority dying along the mountain passes. Famine, virulent disease, bandit raids, and predatory beasts systematically thinned the ranks. Only a fortunate minority successfully breached the northern border garrisons of the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. For these survivors, the most common fate involved capture by regional slave rings, who processed them for the southern markets. A portion of the laborers Levi had recently purchased originated from those exact northern columns. Their physical frames were noticeably shorter and more heavily muscled than the local peasants, presenting an excellent capacity for heavy labor that made them perfect recruits for the forge workshops. To these displaced people, basic survival represented the ultimate dream. According to veterans among the wandering knights, who had been contracted by northern high nobles to combat the incursions, the entities known as snow demons were a legion of indestructible, relentless and dead entirely immune to fear. The monsters moved wrapped in thick layers of natural frost, their hollow eye sockets burning with a pale blue phantom fire. Undead, Levi thought, his eyes narrowing behind the iron mask. He pondered the nature of the northern blight, deeply curious about the true origin of these snow demons. Chapter 71. Spirit Exorcism Manual. A plump traveler, with a protruding belly approached the corner booth soon after the notice circulated. He bore no martial bearing and lacked the calloused hands of a trained warrior. "Are you the gentleman known as Sir White Wolf Geralt?" Levi shifted his weight, his voice muffled by the iron visor. "I am. Do you possess a breathing style for sale?" The heavy merchant nodded cautiously, casting a nervous glance toward the rowdy tavern floor. "I do. My lineage holds a unique manual. I wonder what kind of offer your excellency might put forward. The value rests entirely upon the quality of the record. Let me inspect the text." The plump merchant hesitated, reached deep into his heavy woolen coat, and extracted an ancient, leather-bound volume. Dust drifted from the cover alongside old grease stains. He angled the pages quickly, offering a momentary glimpse before snatching the document back against his chest. The brief exposure sufficed. The text carried 19 tiny human figures sketched around a central emblem resembling a wild ox. The design pointed toward a baseline, strength-oriented discipline. It was a shallow foundation style, offering little more utility than the rudimentary giant bear method already stored in the valley vaults. Disappointment settled over Levi. Even pushed to its absolute limitation, a style this basic would offer no significant expansion to his internal energy pool. Yet, operating on the principle that any fuel served the internal seed, he maintained his position. The merchant noticed the quiet posture and grew anxious, interpreting the silence as a rejection. "Your Excellency must understand this text belongs exclusively to the minus line. It holds genuine historical value. A dedicated collector of ancestral styles should recognize its worth. 20 gold pieces." The offer fell flat. "Too low," the merchant whispered. The man trembled, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura radiating from the masked figure across the table. He possessed no personal martial training, and had never attempted to activate the family text himself. His sole ambition centered on liquidating the inheritance to fund a lavish spell at the local brothels, where the newly arrived girls caught his fancy. Levi rose from the bench, turning toward the exit. The shallow discipline held no true hold over him. "Wait," the merchant hissed, raising a hand. 20 gold pieces is acceptable." The exchange concluded quickly. Levi claimed the manual and examined the charcoal illustrations with a critical eye. It was exactly as he suspected, a rudimentary bull technique. The diagrams depicted primitive tribesmen offering worship to a horned beast the size of a manor house, treating the animal as a tribal totem. Breathing techniques grow increasingly scarce in the borderlands. Perhaps I should compile a list of the established patrician houses within Icewind City. Locating the private libraries of the high gentry might yield a greater harvest if I simply seize them by force. He dismissed the reckless thought. Initiating unprovoked conflicts violated his baseline principles. If an adversary chose to strike first, retaliation would be absolute, but he would not invite chaos without cause. To expand his options, Levi left a secondary, high-value bounty with the tavern keeper, offering a premium for any verified information regarding Turbolarian eggs. The timing synchronized perfectly with the monthly shining auction, prompting him to slip into the main hall to monitor the bidding. The event featured several premium commodities. A silver scale breastplate hammered out by the legendary master smith Hagrid Eamon drew a closing bid of 500 gold coins. The auctioneer claimed the defensive plating incorporated a full kilogram of refined mithril. I hold the same master rank at the anvil. My work lacks a grand reputation in the market, restricting my capacity to generate wealth through trade. A proper marketing strategy is required to elevate my brand. During the next arms delivery to the Wild Boar Knight, the baseline price must be adjusted upward. If the man refuses the new terms, the contract terminates immediately. His utility to the valley has run its course. It may be time to dismantle the Wild Boar gang entirely, recover old Toby, and settle that multi-year grudge. The auction progressed to the literary lots, introducing a non-bloodline discipline labeled the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. The strength-based method triggered a fierce bidding war, eventually selling for a staggering 800 gold coins. Even a shallow variation of a non-bloodline style commanded an extraordinary premium. Patrician families possessing ancestral bloodlines routinely competed for these generic texts, using them to train loyal guards and expand their personal retinues without risking their hereditary secrets. For wealthy noble houses lacking any martial legacy, such manuals represented an entry point into the military caste. Levi watched the frantic bidding without raising his hand. Expending nearly 1,000 gold pieces on a minor strength variation failed his cost-benefit analysis. The siren style sufficed for his garrison, providing his men with a lifetime of reliable martial development. A masked nobleman claimed the lot, paid the clerks in haste, and departed through the rear alcove to avoid scrutiny. His hurried exit failed to deter the predators in the room. Several armed figures quietly detached themselves from the crowd, slipping out the doors into the shadows. The auction held nothing else of value. Levi left his seat and followed the trailing parties into the night air. The objective of the stalkers required no explanation. If those highwaymen manage to secure the manual, I will simply reacquire it from their corpses. If they fail, the matter ends. My conscience remains entirely clear. His moral framework remained highly flexible. The masked noble mounted a swift courser and accelerated out of the city gates, his pursuers keeping pace along the parallel tracks. Wealth without power invited destruction. Had the man purchased a standard bloodline text requiring a specific genetic trigger, the risk would be minimal. A non-bloodline manual, however, could be utilized by anyone. Levi tracked the groups from a comfortable distance, his boots making no sound in the packed snow. The strongest among the hunters hovered at the tier of a low-level knight, while the rest possessed no internal energy at all. They presented no true threat to his position. The noble stopped at a wayside coaching inn a few miles down the northern road, using the presence of the Earl of Silver Mountain's highway patrols and the proximity of the local parish to discourage an immediate assault. He secured a chamber on the upper floor, hunkering down for several days. The delay exhausted the patience of the lesser bandits, causing the unorganized factions to abandon the watch. A small corps of determined hunters remained, circling the perimeter of the timber structure. From his window on the second floor, the noble adjusted his visor, his expression grim as he monitored the tree line. The situation deteriorates. The wolves are growing restless. My mid-level night training may not suffice against a coordinated ambush, especially with the individual in the white wolf mask lingering at the edge of the woods. That man carries the aura of a peak-level warrior. This assignment came directly from the Duke of Montenegro. Failure will carry severe consequences. In a separate rental down the lane, Levi spent the evening hours cross-legged on a straw pallet, pushing his internal energy through the black snake channels. The feedback materialized across his consciousness. Black snake breathing technique proficiency increased by 89 points. The progression is accelerating. The high-level night threshold should clear before the winter months return. Unfortunately, the current batch of Black Snake secret medicine is nearing depletion. Sourcing the next yield may require an expedition into the Tuva Empire. The relationship between the Emerald Kingdom and the Eastern Empire remained hostile. The language barrier presented an additional complication. The internal proficiency panel offers a potential solution. Acquiring a collection of Eastern lexicons might allow the system to track and develop my linguistic fluency through raw repetition. As he transitioned his posture to initiate the vortex beast patterns, a sudden resonance in the air caused his eyelids to twitch. Beginner vibrosensing registered a sharp disruption in the courtyard below. Levi slid a piece of cured venison into his mouth, secured the white wolf mask over his features, and vaulted through the open shutter like a nimble forest cat. Out on the open road, the middle-aged noble spurred his mount into a gallop, flanked by a single wandering knight he had hired from the tavern floor to bolster his security. Two official knights represented a formidable defense, provided the masked warrior in the woods stayed out of the fray. A cold arrow hissed through the moonlight, shaving past the noble's shoulder plating. "Halt your mount and surrender the parchment," a voice shouted from the brush. "Do that, and you ride away alive." Four mounted bandits charged from the tree line, weapons raised. Steel clashed against steel as the melee joined. Levi observed the skirmish from a thick copse of firs. Supported by his mercenary guard, the noble utilized his mid-level night training to parry the initial thrusts, briefly gaining the upper hand against the disorganized attackers. The advantage proved short-lived. A secondary combatant, wearing a hollow ghost mask, breached the perimeter, his heavy blade forcing the noble onto the defensive. Sensing his imminent defeat, the noble parried a low stroke and backed his horse toward a stone marker. "Stand down," he bellowed. "I operate as a direct retainer for the Duke of Montenegro, executing a sovereign mandate. Think carefully on the retribution that follows an attack on my person." The ghost-masked leader laughed, shifting his grip. "If your corpse rots in a ditch, who reports the location to the Duke?" The wandering knights showed no fear of a distant lord. The argument ended as a heavy iron bolt tore through the mountain air. A sharp thrum resonated from the shadows. The noble stared down in confusion, at the iron broadhead protruding from the center of his breastplate. His breath failed as he turned his eyes toward the ridge. The white wolf mask emerged from the brush, bow raised. Levi stepped into the clearing as the noble slipped from his saddle into the snow. The remaining bandits lunged toward the fallen rider, hands outstretched to grasp the satchel. Levi loosed 3 more shafts in rapid succession. The heavy bowstring snapped. Under the influence of maxed archery precision, the unarmored mercenaries dropped where they stood. Only the fully armored official knights retained the capacity to deflect the incoming steel. The weaker scavengers died within seconds of touching the body. "Who are you?" the ghost-masked knight roared, abandoning the luggage to charge across the frozen turf. Levi dropped the bow and drew Frostmourne. The frost wolf seed detonated within his core, flooding his thighs with explosive velocity. He surged forward, his greatsword carving an arc through the moonlight. Ripple Fuerza activated. The heavy blade clove through the air, shattering the opponent's defensive parry. The momentum continued downward, biting through the links of the ghost knight's chain mail, and splitting his torso clean through. The clearing fell silent. The entire engagement had concluded in less than a minute. Levi approached the dying noble, his boots crunching on the frozen crust. "Are you truly a servant of Montenegro?" The man coughed, crimson foam bubbling at his lips. "You have signed your death warrant." The duke does not forget a slight against his household. Frostmourne descended in a clean thrust, piercing the skull to end the dialogue. Levi cleaned the edge against the grass and began his sweep of the garments. The search yielded the giant rhinoceros breathing technique manual, along with a purse containing 300 gold coins. Beneath the gold lay a secondary item, an ancient, yellowed parchment that bore no resemblance to a traditional breathing diagram. The surface carried detailed illustrations of intricate hand gestures and geometric seals. Levi scanned the heading, his pulse hammering against his ribs as he read the translation. Spirit Exorcism Manual. Chapter 72. Return of the Dark Wave. The blood-soaked clearing was no place to linger. Levi moved with practiced efficiency, stripping the dead. On the second highwayman, the one who wore the hollow ghost mask, his fingers found a meager purse. 10 gold coins. The man carried himself like an official knight of the road, yet his pockets were practically barren, truly embarrassing for a mid-level warrior. In total, the knight yielded 400 gold coins. The old proverb held true: a horse cannot grow fat without midnight grass, and a man cannot achieve wealth without windfall gains. The slow, grueling labor of the anvil and the plow withered in comparison to the swift rewards of the highway. Still, a man could not allow himself to go overboard. Excessive robbery invited absolute ruin. Sooner or later, the frequent predator became the prey. Levi refused to let good steel go to waste. He gathered the weapons and armor pieces, binding them into a heavy bundle with hemp rope before hauling the load onto his broad shoulders. "I never intended to strike a retainer of Montenegro," Levi muttered into the quiet air, "but you gave me no choice." He mounted the fallen noble's stallion, leading his own beast by the reins as he navigated the snowy tracks toward the local safe house of the Bird of Death. He slipped through the broken perimeter only to find the stone halls completely hollow. The cell was abandoned. A gloomy, damp chill hung in the vacant chambers. What is their next move? Levi wondered, his eyes scanning the darkness. Will the organization dispatch a grand knight to hunt the assassin of their mentors? Will they unleash one of the legendary 5 shadows to claim my head? The answers remained hidden in the dark. He turned his mount away from the ruins, bypassing the main thoroughfares to slip far away from Icewind City. The evening harvest exceeded every expectation. He had entered the city hoping merely to secure a baseline strength manual, only to stumble into a profound secret. Compared to the prize resting against his ribs, the giant rhinoceros technique, and the rudimentary bull manual, were nothing more than scrap paper. Upon entering the safety of Blackwater Valley, Levi delivered the plundered arms directly to the forge masters. He retreated to his subterranean shelter, lit a tallow candle, and opened the ancient spirit exorcism manual. The faded ink on the brittle parchment formed neat, archaic characters. While the common folk live beneath the holy light of the Heavenly Father, and claim the blessings of God, our lineage walks the shadows. We wage a silent war against the terrifying anomalies that ordinary men dismiss as mere campfire fables. Our battle has never ceased. Since the first year of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the ancient, distant phenomenon known as the Dark Wave has steadily returned to our world. Unfortunately, only the 4 great families comprehend the true scope of this blight. Our ancestors approached the high councils of the church, begging the cardinals to reveal the truth to the populace. They pleaded with the clergy to permit the old factions to return, to bolster our numbers against the approaching tide. The church responded with absolute malice, branding our forebears as descendants of the fallen wizards, madmen fabricating panic to undermine the faith. Denied a voice, we were forced to live and die in the dark. Yet, the rising dark wave will eventually crest and sweep across the length of this continent. The multidimensional planes are drifting closer, destined to overlap with our reality. The horrific entities from foreign spheres, creatures that strike terror into the hearts of priests and distant gods alike, are poised to make their comeback. The people have a right to the truth. The church cannot maintain the illusion forever. When the masses finally witness the waking nightmares, the clergy will weep for their arrogance. Salvation will not descend from the astral deities, nor will it come from a corrupt church that trades in vanity and political leverage. True defense rests with the exiles, the vanguard forced to retreat into the realm of the unbelievers before the dawn of the Holy Brilliance era. The Wizards. I, Mon Winchester, stand as the final spirit exorcist of the Winchester line. Alongside my companion, Dean Constantine, the last true protector of the Constantine blood, I became trapped in this forgotten vault. We combined our strength to neutralize an anomaly that breached our world during a surge in the Mana tide, but the cost was absolute. My companion has passed into the earth, and my own pulse grows faint. Before we departed for this campaign, our children were still in their infancy. I have integrated my old friend's final wishes into this text. Within these pages, I pass down a lifetime of cultivation, the absolute comprehension of the 4 great seals. These comprise the seal of flame, and the seal of hell from the Constantine lineage, alongside the seal of protection, and the seal of dragon might from the Winchester line. If fortune guides your hand to this book, I implore you to seek out anyone bearing the name of Winchester, or Constantine. Deliver this text to them, and you will receive wealth beyond your wild dreams. Otherwise, these characters will remain entirely useless to you, a collection of dead words. Remember our sacrifice. Written by Mon Winchester, year 864 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of warmth. Levi read every sentence with deliberate care, absorbing the dense blocks of text. The historical implications of the diary were staggering. This text did not contain the traditional wizarding path he had envisioned. It held no complex spell models or meditation guides. Instead, it recorded the inheritance of specialized bloodline descendants. The 4 seals functioned as instinctual triggers, activated through ancestral blood and specific material catalysts, rather than complex incantations. They were a diminished form of magic, falling short of a true apprentice cantrip. According to Mon, if a practitioner pushed these seals to their absolute limitation, their destructive yield would surpass a basic cantrip, and match the power of an official spell. Furthermore, the document confirmed that the mystical phenomenon, called the Dark Wave, had initiated its revival a millennium ago. The resurrection moved at a glacial pace. Entities like the local evil spirits were merely minor aberrations, spontaneous mutations born from the leaking energy of the approaching tide. They represented the absolute lowest tier of the coming storm. The true terror belonged to the ancient entities crossing directly through the planar rifts. Many possessed the capacity to challenge the astral entities worshipped by the priests. True gods likely existed, but they remained isolated within the astral world, a chaotic dimension formed by the projection of pure spiritual resonance. The entities existed for eternity within that framework, yet the laws of reality prevented them from descending bodily into the physical realm. They relied exclusively on spiritual conduits established by mortal zealots, utilizing the church to channel small fragments of divine influence into the world. The human vessels capable of enduring that raw energy were known as saints. Finally, the wizards were a historical reality, departing from the mortal records long before the rise of the current kingdoms. They had crossed into the realm of the unbelievers, a subspace completely insulated from the sight and reach of the astral gods. This territory existed as an independent dimension, a hidden sanctuary existing parallel to the material world. It could be right beside a man, entirely invisible to the uninitiated. The gateway might be an anonymous city alley, a vacant timber cabin in the deep woods, an ancient wardrobe, a flooded cavern, a polished mirror, or the pages of an old fairytale. Common, everyday items functioned as the physical anchors for the planar rifts. Crossing the threshold required the presence of an official wizard to serve as a guide. The 4 great exorcist lineages, the Winchesters, the Constantines, the Van Helsings, and the Duncans, were the direct descendants of those ancient magic users. Their original mandate involved purging the mortal realm of minor planar incursions like evil spirits, while quietly identifying commoners who possessed the necessary spiritual traits to become apprentices, passing them through the gateways to the official guides. Unfortunately, the monster-hunting Duncan family and the vampire-slaying Van Helsing line vanished 5 centuries ago, leaving no trace in the historical record. As for the Winchesters and the Constantines, the world had heard nothing from them since the deaths of Mon and Dean. The path forward was finally clearing. Attempting a direct search for enigmatic magic users like the witch Gullwig or the elusive Mistress Roland was a fool's errand. They left no trails. The descendants of the 4 great families presented a far more realistic target. The last known masters of the Winchester and Constantine lines had perished a little over a century ago. The probability of their bloodlines surviving somewhere in the kingdoms remained high. With a definitive goal in mind, Levi focused his attention on the technical sections of the manual, analyzing the cultivation mechanics required to manifest the 4 seals. The internal proficiency panel consistently bypassed the generic bloodline restrictions of the knightly castes, allowing him to master exclusive styles like the Black Snake. Cultivating these mystical seals should follow the exact same logic. Chapter 73. For Great Seals. Until now, Levi had practiced numerous bloodline breathing techniques without experiencing any negative side effects. If any signs of internal conflict ever appeared, cultivation would cease immediately. Everything remained perfectly normal, a stability that was undoubtedly the hidden function of the proficiency panel. He planned to master every seal within the book before tracking down the descendants of the Winchester or Constantine families to return the physical text. Of the 4 great seals, the Constantine family held the lineage for the Seal of Flames and the Seal of Hell. The Seal of Flame unleashed a scorching torrent of fire directly from the palm of the hand. The intensity of this thermal stream relied upon two distinct factors. First was the density of the caster ancestral lineage. A thicker bloodline yielded far more destructive flames. Unfortunately, the Constantine bloodline had thinned systematically over the generations, causing the inherent power of their fire to diminish with each passing age. The family had attempted to combat this decay through close relative marriages, and strategy that ultimately produced a tragic succession of deformed children, until the clan finally accepted the unalterable reality of their decline. The second factor governing the strength of the fire was the depth of personal cultivation. Higher levels of mastery allowed a practitioner to mobilize a greater volume of ether power through the hand gesture, amplifying the resulting blaze. In essence, the seal functioned as a diluted, weaker version of a true spell. The Seal of Flames operated as a low-level variant of the first ring spell known as Burning Palm. Meanwhile, the Seal of Hell existed as a diminished version of the first ring spell, Undead Summoning. While the official spell could summon formidable undead entities from entirely different dimensions, the basic seal merely reanimated existing corpses. These summoned creatures were commonly referred to as the living dead. Their combat effectiveness depended entirely upon the physical strength the corpse possessed while alive, though the reanimated shell always operated at a lower capacity than the living being. Regardless, they served as flawless cannon fodder. The Winchester family held the Seal of Protection, which was a weaker variation of the first ring spell, Shield. Activating the seal generated a translucent protective force field around the body, offering robust resistance against physical trauma, while successfully deflecting the spectral touch of entities like evil spirits. The final technique, the Seal of Dragon Might, served as the primary offensive asset of the Winchester line. This particular matrix required the catalyst of dragon blood to function. The lineage allowed for pure-blooded dragons, sub-dragons, or mixed blood variations, with purer strains naturally delivering superior potency. Interestingly, the Winchesters traditionally utilized the blood of earthly dragon beasts, creatures not officially classified as mixed blood dragons. The fact that the seal still accepted this catalyst was remarkable. Based on this historical compatibility, the Winchester scholars concluded that the earthly dragon beasts were likely the distant descendants of ancient crossbreeding between mixed blood dragons and common mortal creatures from eras long forgotten. Earthly dragon beast blood carried no extraordinary market premium, and its natural yield far exceeded rare resources like ambergris. Levi possessed an abundant supply in his vaults. The Seal of Dragon Might delivered a potent spiritual assault, shocking the conscious mind of an enemy, and even inflicting direct, disruptive damage upon the ethereal bodies of imaginary anomalies like evil spirits. It functioned as the absolute trump card of the Winchester household, earning their lineage the reputation of the spirit exorcist family. Among the four great organizations, each house maintained a specialized focus, dividing their duties between evil spirits, monsters, and vampires. The Constantine family remained the exception, operating with a versatile toolkit that allowed them to engage any threat across the spectrum. Flame streams, hell, protection, and dragon might. Levi stared down at the ancient pages, pondering his choices. Which path should be unlocked first? The internal debate ended quickly. He would master them all simultaneously, then prioritize whichever style relied upon casting materials that were easier to harvest from the surrounding lands. Levi immediately began reproducing the intricate hand gestures, memorizing the specific cultivation pathways detailed in the text. It was a shame the spirit exorcism manual lacked a dedicated meditation technique. Had a basic mental exercise been included, he could have initiated primary meditation to lay the groundwork for becoming a true wizard. Though he had not yet breached the boundary of magic, the collective data and the descriptions within the text revealed that wizard cultivation rested upon three fundamental pillars. First was meditation, which systematically expanded a wizard's spiritual power. Second was ether power, the fundamental energetic fuel required to cast spells. Casting materials served as the material medium to anchor the magic, though certain baseline seals could bypass physical components entirely. The third pillar was the spell model, the architectural foundation for mastering advanced arcana. The mental model functioned much like a central processing unit, transforming raw ether power into structured, predictable spells. Still, the acquisition of the basic seals brought immense satisfaction. Levi dedicated his entire focus to replicating the hand gestures of the four great matrices. The initial movements felt incredibly awkward, but repetition bred familiarity, and the core mechanics gradually clicked into place. The complex doctrines governing the execution of the four seals imprinted themselves into his memory over the passing hours. Cultivation continued without a single pause for food or rest. A sharp, demanding pang of hunger eventually broke his concentration, forcing him to realize that an entire day had slipped away during his trance. He summoned the proficiency panel, searching the rows of skills, yet not a single seal had materialized on the interface. Mental familiarity is insufficient, Levi realized, rubbing his tired eyes. The proficiency panel requires a catalyst. To register the skill, I must utilize the correct casting materials and execute a completely successful casting. Simple hand gestures will never trigger the system record. He stood up, stretching his tense muscles until his joints popped, and drafted orders for his subordinates to collect the necessary components. Among the material requirements for the four techniques, the contents for the Seal of Flames appeared the most accessible within the current territory. The recipe demanded sulfur powder, charcoal dust rendered specifically from black dragon wood, and bone ash harvested from a century-old tomb. This is essentially an otherworldly variation of magical gunpowder, Levi thought, a faint smile touching his lips. Traditional gunpowder technology remained undiscovered on this continent, likely because common saltpeter had never been isolated or refined by local alchemists. He had jokingly embarrassed the collective legacy of historical transmigrators by failing to introduce explosives to the realm, yet here magic demanded a similar mixture. As for the seal of dragon might, the matrix required earthly dragon beast blood paired with a substance known as evil spirit dust, the residue left behind when an ethereal anomaly dissolved upon destruction. The problem was absolute. Levi had never encountered a true evil spirit outside of the specific entity known as the Naiad. Whether his current martial strength could even defeat a standard apparition remained an open question, making the acquisition of the dust highly improbable for the time being. If a man possesses the physical capacity to slay an evil spirit with his bare hands, the defensive utility of the dragon might seal becomes somewhat redundant. Levi shook his head at the paradox. The requirements for the seal of hell presented an even greater challenge, demanding the core of the undead, a manifestation unique to reanimated monsters. True undead creatures were entirely absent from local folklore, though a potential lead existed. The recent rumors from the far north indicated that the snow demons ravaging the Evernight Kingdom perfectly matched the description of the unliving. According to the wandering knights, who had survived the northern campaigns, those frozen monsters were almost certainly classic undead. Finally, the seal of protection, the specific technique Levi desired most due to his commitment to the stacked armor doctrine, required pyroxene. The mineral belonged to the same exotic category as mithril and luminant gold, originating exclusively from meteoric iron deposits that fell from the void. Pyroxene commanded a scarcity that far surpassed standard star metal, leaving Levi without a single lead on where to source it. Shorn of immediate materials for the advanced matrices, Levi temporarily set the rare seals aside and returned his attention to his daily breathing technique cycles. A few days later, a guardsman knocked on the chamber door, delivering a tray of sorted flasks. The components for the Seal of Flames were finally prepared. Levi cleared the central table, ready to attempt his very first casting. Chapter 74. Orange Red Flame, Tier 5 Sea Demon. Levi followed the recipe in the manual and completed the matching of the casting materials. He slipped on the special iron gloves he had forged, scooped a small handful of the mixture, and nestled it in his palm. His fingers twisted through the hand seals, locking the final position. He softly chanted the corresponding incantation and struck out with his palm. The casting materials scattered all over the ground with a soft hiss. Not a single spark appeared, let alone a stream of flames. Perhaps gloves are forbidden. But what if the fire burns my skin? Levi hesitated, unsure if the seal would harm the caster. I will try wrapping my palm with black gas instead. Black snake energy flooded his palm, swirling in a thick shroud. As a mid-level knight, his control over this dark force surpassed his previous limits, making it simple to catch a bare blade without injury. Levi formed the hand seal once more and repeated the incantation. A sharp hiss sliced through the quiet room, mimicking the ignition of a powder fuse. A strange power from heaven and earth poured into his head, raced down his arm, and surged through his palm. The casting materials caught instantly, spurting outward. A foot-long stream of flame shot from his open hand, emitting a brilliant red glare like an electric welding torch. The intense temperature caused no pain, proving that his skin required no protective black gas to withstand the heat. The flame flickered out as quickly as it had arrived, leaving a hint of warmth hanging in the air. Success. From today onward, I can be considered half a wizard. The proficiency panel rippled open in his mind, revealing a new entry under his list of skills. Seal of Flame, Level 1, 1 out of 1000. Levi laughed loudly into the empty room. The proficiency panel truly ignored the bloodline restrictions of the wizarding caste, allowing him to cultivate their exclusive magic. Next comes the grinding process. The casting materials required for the Seal of Flames are inexpensive. I will set a small goal to cultivate this seal to level 3 by the end of the year. Levi thrust his palm forward, unleashing a fresh stream of flames that swept across the stone floor, charring it black. The destructive power was undeniable, but the attack range was far too short, and the duration too brief. Unless he engaged in close combat, catching an enemy in the blast would prove difficult. According to the manual, the Seal of Flame produced 5 distinct tiers of fire, climbing from low to high temperatures. The progression moved from orange-red flames to yellow-white, azure-blue, purple, and finally colorless flames, which represented the absolute highest realm. Rumor held that if a practitioner mastered colorless flames, the power of the Seal of Flame would match a first-ring spell called Burning Palm cast by an official wizard. Levi practiced the technique repeatedly, untroubled by the cost since the components were easy to source. His men had been quietly plundering ancient tombs for weeks to secure bone ash older than 100 years. As for the casting materials for the remaining 3 seals, Levi had posted anonymous commissions in the Shining Tavern under various disguises. The probability of a successful harvest remained low, but fortune might favor him. Deep within Blackwater Valley, cavalry training proceeded at full speed. The riders organized their maneuvers inside a secluded basin that Levi had selected to avoid external scrutiny. Nestled deep within the hinterland of the Montenegro mountain range, the valley remained virtually untouched by human scouts. The forge workshops also flourished, hammering out weapons to supply the growing force. Feeding so many mounted soldiers demanded a heavy daily expenditure, but soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be employed in a single moment of crisis. The expense was unavoidable. Regarding regional diplomacy, his neighbors in the Silver Moon territory, led by the Silver Fox Baron, were expanding their domestic infrastructure. The Baron had aligned himself closely with the church, officially transforming his household into a vassal force. Abraham's new church stood complete, backed by an immense supply of labor, materials, and gold. The magnificent structure rose high above the soil. On the day of the official opening, Levi dispatched a messenger bearing a congratulatory gift. The gesture delighted Abraham, who immediately bestowed a holy light blessing upon the valley representative. Levi sneered when the report reached him. His current strength was insufficient to openly challenge the grand church, but slipping into the shadows to eliminate Abraham and his night glimmer without a trace would be simple. He refrained from striking, choosing instead to project absolute goodwill toward the clergy. Aside from rejecting their requests to purchase his ancestral land, he accommodated their every whim. He even donated 100 gold coins to the parish treasury under his own name. When the construction crews required additional hands, he permitted the serfs from his estate to assist with the masonry free of charge. These actions convinced Abraham that the young lord was highly compliant, fostering the belief that Blackwater Valley would inevitably fall under church control. The priest desired the territory because he had accidentally acquired a treasure map indicating a massive hoard hidden within the valley borders. Historical records confirmed that Blackwater Valley was the former fief of the Mellon family, leading Abraham to conclude the wealth belonged to that extinct line. The Mellon name held a deep significance for the church hierarchy. Intuiting that the valley concealed profound secrets alongside the gold, Abraham knew he needed complete lordship over the region to mobilize the massive workforce required to excavate the ruins. The priest remained patient. In his eyes, Levi's sycophancy indicated that the young noble was struggling financially, hoping to curry favor so the church would offer a premium price for his estate. To advance his schemes, Abraham petitioned the regional branch in Icewind City to award Levi a chapter of divine brilliance, an iron medallion designed to exorcise evil spirits. The clergy advertised the badge as a superior second-generation variant of the old badge of holy light, possessing enhanced potency against spectral threats. Abraham insisted that while the token was forged from common iron, its spiritual value surpassed gold, serving as official validation of the Lord's loyalty to the faith. Levi feigned profound gratitude upon receiving the medallion, immediately paying his provincial taxes for the year. Abraham accepted the heavy purse of gold, his smile broadening at the weight. The memory of the wretched priest calling him a brother brought a strange, dark smile to Levi's lips. The church branch would eventually transform into his personal money tree, so he would allow the old dog to enjoy his vanity for a little while longer. During the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, within the month of flowers, Levi opened his eyes inside the subterranean shelter. Upon the surface of his heart, the black snake species raised its head arrogantly, adopting the posture of a monarch. The frost wolf seed, the giant bear seed, the siren seed, and the man-faced spider seed all lay prostrate beneath its shadow. Among the subordinate forces, the siren seed glowed far brighter than before, its internal structure expanded. The siren breathing technique had officially reached the 5th level. Chapter 75. Breathing Technique Fusion. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 5, Maximum. Special Effect, Intermediate Speed, Bone Shrinking Transformation. The 5th level marked the absolute limit of the siren breathing technique. Levi stood in the center of his subterranean chamber, tracing the cold path of the dark energy as the siren seed flooded his limbs with raw power. He threw a rapid succession of punches, his fists blurring into phantoms that whipped the stagnant air into a howling gale. A sweeping low kick followed, cutting through the darkness with a sharp, explosive crackle. The increase in combat velocity was undeniable. To properly quantify the gains, Levi retreated to the isolated subterranean track he had constructed for his physical trials. He crouched at the starting line, his muscular frame tightening, as he arched his back like a hunting cheetah locking its eyes upon an antelope. The dark energy of the siren seed exploded alongside the frost wolf force, detonating within his thighs and core. Levi lunged forward, dissolving into a singular, dark blur. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. The boundary line surged past his boots. He crossed the finish line in exactly 4 seconds. A baseline speed attribute covered 100 meters in 5 seconds. Intermediate speed dropped that window to 4 seconds. The difference appeared to be a minor increment of a single second, yet on the field of mortal combat, it represented a monumental, qualitative leap. The fundamental nature of cultivating a breathing technique required a warrior to systematically reconstruct the physical vessel, utilizing internal energy to repeatedly shatter the natural limitations of the human body. Every fragment of a second, down to the smallest millisecond, meant the difference between survival and a blade through the throat. Levi panted softly, a deep satisfaction settling over his chest. A wild cheetah reached its maximum velocity at just under 3 seconds per 100 meters. If his progression maintained this trajectory, his physical output would eventually match the absolute monarch of the wilderness. A strike moving at that velocity bypassed the tracking capabilities of the common human eye, leaving nothing behind but a collection of deceptive afterimages. Aside from the absolute mastery of the sea demon style, the most significant breakthrough of this cultivation cycle belonged to his magical training. Seal of Flame, Level 1, 300 out of 1000. Though the skill remained locked within the first tier, his manual execution speed had improved drastically through daily repetition. The time required to link the somatic hand gestures had decreased, directly accelerating his practical casting speed. As his overall proficiency climbed, his internal compatibility with the mysterious ether clinging to the natural world expanded in tandem. Every minor advancement in his spiritual attunement broadened the physical volume of the thermal stream. Levi stepped within a meter of a massive, ancient hardwood tree rooted near the clearing. He thrust his open palm through the air, barking the short incantation. A thick torrent of orange-red fire gushed from his flesh, mimicking a nozzle of liquid lava. The sudden thermal expansion triggered a localized concussion, slamming into the wood with a resonant boom. The thick trunk charred black within a heartbeat, crumbling into fine white ash at a single touch. The heavy scent of burning sulfur flooded the cavern. Levi exhaled slowly, blowing a wisp of pale smoke away from his palm. If the inquisitors of the church witnessed an assault of this nature, they would immediately brand me an official wizard. This matrix must remain my absolute hidden card. No outsider can be permitted to see it and live. Anyone who witnesses this fire must sleep in the earth. Mon Winchester explicitly noted in his diary that the tether between the astral deities and the mortal church had degraded systematically since the first year of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Miracles had vanished entirely from the continent for over a millennium. Even so, the sheer volume of resources, wealth, and secular power the church had accumulated over those 10 centuries created a fortress that a novice exorcist could never hope to breach. Even the high masters of the wizarding world chose to conceal their academies within the realm of the unbelievers, explicitly hiding their operations to escape the wandering eyes of the astral gods. With entities of that caliber monitoring the board, absolute discretion remained the only logical path. Still, the acquisition of the Seal of Flame altered his immediate tactical math. Levi rolled his shoulders, feeling the thick coils of muscle shift beneath his skin. My hands are growing restless. I wonder if this magical fire provides the leverage necessary to challenge a Grand Knight in open combat. He immediately suppressed the reckless thought, shaking his head. Dangerous arrogance. The only acceptable engagement is an absolute, overwhelming crush. Before the Duke of Montenegro or the assassins of the Bird of Death trace the bodies back to my gate, I must remain buried in the dirt, developing my strength in total silence. Settling the ledger can wait until my core manifests the status of a Grand Knight. More than 8 years had evaporated since the turn of the millennium. The 10-year-old orphan who had inherited a ruined valley had grown into an 18-year-old man. His height had stabilized near 1.9 meters, the rapid growth spurts finally tapering off. While his muscular density appeared wildly exaggerated to the common peasantry, he remained within the standard physical parameters of traditional strength-type knights, many of whom possessed even more massive, outsized frames. The supply of the Black Snake's secret medicine was dangerously low, and his progress through the 5th tier had only cleared the 1/3 marker. Sourcing a fresh supply of ambergris loomed once more as a critical problem. Levi summoned the interface, reviewing the collective status of his martial arts. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 5, 8,123 out of 30,000. Special Effect, Intermediate Defense. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2, 1,000 out of 5,000. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 3, 1,011 out of 10,000. Raging Bull Breathing Technique, Level 3, 3,233 out of 10,000. Man-Faced Spider Breathing Technique, Level 4, 12,333 out of 20,000. Special Effect, Beginner Vibrosensing, Spider Sensing. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 5, Maximum. Special Effect, Intermediate Speed, Bone Shrinking Transformation. Giant Bear Breathing Technique, Level 4, Maximum. Special Effect, Beginner Strength. Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, Level 4, Limit. Special Effect, Beginner Speed. I have anchored 8 distinct breathing styles within my flesh, Levi thought, marveling at the dense lines of data. An unfamiliar prompt flashed within the submenus of the Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, drawing his immediate attention. A new interactive option had materialized beside the core statistics. Levi focused his intent upon the text, highlighting the phrase, "Can be fused. Do you wish to merge the Frost Wolf Breathing Technique into the Siren Breathing Technique?" Upon confirmation, the Frost Wolf Breathing Technique will be permanently deleted from the interface, and the baseline quality of the Siren Breathing Technique will increase. Once the cumulative quality reaches the required threshold, the Siren Breathing Technique will shatter its natural limitations. Note, current fusion capabilities are strictly restricted to skills of an identical attribute classification. Note, the fusion protocol demands a significant expenditure of mental acuity and physical stamina. Ensure the procedure occurs within a secure environment. The revelation left him silent for a moment. This system possesses a synthesis function. What happens to the physical life seeds embedded within my heart muscle once the code merges? Will the transformation yield a substantial physical evolution? The proficiency panel offered no supplementary explanations, maintaining its cold, mechanical silence. No matter, Levi decided. The Frost Wolf style has reached its absolute developmental ceiling, and its primary speed attributes completely overlap with the superior Sea Demon matrix. Keeping it separate serves no long-term purpose. Let the synthesis begin. Levi spent the next hour arranging iron rations and water casks around his stone pallet, ensuring he could sustain himself through a prolonged recovery. Once the perimeter was sealed, he initiated the command from the center of his shelter. A profound internal resonance gripped his chest. Within the chambers of his heart, the frost wolf seed and the siren seed broke from their traditional orbits, drifting toward each other. The siren seed manifested a predatory aggression. The abstract entity unfurled 8 twisting, ethereal tentacles from its core, thrashing wildly as it wrapped its appendages around the wolf. The spectral frost wolf shrieked in silent defiance, its form shrinking systematically under the pressure until the creature was entirely consumed by the sea demon. The siren seed extended its tentacles across his heart walls, vibrating with visible satisfaction after gorging upon the lesser force. The newly acquired mass altered its internal hierarchy, shedding the instinctual terror it had previously exhibited whenever the dominant man-faced spider seed drifted near. Even so, the sea demon immediately bowed its form when the massive black snake seed coiled lazily above the group, recognizing the absolute sovereign of the biological system. These life seeds possess an independent spark of vitality, Levi muttered, monitoring the internal shift. They operate like primitive organisms. He turned his eyes back to the proficiency panel. The independent listing for the frost wolf breathing technique had vanished completely from the logs. The text governing his primary speed style had updated. Siren breathing technique, level 5, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 1 out of 3. Special effect, intermediate speed, bone shrinking transformation. A 4th level peak martial art serves merely as a single point of progress toward a breakthrough, Levi thought, a bitter smile touching his lips. To fully shatter the evolutionary ceiling of the sea demon style, I must source and maximize 2 additional speed-oriented breathing techniques. The design was incredibly demanding. The interface mirrored the classic progression traps of the predatory, pay-to-win online simulations from his previous life. According to the mathematical progression of the system, as the fundamental quality of a breathing technique scaled into higher tiers, the volume of high-level sacrifice manuals required to trigger a limit break would expand exponentially. For the immediate future, the synthesis option remained a distant luxury. Long-term, however, the mechanic offered an invaluable alternative. Perfect or legendary tier breathing manuals were historical anomalies, treasures that a lord could only hope to encounter through absolute, blinding luck. Sourcing an intact legendary manuscript from the local markets was virtually impossible. With this system feature, Levi could bypass the scarcity of the high noble archives entirely. He could systematically harvest shallow, common, or excellent manuals from the lesser houses, mastering them one by one. Provided he gathered a sufficient volume of base arts, he could forge a legendary discipline through sheer repetition. He could construct a custom heritage with his own hands, perhaps carving out a path that ventured far beyond the legendary limits of the world. Chapter 76. Golden Warhammer Tyra. During this period, the other breathing techniques also improved. The newly acquired Giant Rhinoceros and Raging Bull disciplines reached the 3rd level. Of the two, the Raging Bull style mirrored the limits of the Giant Bear. The text and its diagrams indicated development would stall permanently at the 4th level. The Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique, a style independent of noble bloodlines, displayed 24 distinct instructional figures within its manuscript. It would likely peak at the 5th level, matching the ultimate threshold of the Siren technique. Progress on the Vortex Beast style moved at the most frustrating pace, barely breaking through to the 2nd level. Even the most basic breathing technique of such excellent quality proved far more intricate than the Frost Wolf or Giant Bear systems. The primary delay stemmed from a total lack of the necessary Turbolarian secret medicine. Balancing the Black Snake, Vortex Beast, Man-Faced Spider, Giant Rhinoceros, and Raging Bull techniques, alongside the demanding forms of the Golden Cross / left the young lord utterly consumed. As for the Seal of Flames, he set those studies aside, intending to focus on the magic only after his gatherers secured a massive surplus of casting materials. While this relentless regimen exhausted his physical frame, the steady surge of vitality accompanying each breakthrough, combined with the sensation of shattering human physical limits, left him completely intoxicated. The Golden Cross / hovered on the precipice of a breakthrough, prompting Levi to reallocate a fraction of his training hours to push the sword style to the 5th level. The effort paid off, elevating the basic ripple effect into an intermediate ripple. His offensive output surged once again. After so many overlapping advancements, his true physical capacity defied standard measurement. Ever since the old knight Fred sustained his crippling injuries, not a single warrior within the territory could match him in the courtyard. Levi relied exclusively on the 3 mutated bear brothers for combat trials. Closing his eyes, he used intermediate speed and beginner vibrosensing to predict their movements, effortlessly redirecting their massive limbs. The bears were far from weak. Individually, each beast possessed the destructive capability of a low-level knight, if not greater. Working in unison, they could overwhelm a mid-level knight and force a high-level warrior into a desperate stalemate. The issue was the scale of Levi's progression. Years ago, as a low-level knight, he had already cut down Iron Mountain, a high-level combatant who wielded 2 breathing techniques. Now operating as a mid-level knight, he commanded multiple 5th-tier skills, alongside the hidden utility of the Seal of Flames. He understood the exact rhythm of the brothers' attacks, allowing him to neutralize their combined weight in seconds. His raw power had been stacked to an absurd, terrifying degree, masked only by his absolute commitment to low-key discretion. An opportunity to execute Abraham had been his original priority. Upon deeper reflection, killing the priest at this juncture meant throwing away future profits. The newly constructed stone church extended its economic shadow far beyond Blackwater Valley, reaching the Frostwind territory, Rock Hill, and the Silver Moon domains. Throughout the wider northern region, dozens of isolated lordships and wilderness gathering points fell outside the direct jurisdiction of Icewind City. Every single one would serve as a fresh harvest field for Abraham's financial schemes. The methods for extracting wealth were timeless, comprising noble donations, mandatory tithes, indulgences, and predatory usury. The revenue of the parish would inevitably skyrocket. Go on, old dog, Levi thought, a cold smile touching his lips. Collect every coin you can. The taxes squeezed from my peasants are merely a temporary deposit in your vault. I will reclaim every piece of gold when the time is right. A close, cordial relationship with the priest was firmly established, to the point that the central diocese in Icewind City recognized Levi as an exceptionally pious and cooperative provincial lord. His indirect investment in the construction project effectively positioned him as a primary stakeholder. The strategy required waiting until the church treasuries were overflowing before adopting a completely separate identity to plunder the entire compound. Slipping steel into Abraham's throat would serve as the final satisfaction, a bloody compensation for the initial loss of his family gold. When the High Inquisitors investigated the ruin, the pristine record of the compliant local lord would shield him from suspicion. During the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, within the month of flowing fire, the internal machinery of the estate operated with perfect precision. Informants embedded within the Shining Tavern provided a steady stream of intelligence regarding the shifting tides of the outer realms. The bird of death remained entirely dormant. Months had evaporated since Iron Mountain's failed assassination attempt, yet the syndicate had neglected to dispatch a superior executioner to avenge the loss. They seemed to have abandoned the contract entirely. The local garrison had ceased its investigation into the destruction of the safe house, as the entire defense force had been reduced to ash on that bloody afternoon. Sifting through a scorched ruin yielded zero clues. Still, Levi refused to lower his guard. An organization of that nature survived by lingering in the shadows, capable of launching a resurgence at any moment. Absolute vigilance remained his policy. The Duke of Montenegro offered no signs of movement either. A Grand Duke commanding the apex of the feudal pyramid balanced a massive ledger of daily statecraft. Following a succession of failed operations, the High Noble was either consumed by larger regional conflicts, or had simply forgotten the minor landholder in the valley. The provincial landscape remained as still as stagnant water. This profound tranquility felt unnatural to Levi. His instincts, sharpened since his encounter with the wild boar knight, warned him that this was merely the eerie calm preceding a massive storm. In previous seasons, the wild boar knight had personally supervised their illicit trade agreements, complaining loudly if delivery quotas fell short. Throughout the current year, however, only low-level subordinates arrived to handle the transactions. The commander was clearly too preoccupied to oversee a minor supplier. Judging by the arrogant, self-satisfied expressions worn by his couriers, the Wilderness Brotherhood had completed its secret mobilization, waiting only for a localized crisis to initiate an open rebellion. Regardless of their plans, Levi finally possessed the military leverage required to protect his borders. Years of careful development ensured that the financial income of Blackwater Valley comfortably sustained his urban merchant shops, his expanding military payroll, and the gold reserves secured through highway robbery. Financial anxiety had vanished entirely from the keep. A 50-man squad of heavily armored cavalrymen had completed their primary maneuvers, backed by an auxiliary militia network that grew alongside the general population. The increase in manpower stemmed directly from the regional surf markets. Due to the catastrophic sub-zero temperatures and the terrifying reports of snow demon incursions throughout the far north, a massive wave of refugees had surged southward, causing human property prices to plummet. Levi exploited the surplus, buying up entire groups of laborers to clear his fields. The central fortress stood far more imposing than before, its battlements reinforced with heavy, armor-breaking ballistas. The three Bear brothers grew stronger with each passing season, and within a few years, customized plate armor could be forged to transform them into unstoppable shock units for the battlefield. While maintaining this facade of rural indifference, Levi utilized his newly achieved status as a master blacksmith to upgrade his personal kit to version 3.0. The forge fires burned day and night as he initiated the production of master-grade armor pieces, advanced broadswords, and repeating crossbows to equip his personal guard. He tolerated nothing less than elite steel for his men. At the close of the month of the furnace, leveraging the specialized efficiency of his wind axe technique, the armory reported an absolute surplus of weapons. Levi selected a pristine master-grade longsword he had hammered with his own hands, wrapping the blade before slipping out of Blackwater Valley under the cover of a moonless night. He set his course for Icewind City. His physical strength and technical skill had matured, making it the ideal moment to introduce a legendary artisan to the northern markets. He would stand as the premier smith of the current era. He had already chosen the alias for his shadow identity, Golden Warhammer Tyra. Chapter 77. Pyroxene. Levi arrived at the Jade Chamber of Commerce in Icewind City during the final days of the month of the furnace, in the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. He stepped inside the quiet establishment and looked toward the proprietor. "Do you have ambergris?" The previous supply had dwindled to almost nothing. Replenishing the stores was essential if he hoped to advance to the rank of a high-level knight by the following year. Every journey to Icewind City included this identical inquiry at the counter. The merchant shook his head, his expression helpless. Do not bother asking for the next few years. Sourcing ambergris anywhere in the Emerald Kingdom is nearly impossible, let alone within the city walls. The black market price for a single bottle has already climbed to 300 gold coins. The true obstacle is the total lack of inventory. Everyone wants to make a profit, but the supply simply does not exist. Levi kept his silence, deeply puzzled. The legendary White Horse Knight had still not achieved his breakthrough, despite the lingering rumors of his failure. Years had passed since those whispers began. If that immense volume of ambergris had been granted to Levi instead, the legendary tier would already be within his grasp. Despite these private complaints, challenging a legendary figure of the royal lineage was out of the question. The popularity of the White Horse Knight throughout the Emerald Kingdom remained second only to the Pope and the King, easily eclipsing old aristocrats like the Montenegro Knight. The man stood firmly at the absolute peak of the martial hierarchy. Whispers even circulated that the aging monarch might shatter the iron law of primogeniture, bypassing the eldest son to pass the throne to his youngest child, the White Horse Knight. The crown intended to leverage the prestige and unrivaled strength of a legendary warrior to secure the long-term stability of the realm, deterring ambitious nobles and hostile foreign races, while systematically dismantling the control of the church. Levi pulled a parchment from his cloak, placing it on the counter. Do you have these materials in stock? The written list detailed his immediate requirements, including the rare Turbolarian eggs and various breathing technique inheritance maps. He included every potential necessity, though his expectations remained low given the absolute scarcity of the items. The merchant scanned the ink, shaking his head almost immediately. The chamber directors strictly forbid the sale of breathing technique inheritance diagrams, so those are out of the question. The other items present a mixed situation. We maintain a small reserve of earth dragon blood, and a minor piece of mithril rests in the vault, though the Earl of Silver Mountain has already reserved the metal. Luminant gold is entirely absent. As for evil spirit dust, the core of the undead, or Turbolarian eggs, no one here has ever encountered them. And finally, pyroxene. What sort of material is that? Levi kept his tone casual. The name suggests a shimmering stone, likely a type of meteorite that fell from the sky. Even the director of the Jade Chamber of Commerce lacked any knowledge of the mineral, confirming that this particular casting material was completely unpopular in modern markets. The merchant tapped his fingers against the wood, a sudden memory surfacing. A noble family passed down a collection of glowing rocks that fell from the heavens. They call them night stones. Levi kept his expression flat, hiding the sudden skip of his heart. Let me examine them. An order to the attendants sent them searching through the back rooms, eventually returning with a dust-covered boulder the size of a human head. The merchant took a linen cloth, wiping away the grime until the surface began to emit a faint, ethereal radiance. The phenomenon grew far more pronounced once the shutters and doors were secured, casting a soft, greenish glow through the darkened room like a cluster of fireflies. This is the Nightstone, the merchant said, patting the top of the boulder. It is the closest match to the pyroxene on your parchment. If it suits your needs, you may purchase it for 200 gold coins. The price is excessive, Levi countered, adjusting his posture. 100 gold coins. The merchant stepped away, summoning a head servant to his side and whispering a question regarding the original acquisition cost. The attendant muttered a swift reply, noting the stone had been secured for a mere 20 gold coins. Coughing slightly to clear his throat, the merchant stepped back to the counter, his face resetting into a mask of friendly generosity. 100 gold coins is acceptable. I will part with it at cost price, strictly as a favor to a recurring customer. With his intermediate speed and beginner vibrancy sharpening his senses, Levi had easily caught every whispered word from the opposite side of the room. He privately noted his own poor bargaining skills, though there was no established market value for either nightstones or pyroxene to use as a baseline. He counted out the coins regardless. A stone of this size was precisely the pyroxene required for his magical training. Include a portion of the earth dragon blood to finalize the transaction, Levi added, keeping his voice steady. The substance is incredibly ancient, and without my interest, it would simply sit in your storeroom forever. As he spoke, he intentionally released a fraction of the heavy pressure belonging to a mid-level knight. The merchant, who had been opening his mouth to refuse, paled slightly as the aura washed over him. Operating as a low-level knight himself, the director instantly recognized the immense strength of the man standing before him. Very well, the merchant said, his tone turning respectful. Are you a wandering knight by chance? The Jade Chamber of Commerce constantly requires powerful mercenaries to protect our caravans, and we would gladly offer you a permanent position. I will not consider such offers for the time being, Levi said, declining the invitation without hesitation. He wrapped the pyroxene and the earth dragon blood in coarse sackcloth, lifting the heavy bundle before departing into the street. His next stop took him to the Grand Library of Icewind City, where he purchased several volumes detailing the regional customs and local dialects of the distant Tuva Empire. With his purchases secured, he navigated the familiar alleys toward the Shining Tavern. He took a seat in the shadows, ordering a glass of crimson blood wine to honor the memory of the fallen blood knights. The scarlet liquid slid down his throat as he breathed in the familiar, heavy scent of stale ale and old iron. His primary inquiries regarding breathing techniques yielded nothing. No travelers had arrived to trade manuals recently, and the specific giant breathing techniques he desired remained entirely out of reach. The tavern masters possessed no leads concerning Turbolarian eggs, or evil spirit dust either. The lack of results brought no real disappointment. Rare materials were defined by their scarcity, and securing a head-sized piece of pyroxene during a single trip to the city was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The mineral would sustain his needs for years, considering the seal of protection required nothing more than a fingernail-sized pinch of crushed powder for a single casting. The true purpose of this journey to Icewind City lay elsewhere. It was time to strike the first blow on his path as a master artisan. Levi walked directly to the secure counter of the auction house, presenting the masterpiece he had carefully selected from his armory. It was a standard knight's longsword, forged entirely from common refined iron. Yet the weapon was far from ordinary. The blade represented the absolute pinnacle of structural quality achievable with the base metals of the current era. The moment it rested on the table, its flawless balance, mirror-like finish, and immaculate geometry captured the immediate attention of the chief appraiser. Levi sat quietly, his face concealed behind a polished golden mask, as the appraiser turned the steel over and over beneath the lantern light. The official eventually summoned assistance, retrieving a historical weapon from the vault that had been forged by the legendary artisan known as Flaming Hammer. For over an hour, several experienced smiths compared the two blades, checking the grain of the iron and the temper of the edges. A profound shock settled over the experts as the examination concluded. The longsword provided by the masked stranger matched the artistry and technical skill of the legendary Hagrid in every measurable metric, differing only in the subtle styling of the pommel. The appraiser turned toward the golden mask, his voice trembling with excitement. "Did you forge this blade with your own hands, sir? May we record your name for the auction ledger?" Levi stood, his cloak shifting over his armor. "The hammer belongs to me. You may list the maker as Golden Warhammer Tyra." Chapter 78. Large Sums. Golden Warhammer Tyra. The appraiser and the gathering of blacksmiths exchanged bewildered glances. The name carried absolutely no weight in their circles. A craftsman capable of ascending to the rank of a master artisan should have been a celebrated figure, yet their collective nods confirmed that this individual was entirely unknown to the industry. The president of the shining auction house adjusted his posture, his tone turning exceedingly respectful. "Master Tyra, do you truly intend to auction this master-grade knight's longsword, a weapon that clearly required immense labor and skill to produce?" The president maintained a cautious demeanor. Forging proficiency of this caliber indicated more than mere individual talent. An artisan could not develop without the backing of a major faction, as the training demanded vast mountains of iron ore, substantial financial reserves, and rare innate capability. Decades had evaporated since the passing of the legendary craftsman known as Flaming Hammer, making the sudden appearance of Golden Warhammer Tyra a matter of extreme strategic interest. The masked figure nodded. "The blade will go to the highest bidder. Furthermore, I intend to establish a long-term partnership with your firm. I will deliver a fresh batch of master-grade armaments and equipment to this auction house on a monthly basis." Levi intended to release his work in strictly controlled quantities. Even with his advanced capabilities, a master blacksmith could not produce an endless supply of pristine weapons without raising immediate suspicion from rival factions. Scarcity drove market value, and flooding the market would rapidly depreciate the prestige of his new alias. A gradual, methodical accumulation of renown served his interests far better. The president clapped his hands together, his face lit with genuine excitement. "Excellent, truly excellent. It is a profound honor to collaborate with an artisan of your stature, Master Tyra. I will personally petition the regional directors to secure the most favorable terms for our business. Moving forward, your entry into the Shining Tavern will remain entirely free of charge, and we will apply a significant discount to all standard auction handling fees. However, before we formalize our contract with Inc., the house must conduct a brief, routine assessment. This evaluation serves exclusively to verify that you are the true creator of the blade. We mean no disrespect or malice, and I trust you understand our position." Levi gestured his assent. Every ridge and edge had been hammered out through his own sweat, leaving him with zero fear of an official examination. The attendants guided him through the rear corridors of the Shining Tavern, entering a fully equipped private smithy. Levi deliberately suppressed his natural rhythm and mechanical efficiency, carefully mimicking the slower, deliberate pace of a highly competent, but ordinary craftsman. Under their watchful eyes, he shaped a second longsword identical to the first. He designated this new creation Autumn, while labeling the original submission Lake Light. He presented both weapons to the evaluation team. The sheer mastery displayed in his movements dissolved the lingering skepticism of the observers. The onlookers broke into spontaneous applause, and the managers immediately signed the distribution contract on the spot. The agreement provided a highly stable, continent-wide sales network for his manufactured goods. If his reputation scaled sufficiently across the territories, the supply lines controlled by the Wildboar Knight would become completely obsolete. Once that threshold arrived, Levi could finally settle his outstanding accounts with the Lawless Brotherhood. Old Toby had undoubtedly gathered valuable intelligence on their operational structure during his prolonged stay, and it was nearly time for the loyal servant to return home to the valley. The weekly auction commenced as scheduled that evening. The ledger of available items contained no breathing technique manuals or the rare alchemical ingredients Levi required for his primary advancement, but he remained in the gallery to observe the market reception of his steel. The head auctioneer eventually brought the two blades onto the central stage. The presenter, a woman of striking poise and graceful build, raised her voice to capture the attention of the crowded room. "Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce a pair of extraordinary knight's longswords, hammered by the exclusive master blacksmith of our establishment, Sir Tyra, the Golden Warhammer. Behold Lake Light and Autumn. These weapons are rendered entirely from triple refined iron." Sir Tyra dedicated 21 days of relentless labor and thousands of deliberate tempers to perfect each piece. In terms of structural balance and edge retention, these blades stand on par with the historic works of the legendary Flaming Hammer. An immediate uproar rippled through the lower tiers of the pavilion. The guests muttered in disbelief, questioning how a true master artisan could exist in an era defined by declining craftsmanship. An official blacksmith with a thick, unkempt beard leaned forward, his voice carrying across the adjacent rows. "Who is this Golden Warhammer? I have operated within the regional guilds for decades and have never heard his name mentioned. This entire presentation is a transparent fabrication." The crowd shared his suspicion. In response, the auctioneer calmly retrieved an authenticated longsword forged by the late Flaming Hammer from the house vault. She invited several nightly guests and recognized professional smiths from the audience to step onto the stage and personally evaluate the quality of the steel. The bearded detractor was the first to accept the challenge. Following a thorough physical inspection of the grain and balance, the committee members stood in stunned silence. The geometry and density of the two new swords matched the legendary standard in every visible category, varying only in the artistic execution of the hilts. The bearded smith adjusted his grip on the hilt, refusing to concede. A simple visual inspection cannot determine the true integrity of a combat weapon. A longsword must be tested through actual violence. The auctioneer maintained her professional smile, unbothered by the hostility. "Since you are an accomplished craftsman yourself, perhaps we can arrange a direct demonstration. We shall pair the blade you forged with Lake Light, placing them in the hands of two sworn knights of equal physical capability for a live duel upon this stage." The focus of the entire assembly shifted to the bearded artisan. He coughed into his hand, caught in a public dilemma, and forced a gruff nod. "Let the trial proceed. No true smith fears a test of steel." Lake Light and the detractor's weapon were delivered to a pair of local mercenaries. The combatants assumed their stances and initiated an exchange of blows before the silent audience. The ringing of iron echoed through the hall as the swords collided repeatedly. The demonstration concluded with a sharp, distinct crackle that caused the spectators to lean forward. The mercenaries froze. The blade manufactured by the bearded smith had buckled under a direct parry, its surface marred by a network of hairline fractures. Lake Light remained entirely unblemished. The bearded man stared at the ruined edge, his face flushed with disbelief. "This is an impossibility. Lake Light cannot be composed of standard refined iron. It must contain an alloy of mithril. This house is practicing deception." The managers anticipated the accusation, immediately conducting a public chemical assay using standard reagents. The results confirmed the composition as 100% refined iron, with absolutely no trace of rare mystical metals. Watching from the shadows of the backstage curtains, Levi smiled privately. Had he utilized his scarce reserves of mithril during the forging process, the weapon would be resting securely in his personal armory, not sitting on a public auction block. The assembly accepted the verdict without further protest. The humiliated smith departed the pavilion with his fractured weapon, leaving the auctioneer to resume the bidding with an air of absolute triumph. Though forged from common materials, Levi's meticulous execution had pushed the iron to its absolute structural limit, creating an edge capable of shearing through standard armor as if it were soft clay. A common infantry sword would suffer catastrophic degradation within minutes of facing such a weapon. This immense disparity in utility triggered a fierce bidding war, culminating in a total sale price of 50 gold coins. Lake Light commanded 30 pieces, while Autumn secured 20. A standard knight's longsword traditionally traded for a single gold coin, making the profit margin extraordinary. The premium relied entirely upon the prestige of the title of master blacksmith. The regional nobility and affluent knights craved the status associated with wielding a certified masterpiece, a trend driven by the historical inflation of Flaming Hammer's surviving works. Because ancient iron inevitably suffered from rust and fatigue over generations, a pristine, newly minted blade commanded a significant premium. Levi accepted his heavy purse of gold from the staff, satisfied with the initial return. An administrative assistant approached his side, speaking in a low tone. "Master Tyra, several high-ranking nobles and independent knights have requested your contact information. They are eager to commission customized weaponry directly from your forge." Levi adjusted his cloak, his voice muffled behind the gold mask. "My schedule is entirely full. I will not accept individual private commissions." The clerk hesitated. What if their offers involve exceptionally large sums of gold? Levi paused for a moment. In that event, a limited number of select orders may be considered, provided the volume remains manageable. You may filter the requests as you see fit. My primary arrangement remains unchanged. I will deliver my work to this establishment. Whether you choose to clear the inventory through public auctions or private commissions is a matter for your discretion. He departed the shining tavern through the side exits, disappearing into the dark streets. News of a newly emerged master blacksmith rippled through the districts of Icewind City before morning. Within weeks, the songs of traveling bards and the gossip of wandering knights would carry the name of Golden Warhammer Tyra across the borders of the Emerald Kingdom. Levi secured a room under a false name at a secluded inn near the edge of the city. He unwrapped the volumes he had purchased from the central library, laying out the texts regarding the geography, customs, and linguistic patterns of the distant Tuva Empire. He read through the primary language manuscript from cover to cover, then turned his focus inward to review the proficiency panel. The columns of text remained completely static. Not a single entry for linguistic comprehension materialized on the interface. His expression darkened. He spent the next hour testing his comprehension against several supplementary grammar books, yet the system refused to register the activity. The shortcut that had allowed him to master complex physical skills, through repetitive experience, would not function for foreign vocabulary. His plan to instantly absorb the Tuva tongue was entirely shattered. Regardless of the setback, the necessity of the journey remained unchanged. An expedition into the heart of the Tuva Empire offered the only realistic prospect of securing a sufficient volume of ambergris to propel his corps to the status of a Grand Knight. To navigate the foreign territory successfully, he would require an experienced guide. Chapter 79. Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire 1. Levi began his preparations once the decision to travel to the Tuva Empire was final. Although the empire shared a border, it lay thousands of miles from the Emerald Kingdom. Securing a guide fluent in the Tuva language was his immediate priority. Beyond that, he required a deeper understanding of the local customs. Essential poisons, healing salves, casting materials, and preserved food supplies all demanded time to amass. To gather these resources, Levi set his course for the northernmost stronghold of the territory, Montenegro Mountain City. The settlement was far larger and more imposing than Icewind City, boasting a permanent population of nearly 500,000 souls. The master of this domain was the most experienced commander of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry, the formidable Montenegro Knight. The Montenegro Mountain Castle dominated the center of the city, towering into the sky, and eclipsing even the Church of Holy Light built outside the walls. Within the city itself, the most magnificent architecture belonged to the clergy. The Black Snake Castle army maintained a heavy guard. Black Whale guards patrolled the paved thoroughfares, and the elite forces personally led by the Duke of Montenegro remained stationed within the garrison. Since the founding of the Emerald Kingdom, many dukes had risen, but most had faded into historical obscurity. The Montenegro mountain lineage was clearly exceptional to have endured to the present day. The Duke of Montenegro was a middle-aged man with an elegant, easygoing demeanor. Tall, slender, and solidly built, he lacked any typical martial roughness, projecting instead an exquisite, scholarly air. He studied a map laid out in his bedchamber. The parchment detailed the entire Emerald Kingdom, with multiple territories explicitly marked, including Stormy Hill in the Blue Ocean Province and Tulip Hill in the Lush Forest Province. Outside the door, a tall, beautiful young lady dressed in a noble hunting suit dismounted her horse. The youngest daughter of the Duke of Montenegro, now known as Madame Edward, had returned. Her husband was the celebrated White Horse Knight. The Duke of Montenegro put away the map and opened the door, a frown crossing his face as he greeted his daughter. "Why are you back? I missed you and wanted to see you," she said, walking into the room. "Am I not allowed to visit?" "Where is Edward?" the Duke asked casually. "What has he been busy with recently?" His daughter sighed, her tone turning dismissive. "Do not ask. I barely see him. He constantly uses the excuse of cultivating his breathing techniques to brush me off, even when I invite him for a simple walk. Marrying Prince Charming loses its appeal when he is merely a minor prince, a blockhead who cares for nothing but his training. He possesses great power, yet his calculating brothers and sisters constantly ostracize him." The Duke of Montenegro remained silent, his gaze dropping to the weapon at her side. "That sword is quite remarkable. This is my birthday gift to you, father." She unbuckled the scabbard. "This is Lake Light, a longsword forged by the legendary master blacksmith, Sir Tyra, the Golden Warhammer. My personal knight secured it from a private collector at a massive premium." The Duke took the weapon, turning the blade over beneath the light. "Indeed, it is excellent work. This is the craftsmanship of a true master. Fascinating. Has another master blacksmith finally emerged in this world? Golden Warhammer, I have never encountered the name." He set his own blade aside and retrieved a small golden box from a compartment in his bedchamber. Intricate patterns covered the metal, depicting a beautiful, noble lady resting in a sea of vibrant flowers. "This is a medicine I secured from a premier apothecary," the Duke said, handing the container to his daughter. "It is the Holy Spirit potion. To prevent the active compounds from evaporating, it was sealed completely within gold. Deliver this box directly to Edward. He must break the seal and consume it personally while cultivating in absolute solitude." His daughter accepted the heavy box, listening closely. "The medicine within might provide the catalyst he needs to break through to the legendary tier," the Duke continued. "Of course, there are no absolute guarantees. Tell Edward not to harbor excessive expectations. In any case, there is no harm in the attempt. Given the current limits of his talent, achieving the legendary tier without external aid would prove exceptionally difficult. The potion is incredibly precious. My own years are advancing, and my vitality is in decline. I am past my physical peak, and have no hope of breaking through myself. I can only place my expectations on a capable son-in-law like Edward. If his breakthrough succeeds, the benefits to you and the Montenegro mountain family will be immense." "Very well, father. I will deliver it to him." She accepted the token without suspicion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she took her leave and departed the manor. The Duke of Montenegro smiled as the door closed, confident that Edward would receive a profound surprise upon opening the golden box. He then drew Lake Light from its sheath, Coils of black energy surged down his arm and into the steel, causing the blade to hum with a low, vibrant resonance. It is indeed a magnificent weapon. I must secure the services of such a blacksmith. With that thought in mind, the Duke summoned one of his sworn retainers. A powerful, oppressive aura entered the room, manifested by thick, heavy plate armor, an exaggeratedly serrated heavy sword, and a dull iron helmet. A single eye gleamed from beneath the visor. Shark-Tooth Knight, the Duke of Montenegro commanded, his voice steady. I require 3 specific tasks from you when you lead your detachment into Icewind City. The warrior lowered his head respectfully. Speak, my lord. First, discover the whereabouts of Knight Horton. Even with the distance involved, he should have executed my orders and returned to the capital by now. If he has failed to report, he has either turned traitor or met with disaster. Regardless of his situation, I want him found. Bring him to me, dead or alive. Chapter 80. Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire 2. Second, help me invite the blacksmith master Golden Warhammer Tyra, who appeared in Icewind City, to Montenegro City. It would be best if you asked him back before the other lords. A legendary blacksmith master is highly strategic to my plans. If he disagrees, kidnap him by force. Do not hurt his hands and feet. I have my ways to make him work for me. Third, go to Blackwater Valley and visit my old friend's son, Baron Levi. He has given me many surprises during this period. I want to know what happened to this child. If he is already dead, then forget it. Finally, for this operation, do not bring anyone else. Just go outside and find some mercenaries. The Duke of Montenegro gestured toward the door, dismissing his subordinate. I will not fail you, sir. Shark-Tooth Knight bowed deeply and turned to prepare for the long journey. He had advanced to the rank of Grand Knight the previous year, serving as the secret trump card of the Duke of Montenegro, hidden away for many years. The Duke felt absolute peace of mind whenever this particular warrior took action. As for the Bird of Death's voice, the Duke of Montenegro dismissed them entirely. Ever since the death of the Thousand-Faced Knight, the organization had devolved into a mere motley crew. Many years ago, the Pale Shadow invited him to become a shadow assassin, but the Duke rejected the offer immediately. A Grand Duke had no time to play games with common killers. The Duke rolled 2 small golden balls across his palm, the polished metal clicking softly as he pondered the gift he had sent to Edward. A sharp smile crossed his elegant features. No one in the kingdom would ever suspect that the tempting gold seals contained a terrifying, ancient evil spirit. During a recent mining operation within his territory, workers unearthed an ancient tomb containing a collection of golden relics of various shapes and sizes. Warnings left behind by the architect of the vault revealed that malevolent entities were bound within the gold. The spirits varied in strength, with the weakest matching the capability of a Grand Knight, while the absolute king of the entities rivaled a legendary warrior. The Duke had selected the most potent entity, the Dream Fairy Alice, for the White Horse Knight. According to the historical tomb records, this specific phantom had obliterated several major aristocratic houses in the past. The moment the White Horse Knight broke the seal, a catastrophic chaos would engulf the capital, regardless of whether the prince survived the encounter. Levi finalized his preparations over the next 2 weeks. He concealed the large pyroxene boulder in a secure hiding spot within the valley, breaking off a fingernail-sized fragment to carry with him. Lugging a massive boulder across an entire continent was entirely impractical. Through his established contacts at the Shining Tavern, Levi secured a meeting with a wandering merchant who frequently navigated the trade routes between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. The trader operated as a wandering knight, sharing a similar background to Old Groff, though his primary inventory excluded ambergris. Levi paid 20 gold coins to secure the man as his personal guide. They mounted their horses and departed the valley, leading a pack mule laden with rations and survival gear toward the eastern border. Levi had informed Fred of his itinerary beforehand to prevent any unnecessary panic at the keep during his absence. The guide introduced himself as Doug, though most travelers along the border routes knew him by the moniker of the Wild Dog Knight. Such vulgar handles were common currency among unland mercenaries. The Wild Dog Knight kept his horse at a steady trot, leaning over to address his employer. Your Excellency White Wolf, when we cross into the Tuva Empire, we must avoid any open conflict with the local population. The Tuva people are exceptionally fierce and quick to draw steel, so discretion is our best policy. Levi nodded behind his new disguise, having swapped his golden master mask for the likeness of a white wolf. The reputation of the Golden Warhammer Tyra had already spread across the Icewind territory, attracting a dangerous amount of attention. Traveling under a completely separate cover minimized the risk of an ambush by opportunistic thieves. Do not worry, I intend to keep a low profile. Focus on the road. The daily routine fell into a strict rhythm. They pushed their mounts hard during the daylight hours and sought secluded natural shelters when darkness fell. While the guide slept, Levi retreated into the deep shadows to cultivate his breathing styles. Without the corresponding secret medicines, progress on the Black Snake and Vortex Beast techniques slowed to a crawl, prompting him to prioritize the giant rhinoceros, raging bull, and man-faced spider disciplines. 2 weeks of constant travel brought them across the imperial border. By the end of the month of the wheat field, a full 4 weeks after leaving Blackwater Valley, the massive stone walls of Kara City rose from the horizon. Doug checked their surroundings before they passed through the gates, delivering a disappointing update. Sourcing ambergris within Kara City was an impossibility. To secure the substance, they needed to push onward to the sacred city of Lantis, the coastal capital of the Tuva Empire. The metropolis sat upon the most fertile soil in the realm, and ambergris was considered a minor commodity compared to the true treasures traded within its harbors. The information renewed Levis' determination. They maintained their heading for another 2 weeks, finally arriving at the gates of the capital during the final days of the month of harvest. The sheer vastness of the world made travel an exhausting, primitive endeavor. Yet the prolonged journey yielded significant physical rewards. The Raging Bull technique neared the threshold of the 4th level, the progression bar for the giant rhinoceros style crossed the halfway mark, and the man-faced spider matrix edged closer to the 5th tier. A fresh collection of martial disciplines hovered on the precipice of absolute mastery, bringing a deep sense of satisfaction to the young lord as he entered the foreign capital. Chapter 81. Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire 3. However, generally, many things are still delayed. No matter what, I have to bring more ambergris back this time. Not long after, Levi and the Wild Dog Knight arrived at the gate of the Holy City. The Wild Dog Knight clicked his tongue in admiration, looking up at the magnificent stone walls rising before them. The view of the Holy City by the sea is too magnificent. Every time I look at this huge city, I feel small. Levi felt completely indifferent. In his previous life, he had seen many cities that dwarfed this place. As the largest city in the Tuva Empire, the Holy City boasted a population of 2 million people. The sprawling metropolis was split into 3 distinct districts: the outer city, the middle city, and the inner urban area. Most of the residents lived packed tightly into the outer city, which was crowded like slums. The middle city housed the small nobles and wealthy merchants of the Tuva Empire, while the high-ranking officials and the royal family kept themselves isolated within the walls of the inner city. Neither traveler possessed an official entry pass, but the Wild Dog Knight was resourceful. He quickly found a loophole to slip them past the guards. A traveling circus was moving into the streets, preparing to participate in the 300th anniversary of the Holy City. The Wild Dog Knight approached the leader of the caravan, a plump noble, and held out a handful of Tuva gold coins. The bribe worked instantly. The noble waved them through, and the 2 men fell into line with the performers at the rear of the procession. Nearby, scantily clad women smoked strong tobacco, chatting loudly as the wagons rolled forward. The circus crew was clearly accustomed to smuggling extra bodies into the city. Put on your makeup and don't talk later. A golden-haired lady, with thick oil paint smeared across her face, gestured toward Levi. She sat casually atop a heavy iron cage that contained a ferocious beast. Inside the rusted bars, a massive scorpion-tailed tiger paced restlessly. A mature specimen of this predator was as difficult to handle as an official knight. While it could not match the raw power of a northern giant bear, it easily equaled the strength of a low-level warrior. This scorpion-tailed tiger was the signature attraction and greatest treasure of the performance troupe, and the blonde lady served as its beast tamer. Levi accepted the jar of oil paint and began slathering it over his skin. He was a beast tamer himself, and his passive heart of the wild trait immediately registered the raw hostility radiating from the enclosure. The scorpion-tailed tiger caught the scent of a stranger. Its muscles tensed, and it bared its yellow fangs, whipping its tail forward like a poisonous scorpion. The golden-haired lady made no move to calm the predator, watching the interaction with amused interest. The beast was locked safely behind bars, so she saw no real danger in letting it intimidate the newcomer. Levi remained perfectly still in the face of the snarling creature. He slowly clenched his fists, the knuckles popping with a sequence of sharp, cracking sounds. He leveled a fierce, unblinking glare directly into the eyes of the scorpion-tailed tiger. The predator locked eyes with the young lord. Animal perception was incredibly sharp, and the beast saw Levis' pupils snap into vertical slits. A cold, serpentine aura washed over the cage. Across Levis' chest, an imaginary black snake coiled and danced wildly, backed by the spectral fury of sea demons, giant bears, and man-faced spiders. The phantom forms of these legendary, ferocious beasts seemed to come alive, their dark energy soaring into the air. The scorpion-tailed tiger whimpered. It suddenly cowered, dropping its belly to the floorboards, and crawled into the furthest corner of the cage, trembling uncontrollably. "Miss, take care of your kitten," Levi said, his voice entirely calm. The golden-haired lady blinked, staring in shock as her prized monster curled into a shivering ball. The beast was terrified. She looked suspiciously at the burly youth, noting he seemed quite young. He carried no knightly insignia, yet he had broken the spirit of a creature that could kill a trained soldier. A warrior of immense power was standing right in front of her. Her playful, teasing attitude vanished instantly. For the remainder of the journey through the checkpoints, she kept her eyes fixed firmly on the floorboards, not daring to look Levi in the face. The caravan rolled past the gates without issue. Levi scanned the thoroughfares, noting heavy patrols of Imperial soldiers stationed at every intersection. The garrison was clearly tightening security in anticipation of the 300-year grand ceremony, which was set to begin in a month. What a coincidence. It just so happens that the Holy City is at its busiest. The Wild Dog Knight grinned, looking around at the bustling markets. Levi remained focused on his specific objectives. Securing a massive supply of ambergris was non-negotiable. Beyond the medicine, he needed to collect as many breathing technique manuals, turbolarian eggs, and pouches of evil spirit dust as the local markets could provide. The larger the haul, the better. They parted ways with the circus crew at a crowded plaza, and the Wild Dog Knight led the way to the largest commercial guild hall in the Holy City. "Do you have ambergris?" The Wild Dog Knight addressed the clerk behind the polished counter. The representative nodded smoothly. "Yes, A single bottle costs 100 tuva dollars. We currently have 5 bottles left in our inventory. How many do you wish to purchase? Levi frowned slightly as the guide translated the figures. The pricing was reasonable. When converted to the standard gold currency of the Emerald Kingdom, it amounted to roughly 200 gold coins per bottle, significantly cheaper than the prices back home. In the Northern Territories, merchants demanded 300 gold coins for a single vial, and even then, the shelves were perpetually empty. However, 5 bottles would not suffice. The journey across the continent had been long and hazardous, and returning with such a meager quantity felt like a failure. I want all 5 of them, Levi muttered, nudging his guide. Ask him if there are any more shipments arriving. The Wild Dog Knight passed the question along. The clerk reached for the ledger, shaking his head. If you require a larger quantity, in the shortest possible duration, you will have to wait for a month. A traditional beast fighting exhibition is scheduled to take place during the Holy City ceremony. At that time, the guardian god of the Holy City, the Fist of the Empire, will perform in the Grand Colosseum. He intends to slaughter earthly dragon beasts with his bare hands. Following the performance, a large batch of fresh ambergris will be delivered directly to our Chamber of Commerce for public sale. Chapter 82. The Power of the Seal of Protection. The Fist of the Empire. Even Levi had heard tales of this warrior. The man was simply too famous, holding a reputation that mirrored the renown of the White Horse Knight. In truth, his fame eclipsed that of the prince, serving as the ultimate symbol and guardian of the Tuva Empire and the Holy City. Though he had not officially attained the rank of a legendary knight, his martial power surpassed them. The warrior stood a single step away from becoming a true legend. For a combatant of that caliber, slaughtering earthly dragon beasts with his bare hands presented no real challenge. Levi harbored a deep desire to witness such a confrontation, eager to evaluate the true experts of this world beyond the memory of his own father. He gestured to the guild representative, inquiring about further alchemical supplies, but the clerk simply shook his head. Turbolarian eggs were absent from their stores. Such specialized components were incredibly unpopular, sought after almost exclusively by practitioners of the vortex beast-breathing technique. As for the core of an undead, or the refined dust of an evil spirit, the staff possessed no knowledge of them whatsoever. The outcome brought no surprise. These substances belonged to the hidden realm of casting materials, making it entirely reasonable that a conventional merchant house would lack inventory. His queries regarding breathing technique diagrams yielded the identical refusal he had encountered at the Jade Chamber of Commerce. The manuals were completely absent from the shelves. No matter the kingdom, authorities strictly prohibited the open sale of breathing techniques on the surface, leaving the black market as the only viable avenue for acquisition. Levi nodded to the Wild Dog Knight, instructing him to count out 500 tuva coins to finalize the purchase of the 5 available vials. He had systematically converted his standard gold pieces within the subterranean exchanges before crossing the border. He had traveled light on this expedition, intentionally carrying a modest sum of currency. His current strategy involved establishing a secluded residence within the Holy City for a season, generating fresh capital through his trade, while systematically securing ambergris to sustain his advancement. Returning to his northern territory was out of the question for the time being. The valley remained secure, as ordinary adversaries posed no authentic threat to the fortifications of Blackwater Keep. To Levi, the ancestral lands functioned primarily as a financial engine. Now that his skills as a master artisan had matured, his reliance on the estate had dwindled significantly. Aside from the Duke of Montenegro, he possessed no pressing enemies. Yet if a top-tier grand knight like the Duke decided to march against him, remaining stationary within his own keep would only invite extreme peril. Utilizing the local connections of the Wild Dog Knight, Levi secured a private lease within the middle urban district. A single month of rent in this affluent neighborhood equaled the annual living expenses of a civilian family surviving in the crowded outer slums. Once settled, he gathered the remaining baseline ingredients for the Black Snake's secret medicine, blending the compounds with practiced precision. He swallowed the dark mixture and immediately initiated his breathing exercises. Time was the ultimate currency, and he refused to squander a single breath. Levi also employed his guide to scout a modest blacksmith shop for rent along the periphery of the outer city. The knight executed the task efficiently, discovering a vacant smithy available for a single tuva coin per month. The workshop provided a practical venue to generate income without interrupting his physical conditioning. Only 1,000 tuva coins remained in his purse. While such a sum marked him as a wealthy individual by common standards, the capital would only purchase an additional 10 bottles of ambergris. His ultimate goal required dozens of vials, making a steady source of revenue absolutely essential. Outside his shuttered windows, the city grew increasingly vibrant as preparations for the anniversary festival intensified. A spirit of public celebration filled the thoroughfares. Levi ignored the noise entirely, remaining behind closed doors to focus on his internal energy. 5 days of isolated training pushed the raging bull breathing technique across the threshold of the 4th level. Just as he had anticipated, the 4th tier represented the absolute evolutionary limit of the style. His internal assessment updated instantly. The bull breathing technique had attained level 4, marking it as maximized, and granting the permanent special effect of beginner strength. Levi flexed his hands, noting only a marginal increase in his raw physical power. He shook his head at the result, dismissing the style as a low-grade discipline. His expectations shifted entirely toward the giant rhinoceros technique, which possessed the structural capacity to ascend to the 5th tier. 15 days later, the giant rhinoceros discipline reached the 4th level. The progression bar indicated 1 point out of 20,000, confirming that the style had not yet reached its developmental ceiling. Once he cultivated the matrix to the 5th level, he could systematically integrate the attributes of the giant bear and the barbaric bull into the giant rhinoceros structure, preparing his body for a massive physical breakthrough. The prospect brought a surge of genuine satisfaction. Beyond the boundaries of these secondary styles, the consistent application of the freshly brewed black snake medicine triggered a significant leap in his primary proficiency. Provided he maintained his supply of the secret compound, he would attain the 6th level by the turn of the new year, securing his advancement to the rank of a high-level knight. The dark, defensive aura of the black snake had already expanded to cover his entire chest. With this energy manifest, his torso possessed a 5th layer of absolute protection, complementing his existing defenses of heavy cloth armor, hardened scale armor, flexible chainmail, and a reinforced iron breastplate. 5 distinct layers of shielding protected his vitals, leaving him confident that very few combatants could shatter his guard. During the subsequent days, he directed the Wild Dog Knight to secure the auxiliary components necessary to manifest the seal of protection. With the materials assembled, the time had arrived for a practical trial. Levi executed a swift sequence of hand signs, casting a pinch of the shimmering pyroxene powder into the air. A sudden burst of energy flooded his mind, cascading down his spine and radiating outward through his limbs. The mineral dust ignited with a brilliant, silver-white luminescence. The glowing particles expanded outward from his body. Strands of pale light connected point to point, weaving into glowing lines that rapidly solidified into a solid, bell-shaped barrier encasing his form. Levi extended his hand, watching his fingers pass easily through the boundary from the inside. He frowned, wondering if the magic had failed to manifest correctly. He stepped back and activated a mechanical tripwire he had constructed in the corner of the room. The device snapped open, launching a heavy cobblestone directly at his chest. Levi tensed behind the barrier, ready to shatter the missile with his bare fist if the spell collapsed. The rock collided with the boundary with a dull impact. The glowing shield vibrated from the force of the blow, but the surface remained entirely intact. The stone dropped to the floorboards, splitting in two along a natural fault line. Levi deactivated the barrier, satisfied with the experiment. The defensive capacity was remarkable. While he had yet to test the shield against the direct strike of a sworn knight, achieving this level of resilience at the first tier of mastery was highly encouraging. The barrier existed primarily to intercept the unnatural, non-physical assaults of malevolent spirits. To repel conventional steel, he could rely on his armor and his internal black gas. With 6 layers of defense now stacked in his favor, an instantaneous assassination was virtually impossible. 5 seconds after activation, the pale light flickered and dissolved into the air. His internal status window shifted, displaying the seal of protection at level 1 with a single point of proficiency out of 1000. According to the ancient manual, the duration and structural integrity of the shield would scale alongside his personal dedication, influenced heavily by the purity of the caster's bloodline. The magic traditionally progressed through 3 distinct evolutions, beginning with pure white protection, ascending to bright silver protection, and culminating in golden protection. His current white barrier represented the basic entry tier of the art. If a practitioner managed to master the golden protection realm, their body became completely invulnerable to physical weapons and entirely immune to the hexes of evil spirits. The ancient patriarch of the Winchester line had once occupied that peak, and Levi adopted the achievement as his personal benchmark. Because the casting components he had transported into the Tuva Empire were strictly limited, he refrained from burning through his remaining pyroxene merely to grind proficiency points. His current stores provided exactly 10 castings of the Seal of Protection and 20 activations of the Seal of Flame. The reserves were sufficient to serve as an emergency trump card. Even within a sprawling metropolis like the Holy City, where powerful warriors gathered in vast numbers, only a handful of individuals possessed the capability to force him to deploy such measures. Furthermore, he had no intention of instigating conflict. This was the capital of a foreign empire, guarded by the fist of the empire. Getting noticed by the authorities would ruin his plans. Levi stretched his arms, his joints popping in the quiet room. His physical conditioning was complete for the morning. It was time to operate the forge, manufacture a selection of weapons, and establish a connection with the local branch of the Shining Tavern. Given the massive scale of the capital, the Mercantile Guild maintained a prominent underground presence within the districts. Having previously secured premium status under the alias of the Golden Warhammer, Levi easily located the coordinates of their local establishment. He walked down into the outer urban district, navigating the crowded alleys until he reached the entrance of his leased smithy. A group of rough-looking men stood gathered outside the iron doors. The leader of the assembly stepped forward, his face divided by a jagged scar. He narrowed his eyes, studying Levi with open impatience. "Who are you supposed to be? Where did old Hank run off to? That old bastard still owes us his protection money." Chapter 83. The Bloody Hand Boss. Old Hank. Levi recognized the name of the previous owner from whom he had leased the smithy. The old craftsman had clearly abandoned the workshop because of these thugs. The low rent suddenly made perfect sense. The outer urban area was a cesspool of lawlessness. Street gangs held absolute power, while the security officers of the Holy City turned a blind eye. The authorities lacked either the capability or the desire to intervene, choosing instead to let the impoverished populace consume themselves in pointless internal strife. Petty conflicts and superficial enemies kept the lower classes perpetually exhausted and ignorant. By keeping the majority of the population broken and tired, the wealthy elites of the middle city and the ruling class of the inner city maintained absolute control over the metropolis and the empire. The outer city smelled of rot, its alleys choked with filth. Levi had already witnessed several violent turf wars and blatant extortion rackets during his short time in the district. Getting targeted by a shakedown on his very first day was a stroke of pure bad luck. "I am the new tenant," Levi said, keeping his tone measured despite his fractured Tuva vocabulary. "Go find old Hank for your payment. My lease is already settled." He had spent weeks studying the local dialect, mastering enough of the basics to communicate. The scarred man scoffed, stepping closer. "A foreigner." The thug shrugged, completely unbothered. The outer slums attracted desperate travelers from every corner of the world. Stowaways flooded the gates daily, all eager to carve out a life in this supposed city of dreams. The Bloody Hand gang itself drew a large portion of its muscle from foreign nationals. "I do not care about your lease," the scarred man said. "This alley belongs to the Bloody Hand gang. If you open a shop on our bricks, you pay the tax. Hand it over, and be quick about it." He cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as his lackeys shifted their weight, tightening the circle around the smithy doors. They were a rough, seasoned crew. Killing these street thugs held no appeal for a warrior of Levi's caliber. They lacked the training of true knights, offering neither a challenge nor any valuable spoils upon their death. Eliminating them would achieve nothing. Levi remained perfectly composed beneath their aggressive posturing. This was the capital of an empire. The sun was high, and too many eyes were watching the street. Exposing his true strength over a petty dispute was foolish. Across the way, neighboring windows remained tightly shut, though faint movements behind the curtains proved the locals were watching the encounter through the cracks. Levi reached into his pouch, withdrew 10 Tuva silver coins, and offered them to the leader. The scarred man slapped Levi's hand away. The silver pieces scattered across the cobblestones, ringing sharply as they spun into the dirt. "Silver," the thug barked, laughing aggressively. "Foreigner, you clearly do not understand who you are dealing with. Do you take us for common beggars? Do not think your size frightens us. Our leader, Boss Bloody Hand, is a formally recognized knight. Do you comprehend the weight of that title?" Saliva sprayed from the scarred man's mouth as he boasted, his chest swelling with pride at the mention of his master. Having a sworn knight as a benefactor gave the street-level thugs an intoxicating sense of authority. "My apologies," Levi said, forcing a polite smile onto his face. "I am new to the district and unfamiliar with the local customs. What is the proper fee?" 10 silver coins was a substantial sum, considering the monthly rent for the entire structure cost a single gold piece. The greed of these local extortionists went far beyond his expectations. "Since you are ignorant, I will overlook the insult," the scarred man countered, crossing his arms. "The price is 1 gold coin per month. Pay that, and the Bloody Hand gang guarantees your shop remains safe from harm." Levi hesitated for a moment, feigning submission, before retrieving a heavy gold coin and placing it into the scarred man's open palm. The thug grinned, thoroughly satisfied. He had arrived fully prepared to beat the foreigner into compliance, but the newcomer proved remarkably cooperative. With the underground master of the district backing their play, no one dared to resist. "Move out, boys," the leader shouted, turning his back on the forge. He glanced over his shoulder at the shuttered buildings. "Keep working and keep earning. If the tax falls short next month, none of you will survive the anger of the boss." The watching neighbors instantly ducked away from their windows, terrified of drawing attention. Every resident along the avenue understood the brutal reputation of Boss Bloody Hand. The man had earned his moniker by literally tearing rival gang members apart with his bare hands during the Western Turf Wars. Levi watched the detachment retreat down the winding alleyway. Once they cleared the block, he slipped into a recessed alcove, altered his physical posture, changed his heavy traveling cloak, and trailed them through the crowded thoroughfares. The pursuit concluded outside a dilapidated winery near the eastern docks, the headquarters of the Bloody Hand gang. After memorizing the layout and guard rotations of the compound, Levi retraced his steps to the smithy and unlocked the iron doors to begin his work. He chose to delay his strike. Slaughtering the leadership of the Bloody Hand gang immediately would solve nothing. A dozen rival factions waited in the shadows, ready to fight for control of the vacant territory, and the extortion demands would simply resume under a different banner. Levi had no interest in playing the hero or cleansing the dark underbelly of the outer city. These syndicates operated with the tacit approval of the middle city nobility and the corrupt officials within the inner walls. Causing a massive structural disruption before achieving his primary goals was reckless. He would endure the slight for now, but a debt was owed, and he always collected his debts. The retaliation would occur on the eve of his departure from the Empire. The time for a final settlement had simply not yet arrived. The long-abandoned forge soon roared back to life. Levi manufactured a series of standard-grade iron swords and tools, displaying them in the front window to maintain his cover as an ordinary craftsman. Once the initial inventory was set, he spent several days working in absolute isolation, forging a set of heavy armor infused with a fraction of his precious mithril. The piece represented master-tier craftsmanship. While the weight and rigidity made it less agile than his personal dragon scale kit, the structural defense was exceptional. He intended to pass the creation to the shining auction house to secure a massive infusion of capital. Conventional weaponry provided mere pocket money, whereas custom-forged armor commanded the true wealth of the nobility. Deep within the middle urban district, Levi located a small, unassuming tavern illuminated by dim yellow lanterns. He adjusted his golden master mask, presented his premium membership token to the guard at the threshold, and stepped into the secure facility. "You must be Master Tyra," a senior representative said, approaching immediately. "Correct," Levi replied, his voice low and muffled by the metal. "I have a piece for the block." He unrolled a heavy leather bundle, allowing the polished metalwork to thud against the presentation table. "I call it silver scale," Levi continued. "Refined iron matrix fused with half a caddy of pure mithril. It stands as my finest achievement of the recent seasons. I expect your house to market it aggressively to ensure a premium return." "Rest assured, Master Tyra," the manager said, examining the pristine links. "Our presentation staff undergoes rigorous training. The final bid will reflect the quality of the work." Attendants carried the armor back to the evaluation vault. Levi calculated the baseline value at over 200 tuva gold coins, given that the raw mithril alone cost a fortune. The auction of a master-grade suit required proper promotion, and the news would rapidly circulate among the wealthy knights of the Holy City via the tavern's elite network. While the managers organized the listing, Levi explored the local bounty and trade boards. The Landis branch was an immense regional hub, reportedly supervised by an active Grand Knight, offering access to items that never reached the northern border posts. He registered his personal shopping list with the dispatch desk. A casual scan of the active trade ledgers revealed several rare breathing technique diagrams, though turbolarian eggs and casting minerals remained entirely absent from the inventory. Ultimately, Levi concluded his visit by purchasing a foundational bloodline breathing manual for 30 gold pieces. The text was titled The Azure Falcon Breathing Technique. The manuscript likely belonged to the fallen Green Falcon Knight, who had perished beneath the talons of the earthly dragon beast during the northern hunts. Levi had failed to recover the prize from the battlefield at the time, making its sudden appearance in a foreign branch a welcome surprise. The diagram featured 25 distinct training postures, placing it at the absolute pinnacle of the shallow tier, second only to premier matrices like the man-faced spider. Based on his experience, the physical structure of the style would allow him to cultivate the energy up to the 5th level. Chapter 84. Level 5 Man-Faced Spider. The year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar brought the month of Northern Wind. The holy city bustled with restless energy. Only 5 days remained until the 300th anniversary ceremony. Levi rose slowly from his meditative stance. He opened his eyes and studied his arm. The fine vellus hair on his skin rippled up and down, perfectly synchronized with his breathing. Out on the street, the distant rumble of carriages and the heavy tread of pedestrians vibrated through the earth and air, registering directly against his skin. In that heartbeat, Levi mirrored the stillness of an Amazonian tarantula, mapping every minute tremor in his surroundings, waiting for prey to cross his perimeter. The man-faced spider breathing technique has finally reached level 5. The perceptual radius has doubled, expanding from 10 meters to a full 20-meter sphere. A glance at the internal interface confirmed the advancement. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 5, 1 point out of 30,000. Special effects, intermediate vibrosensing and spider sensing. The danger response matrix remained entirely dormant. No warning signals flashed. The immediate surroundings were clear. A warrior possessed of such overwhelming power, who consciously chose absolute discretion, naturally maintained an exceptional safety margin. Thoughts drifted briefly toward the northern valley. There was little utility in pointless worrying. Levi forced a tight smile, realizing just how long he had remained away from his ancestral keep. Beyond the breakthrough of the arachnid matrix, the Azure Falcon breathing technique had successfully crossed into the beginner tier. The baseline ingredients for the Falcon compound were remarkably common, requiring no exotic foraging. 6 months of focused training would easily push the style to its absolute developmental limit. The physical structure of the technique should allow for 5 full tiers of growth. According to the internal metrics, maximizing a level 5 discipline yielded an energy output equivalent to 2 maximized level 4 styles. The final 2 points required to balance the Siren matrix would soon be settled. The tangible verification of his growing physical dominance lent a profound sense of purpose to his daily routine. Levi dressed, consumed a quiet meal, and set out toward the middle urban district to visit the Shining Tavern. The custom auction had concluded, and the time had arrived to collect his earnings. He was eager to see the final premium commanded by his custom metalwork. The Wild Dog Knight had remained absent for several days, likely attending to his own mercantile contracts. They had already established a firm rendezvous point for the eve of the anniversary, planning to secure front row benches at the Colosseum to witness the Grand Knight confront the earthly dragon beast. The moment Levi stepped across the threshold of the tavern, the attendants recognized the imposing lines of the Golden Master mask. The senior supervisor hurried forward, gesturing toward the secure back rooms. "Master Tyra, the auction exceeded our highest projections. Your silver scale armor was secured by a prominent representative from the inner walls for 300 gold coins. The local forging guilds are in absolute chaos. The master blacksmiths simply cannot comprehend that a living legendary craftsman has established a forge within their territory. Multiple high-ranking officials have approached us demanding private consultations. The true elite universally prefer bespoke commissions over standard inventory. Levi nodded behind the metal visor, thoroughly satisfied with the return. The 300 imperial coins translated to a staggering 600 gold pieces in the currency of the Emerald Kingdom. The price was unprecedented. The valuation relied heavily on two factors. The raw mithril matrix required an immense capital investment, and the unique brand identity of the Golden Warhammer had officially captured the imagination of the market. As the reputation of the persona expanded, the market value of the craftsmanship would scale exponentially. Maintaining a strict strategy of artificial scarcity was essential. Levi needed only to manufacture enough luxury goods to fund his alchemical requirements, while keeping a substantial reserve of liquid currency in his pouch. Factoring out his personal labor, the silver scale armor had yielded a net profit exceeding 500 standard gold pieces. To sustain his lifestyle, he needed to release only 1 or 2 custom pieces each month. A conventional workshop required a small army of apprentices and journeymen working for 4 weeks straight just to assemble 2 standard suits of plate. If Levi abandoned his physical conditioning to focus entirely on industrial production, he could easily hammer out a dozen superior rigs in a month. However, such a path would destroy his training schedule, a compromise he refused to entertain. He finalized the coordinates for his next supply delivery with the administrative supervisor, then navigated the crowded floor toward the bounty dispatch boards. A clerk signaled to him immediately, indicating a private party had requested an audience regarding his active buy orders. Levi stepped into a reinforced consultation room, his pulse quickening slightly. The contact sat in the shadows, wearing a plain theater mask and dressed in loose civilian linens that failed to entirely conceal a distinct, aristocratic posture. A palpable aura of physical exhaustion and advanced age radiated from the figure. "Young man, you are seeking bulk quantities of ambergris." The stranger spoke in a low, gravelly rasp that carried the weight of a long, difficult life. "Correct." Levi kept his response concise. Relying solely on the public distribution following the upcoming Colosseum matches was a poor strategic choice. Furthermore, the specialized ambergris harvested from a standard earthly dragon beast could only sustain his progression up to the threshold of a high-level knight. Reaching the absolute peak of the physical arts and advancing into the grand knight tier demanded an immense volume of the substance. He could never possess too much of the medicine. "I maintain direct contact with an individual holding a massive reserve," the masked figure continued, leaning forward. "More importantly, this individual currently possesses a live earthly dragon beast egg, harvested directly from the nesting grounds of the very monster the Fist of the Empire intends to slaughter in 4 days." The revelation was massive, yet Levi remained entirely detached. "The egg holds no value for my current operations. My requirements are strictly limited to processed ambergris. If your contact can deliver the refined compound, I am prepared to clear the inventory at the maximum current market rate. I will purchase every ounce available." An unhatched monster egg was a massive liability. Even if the embryo survived the incubation process, a dragon beast required decades of specialized husbandry before its internal organs matured enough to secrete the alchemical wax. Unlike a northern giant bear, which achieved full maturity within 7 or 8 years, an imperial drake demanded a lifetime of maintenance. Levi had no intention of acting as a pawn in some complex noble conspiracy. The stranger clearly wanted to leverage his martial size to execute a dangerous, high-profile heist. A solid statue forged entirely from compressed ambergris rests within the private estate of the Imperial Finance Minister, Micah, the old man whispered. The piece was delivered as a formal tribute by his son-in-law to celebrate the minister's 60th birthday. "I lack the specific metrics of your alchemical requirements, but a solid sculpture standing 2 feet tall represents a concentration of material worth tens of thousands of gold pieces." Levi remained perfectly motionless, though his internal calculations shifted dramatically. If the information was authentic, the finance minister and his extended family were obscenely wasteful. Transforming an invaluable alchemical catalyst into a decorative household ornament was pure madness. The elite of this world operated on an entirely different scale of luxury. The realization brought a sudden, sobering appreciation for the true power of the Duke of Montenegro. The finance minister of the Tuva Empire wielded a level of systemic authority that directly mirrored the Grand Dukes of the North. Levi had spent months hunting predators, traveling across thousands of miles of wilderness, and sweating over a hot forge just to secure a few drops of the medicine, while these corrupt officials utilized massive blocks of the substance to decorate their drawing rooms. It was utterly absurd. "Who is the son-in-law responsible for the commission?" Levi demanded, his voice dropping an octave. "Emperor Mew." The informant delivered the name with deliberate emphasis. Levi stared back in silence. He recognized the name immediately. Throughout the extensive festival preparations, that specific title had echoed across every market square and tavern common room in the district. To the common populace of the holy city of Lantis, the commander was a living deity. He stood as the undisputed martial pinnacle of the realm, the absolute protector of the capital, and the supreme captain of the Storm Knights. His personal glory completely eclipsed the authority of the imperial throne itself. The Fist of the Empire, Emperor Mew. Chapter 85. Giant Breathing Technique. "Old man, do not tell me you want me to kill Emperor Mew for you. I am just an ordinary knight." Levi found the proposition amusing, having already formed a rough guess regarding the intentions of his companion. The masked man shook his head slowly. Judging from the sheer volume of ambergris you require, the substance is most likely used to cultivate breathing techniques. As far as I know, the ancient families that require ambergris as a secret medicine are all highly unusual. Of course, I also wanted to locate someone stronger to aid me, perhaps a grand knight. However, an existence of that caliber would naturally never care about a nameless old commoner like me. I simply could not offer them enough incentive to move them. The explanation caused Levis' pulse to quicken. The figure sitting across from him looked like a commoner, old and devoid of any real combat power, yet his background was clearly not simple. He had undoubtedly possessed great wealth in his past. The old man leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Also, I would never ask you to slay Emperor Mu. No one can defeat him. He is the unparalleled war god born in the storm. The target I want you to help me eliminate is Micah, the finance minister of the kingdom. He is merely an ordinary knight, and he is as old as I am. He relied entirely on the reputation of the Fist of the Empire to secure his position as finance minister. That old fellow possesses no authentic ability at all. He only managed to father a good daughter. The speaker paused, his breath rattling in his throat before he continued. Before his elevation to the ministry, he was just a petty official in the finance department of the upper city. He was a villain who committed countless atrocities behind closed doors. He once imprisoned dozens of civilian women in his basement, forcing them to satisfy his desires, serve his household, and bear his children. He refused to halt his evil behavior until the daughters of those women grew into adulthood. Many innocent people perished in that cellar, including my only remaining family member, my sister. The masked man studied Levis' expression through the slits of his visor. From your posted commission, beyond your urgent need for ambergris, you appear to be a collector of breathing techniques. You seem to desperately desire the location of the giant breathing technique. If you can help me eliminate Micah, I will reveal exactly where that manual is hidden. I intend to drink at the Shining Tavern every single day, looking forward to the moment you bring Micah's head to my table. However, my time on this earth is short. If you truly want the giant breathing technique, you had best deliver his head before I expire. By the way, my surname is Melon. With those final words, the stranger stood up and departed into the crowded room. Levi remained at the table, his expression complicated as he watched the companion leave, his mind filled with intense inner turmoil. Melon. The Melon family still possessed living descendants. The ancient lineage was supposed to have disappeared entirely into the long river of history. It was incredible to find a remnant of the bloodline living in absolute seclusion within the holy city, thousands of miles away from their ancestral lands. Perhaps the survivors of the house could only find a glimmer of hope by hiding in regions completely untouched by the divine light of the Heavenly Father. A family that had once birthed a top-notch grand knight had fallen to such a pathetic state. In the face of passing centuries, everything became pale and powerless. Levi let out a quiet sigh. The revelation explained why the old man possessed such dangerous knowledge. He truly was the descendant of a great dynasty. The desire for the ambergris and the giant breathing technique was real, yet launching an assassination against the father-in-law of the Fist of the Empire, a warrior standing at the absolute peak of the era, carried immense danger. Eliminating Micah was well within his physical capabilities, but the political risk was far too great. Levi shook his head, dismissing his immediate doubts. The old man had no logical motive to fabricate the story. He was already balanced on the verge of death, leaving no reason to play games. Furthermore, he shared no prior enmity with Levi, meaning there was no incentive to fool him. The tale was almost certainly authentic, but Levi naturally despised seeking wealth through reckless danger. Since the beginning of his martial journey, Levi had only initiated an assault when he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, choosing to strike only after assembling a crushing, undeniable force. Even when a total dominance was impossible, he required a tactical situation similar to his confrontation with Iron Mountain, ensuring that if he failed to overcome his opponent, he still maintained the perfect ability to protect his own life. His current combat power was formidable, and he felt entirely confident that no warrior below the rank of Grand Knight could defeat him. The core problem lay in his complete ignorance regarding the true capabilities of a Grand Knight. He lacked any standard to measure the strength of a premier combatant like the Fist of the Empire. The only Grand Knight he had ever observed in his life was his own father, and the late lord had rarely engaged in serious combat in front of a young child. Ignorance and arrogance were a lethal combination, capable of causing him to end up exactly like the enemies he had slaughtered in the past. The old man appeared to have a few years of life remaining in his fragile body. The contract could be reconsidered once Levi officially achieved the rank of Grand Knight himself. He stepped out of the Shining Tavern, realizing the encounter had yielded a substantial long-term advantage. At the very least, the interaction provided a definitive confirmation that the giant breathing technique still existed in the world. Furthermore, the revelation that the old pervert Micah stored an immense hoard of ambergris inside his estate meant that if Levi could somehow secure the vault, his alchemical requirements would be settled forever. The lack of public ambergris within the holy city suddenly made perfect sense. Despite the metropolis being renowned as the native breeding ground of the earthly dragon beasts, the elite captured the entirety of the harvest. The Fist of the Empire monopolized the supply simply to fashion a decorative sculpture for his father-in-law. Micah was nothing but a wealthy dog, extravagant and wasteful, while real warriors starved for the medicine. The man richly deserved to be executed. Levi cursed the official silently as he navigated the streets. He returned directly to the outer city, unlocking the smithy to resume his work on the heavy armor. His current funds were insufficient to clear the local markets, making the production of several additional mithril suits an absolute necessity. "Where is the newcomer? Show yourself." A loud shout interrupted the rhythmic striking of his hammer. Levi set his tools aside and walked to the front entrance, discovering the scarred man from the Bloody Hand gang standing on the cobblestones. The thug held a mangled, broken sword in his grip, tossing the ruined weapon onto the dirt floor of the shop. "What is the meaning of this?" Levi asked, his voice flat. "You know exactly what is wrong," the scarred man barked, stepping into the workspace. "Can you not see that my blade is completely shattered? Bring me a real sword from your stock. If I lack a proper weapon, I cannot protect this forge from the predators on the block. You should know the Wildfire gang in the next sector is already eyeing your business. There is a rack of finished blades near the wall," Levi replied, gesturing toward the display before turning on his heel to retreat into the back room. "Select whatever you require." "We will not stand on ceremony then," the leader shouted to his men. "Brothers, grab yourselves some fresh steel." At the command, the gathered thugs discarded their rusted weapons, eagerly replacing them with the standard-grade blades Levi had manufactured to maintain his cover. To a group of low-level street criminals who had never witnessed master craftsmanship, the ordinary iron swords felt like legendary treasures. The gang grabbed their loot and departed, leaving the alley outside completely quiet. Faint voices drifted through the thin wooden walls from a neighboring house, the locals conversing in hushed tones. "When will these miserable days finally end?" "Father, I established contact with a wandering quasi-night ranger yesterday afternoon," a younger voice whispered. "I have endured enough of this extortion. Why do we not unite the merchants along the street and launch a coordinated resistance against these parasites?" The older voice let out a long, exhausted sigh. "Boss Bloody Hand is a fully initiated knight. Multiple trained fighters have already died beneath his blades. Furthermore, rumors are circulating that the boss was spotted drinking in the upper district with an associate of the finance minister, Micah. Rather than risking a slaughter here, our family would be far safer wandering the open wilderness." Levi listened to the neighbor's despair without any visible emotion, his arm maintaining a steady, unchanging rhythm as he continued to hammer the glowing metal on his anvil. By the following afternoon, the second suit of custom armor stood completed. Levi transported the piece to the middle district, delivering it to the trade desk at the Shining Tavern for the evening auction block. As promised, the masked old man sat alone in the dark corner of the tavern floor, nursing a clay mug. Levi finished his business with the managers, walked over to the secluded table, and ordered a measure of the potent liquor known as Lion King's Spirit. He drained the burning alcohol in a single swallow. "Old man, stay alive," Levi said, his voice carrying a subtle weight. "I do not want you resting in a graveyard when I finally deliver the prize you requested to this tavern in the coming seasons." The masked descendant of the Melon House raised his head, his frail shoulders trembling slightly beneath his linens. A sudden brightness returned to his faded eyes. He raised his own mug of the spirit, downing the contents before breaking into a raspy, hacking cough. "Young man, may your path shine as brightly as the legendary Lionheart Knight." Chapter 86. The Chaos of the Empire. With Leva's current growth rate, taking Micah's head before the old man died remained entirely possible. Even with his current physical strength, executing the assassination would not present a difficult challenge. However, Micah was the father-in-law of the Fist of the Empire. Before unearthing the true details of that legendary figure, delaying any direct move was the wiser choice. A heavyweight like Micah naturally kept powerful bodyguards around his person. Otherwise, considering the vast number of enemies who wanted the official dead, the old fellow would never have survived to enjoy his wealth. Gambling on an immediate strike might yield success. Yet his personal strategy required a plan that was as foolproof as humanly possible. The second suit of custom armor sold for 352 gold coins. Combining the profit with his existing savings ensured he could purchase the entire supply of ambergris available at the local merchant houses. Only the core of the undead, the evil spirit dust, and the Turbolarian eggs remained missing from his inventory. Levi reviewed his material gains from this expedition and immediately entered a focused state of cultivation. Following a full month of public anticipation, the 300th anniversary ceremony finally commenced. The schedule for the Holy City ceremony was incredibly vibrant, featuring a massive circus parade, a grand martial arts tournament, and a highly publicized dragon-slaying exhibition. Levi walked toward the Colosseum to secure a place for the spectacle. He intended to witness the exact capabilities of the Fist of the Empire, utilizing the data to prepare for his future operations. The Wild Dog Knight completed his own business in the lower quarters, arriving just in time to meet Levi outside the massive stone entrance. With the guide's local expertise, Levi successfully navigated the security checkpoints and entered a vast, circular stadium that closely mirrored the grand amphitheaters of ancient history. The arena events represented the absolute peak of the public celebration, leaving the limestone stands completely packed with thousands of spectators. High-ranking officials and wealthy nobles occupied the cushioned VIP boxes, while the impoverished commoners crowded onto the stone benches above. The viewing position secured by the Wild Dog Knight was less than ideal due to its extreme proximity to the lower ring. Although reinforced iron fences surrounded the dirt floor of the arena, Sitting so close to the action introduced a distinct element of physical risk. Still, the location was unavoidable, and entering the arena at all was a massive achievement. The Wild Dog Knight rubbed his palms together, his voice trembling with excitement. Earthly dragon beasts. I have never observed a living specimen before today. Levi scanned the surrounding tiers. Several aristocrats dressed in silk tunics watched the preparations from the shaded boxes. An elderly man sat at the center of the primary pavilion, marking the position of the Imperial Finance Minister, Micah. The official maintained his high station solely because of his relationship with the Fist of the Empire. A woman sat directly beside Micah, identifying herself as the minister's daughter and the wife of the legendary commander. Two formidable guards stood positioned behind the chairs, their disciplined posture indicating a martial rank of at least high-level knights. Levi studied the security arrangement, his mind turning over the possibilities. The family is fully occupied here. I wonder if any master-level combatants remain behind to guard Micah's private estate. If the Grand Knights are completely absent from the mansion, a sudden infiltration might be feasible. I could secure the statue ahead of schedule. He paused, shaking his head to dispel the thought. Let us not complicate the situation. The informant's claim remains unverified, and the exact coordinates of the vault are completely unknown. Sneaking inside blindly would likely result in a fruitless search. Levi suppressed the sudden spike of greed, forcing himself to adopt a patient mindset. A thunderous roar echoed through the arena as the Fist of the Empire stepped out onto the bloodstained sand. Levi finally observed the champion whose fame completely eclipsed the reputation of the White Horse Knight. The commander was monstrously large, standing a full 3 meters in height. His massive frame made one wonder how an ordinary woman could possibly manage a marriage with such a giant. The warrior waved his massive arms, absorbing the frenzied adulation of the crowd. He stood half-naked, completely devoid of heavy plate armor. His height exceeded the roofline of a standard single-story building, pushing past the recognized physical boundaries of human biology. Even from his distant vantage point in the lower stands, Levi detected a crushing physical pressure radiating from the dense muscles, a strength that appeared fully capable of snapping iron bars. The Wild Dog Knight stared blankly, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Gods above, look at him. The spectators erupted into rhythmic chanting. Born of the Storm, Fist of the Empire, Guardian of the City. Countless voices screamed the titles in a state of absolute fanatical devotion. The Fist of the Empire flexed his massive shoulders, his joints popping with a sound like breaking timber. Long live the Holy City, his voice boomed across the limestone tiers. Long live the Empire. The deafening shout sent a wave of raw adrenaline through the stands, driving the crowd into an intensified state of exhilaration. The response was instantaneous, thousands of citizens screaming wildly in approval. The sovereign of the Holy City, who also ruled the entire Tuva Empire, appeared at the apex of the Imperial Pavilion, surrounded by a dense contingent of ministers. My dear Emperor Mu, the Iron Fist of our realm, the ruler announced, his voice amplified across the stone. On behalf of the millions who survive within this capital, and across our borders, I offer true gratitude for your years of blood sacrifice. The Empire stands proud beneath your shadow. Next, the champion will present this assembly with the most magnificent performance of the modern era. Release the dragon. The heavy iron portcullis at the western end of the sands slowly ground upward. Deep within the pitch-black tunnel, 2 dark green pinpricks of light ignited. A sudden, metallic tang of blood filled the air, carrying an unnatural heat. The earth shuddered violently as a massive creature charging out from the shadows proved significantly larger than the previous dragon beast Levi had encountered in the north. The predator lunged forward, locking its gaze onto the lone warrior. Emperor Mu tightened his massive fists, answering the charge with a primal roar. Before the beast could close the distance, the commander transformed into a dark silhouette resembling an iron monument. A dense, pitch-black gas erupted from his knuckles. With a violent impact, his bare hands collided directly against the armored skull of the dragon beast. Levi tensed against the safety railing, thoroughly shocked by the display. The sheer scale of that physical power and defense was staggering. He had assumed the Fist of the Empire would utilize a specialized weapon, or rely on superior agility, to systematically dismantle the predator. Instead, the man deployed nothing but his bare fists, wrapped in dark energy, to repeatedly trade blows with the armored behemoth. This represented the authentic power of a legendary level knight, the absolute pinnacle of martial combat in the current era. Levi's blood surged as he watched the exchange, realizing the vast structural gulf that still separated his own abilities from the commander in the ring. The opponent's hands functioned as a pair of divine weapons, the black gas easily sundering the hardened scales of the Drake. Maximizing a strength-based breathing technique evidently yielded a terrifying degree of physical resilience, without sacrificing necessary combat speed. The peak of the era possesses incredible wonders, Levi noted internally, any lingering complacency regarding his own rapid advancement dissolving completely. Although my father achieved the rank of a Grand Knight, a significant disparity must have existed between his abilities and an absolute monster like the Fist of the Empire. The conflict reached its inevitable conclusion without any further suspense. Emperor Mu jammed his fingers beneath the armored plates, tearing the hide away as a fountain of crimson dragon blood drenched the sand. The amphitheater shook as the crowd screamed his title. Fist of the Empire. The champion stood over the carcass, chest heaving as sweat poured down his torso. Slaying an imperial drake with raw physical power had drained an immense portion of his stamina. The dark gas enveloping his limbs began to recede, exposing a series of fresh lacerations across his ribs. While the tracks were relatively shallow, the monster had successfully drawn blood. His physical defense still possesses structural limitations, Levi murmured, watching the wounds. Yet a warrior of that caliber would require only a brief window of rest to completely regenerate the tissue. The champion's posture altered abruptly. Emperor Mew stumbled, his massive frame swaying precariously before he forced his feet apart to regain his balance. The dark gas flared around his shoulders in a desperate surge. He lowered his chin, studying the lacerations across his chest. The wounds, which had been bright red moments before, rapidly shifted into an abnormal, bluish-purple hue. A sudden wave of numbness and visible vertigo compromised his stance. Poison. The conspirators coated the claws of the dragon beast beforehand. As a master of alchemical blending, Levi identified the chemical reaction instantly. A thick, white smoke erupted from hidden vents around the perimeter of the sands, rapidly expanding to engulf the lower half of the stadium. Wherever the vapor drifted, spectators collapsed onto the stone benches, foaming at the mouth as the toxin seized their nervous systems. The individuals who remained standing within the cloud immediately pulled specialized breathing apparatuses from their cloaks, the rubber visors resembling the grim profiles of plague doctor masks. "Move," Levi ordered, grabbing the wild dog knight's shoulder. "The white vapor is a lethal aerosol. An assassination plot is unfolding under cover of the festival." The guide needed no further explanation, turning instantly toward the exit tunnels. A heavy rumble echoed through the lower concourse as the primary iron doors slammed shut, locking from the outside. Panic gripped the crowd, a desperate mass of people jamming into the blocked bottleneck as they attempted to escape the spreading gas. Emperor Mew stood his ground on the sand, utilizing his immense physical mass to resist the unknown toxin, as he let out a furious roar. "Cowards, show yourselves." He turned toward the imperial box, discovering the sovereign's ceremonial robes torn open. A dagger composed entirely of compressed black gas protruded from the ruler's back, driven deep by the hand of the military minister standing directly behind the throne. The blade pierced clean through the sovereign's chest. The military minister's internal energy exploded outward, revealing the full power of an active Grand Knight. He closed his fist, crushing the monarch's heart within the chest cavity. "Brother, I am well aware you became a mere puppet for the fist of the Empire long ago," the assassin stated, his voice carrying across the pavilion. "I refuse to watch our heritage fall completely into the hands of a foreign outsider." With the king dead, the military minister vaulted down onto the bloodied sand of the arena floor, his heavy armor clanking against the earth as dozens of masked insurrectionists materialized from the smoke to form a defensive line behind him. "Emperor Mew, prepare to meet your end," the minister declared. The champion broke into a manic, booming laugh. "You bunch of fools drastically underestimate my power. You truly believe this pathetic mob possesses the capability to bring me down." Before the sentence concluded, a dark silhouette detached from the panicked crowd, lunging directly at the commander's exposed back. Emperor Mew snorted in derision, a terrifying shockwave of energy radiating from his core as he threw a blind backhand strike. The impact forced the assailant backward across the sand, exposing his identity. The attacker wore a molded skull mask over a ghost face silk shroud, revealing himself as another Grand Knight. "The Pale Shadow," Emperor Mew said, tightening his fists as a brutal smile spread across his lips. "To ensure my demise, you actually contracted the services of the Premier Assassin Guild. Unfortunately, none of you comprehend the sheer depth of the divide between us. Your ignorance is absolute." Chapter 87. 20 bottles of ambergris. The Colosseum was in absolute chaos. The joyous scene of celebration had transformed into a hell on earth within mere moments. Levi navigated the panicked crowd, his attention locked onto the three Grand Knights trading blows on the bloodstained sand. On one side stood the unparalleled god of war, fighting through the debilitating effects of the poison. On the other stood the imperial military minister, alongside his contracted foreign enforcement, the elite assassins from the Bird of Death voice. The name Pale Shadow echoed in Levi's thoughts, identifying the high-ranking operative as Iron Mountain's direct superior. The realization sent a jolt of adrenaline through his chest. The architect of so much suffering stood directly within reach. Every instinct urged Levi to charge forward and bury his fists in the man's face, but a rational assessment of the Grand Knight's exchange proved a massive structural gap still existed between his own abilities and the masters of the realm. The combatants on the sand might lack the sheer variety of Levi's combined breathing techniques, but their fundamental martial tier placed them far beyond the limits of ordinary knights. They possessed no obvious physical vulnerabilities. Rebel soldiers wearing specialized gas masks systematically flooded the lower corridors of the stadium. "Sir, I must initiate my retreat," the Wild Dog Knight stated, his voice tight with anxiety as the defensive lines crumbled. "This situation has completely devolved beyond my worst projections. Forgive me. If you survive the evacuation, locate me at the Shining Tavern." The tracker vanished into the surging press of bodies. Levi paid the departure little mind. He retrieved his white wolf mask, securing the leather straps over his face just as the first tendrils of the toxic cloud drifted across the lower benches. The crowd stampeded away from the spreading blue perimeter, caught in the crossfire, as the rebel forces clashed directly with the remnants of the Imperial garrison. Operatives from the Bird of Death voice moved silently through the press, casually harvesting lives with synchronized blade strikes. Watching the spectacle was a mistake, Levi muttered to himself, maintaining his composure despite the surrounding carnage. His personal physical conditioning guaranteed an easy escape from the structure, but a heavy hesitation anchored his boots to the stone. His gaze settled on the massive carcass of the earthly dragon beast lying in a widening pool of crimson blood. He dissolved into the screaming crowd, waiting for a definitive opening to present itself. The three Grand Knights fought with total savagery, the intensity of the confrontation reaching a critical apex. Although the fist of the Empire possessed near mythical physical strength, the prior exertion of slaying the monster, combined with the active poison, left his ultimate victory deeply uncertain. The military minister and Pale Shadow pressed the advantage, utilizing their combined status as Grand Knights to systematically exhaust the wounded champion. The tactical situation remained unstable, forcing Levi to bide his time. He required the three masters to shift their engagement far away from the Drake's remains before he could safely breach the perimeter. An Imperial guardsman suddenly charged through the smoke, pointing a broadsword at his chest. "Raise your hands and remove the visor," the soldier barked. "Refusal identifies you as an active insurgent." Levi offered no verbal response, driving the guard to execute a desperate downward slash. Levi pivoted away from the incoming steel with effortless precision. He brought both hands down in a crushing hammer strike against the guard's helmet, the violent impact spraying blood across the adjacent spectators. The surrounding rows descended into complete anarchy. Levi operated within the madness with absolute calm, tracking every shift in the arena floor. Simultaneously, his eyes tracked the movement of the finance minister, Micah, who was currently evacuating the pavilion under the heavy escort of two high-level knights. The widespread panic effectively stripped the official of his systemic protection. Micah would undoubtedly seek immediate sanctuary inside a secure bunker rather than returning to his public estate. The breakdown of authority provided a perfect window to infiltrate the empty mansion, secure the fabled ambergris sculpture, and claim Micah's head in a single, coordinated strike. The fist of the Empire was entirely consumed by the duel on the sand, leaving him with zero opportunity to pursue an elusive thief through the city streets. A sharp shift in the battle caught Levi's attention. Emperor Mew had successfully driven Pale Shadow and the military minister into a recessed corner of the stadium walls, leaving both conspirators in a visibly battered state. The sheer resilience of the champion was staggering, allowing him to dominate two fresh Grand Knights, despite his compromised physical condition. Recognizing the momentary distraction, Levi executed a familiar hand gesture, gathered his prepared alchemical casting materials, and scaled the iron defensive partition. He dropped onto the sand beside the fallen Drake, pried the massive jaws apart, and severed the primary glandular sacs with a clean knife stroke. He bundled the dripping tissue into a thick canvas cloth, ignoring the exact volume of the harvest as he scrambled back up the iron fence line. Pale Shadow caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, a deep fury twisting his features. The carcass of the earthly dragon beast had been promised to him as a core portion of his assassination contract. The internal ambergris alone represented thousands of gold pieces. Even as a respected lord within the hierarchy of the Five Shadows, he refused to tolerate a common thief plundering his spoils in broad daylight. A curse escaped his lips. The assassin snapped his wrist, projecting a small dagger composed entirely of condensed black energy from his fingertips straight toward Levi's retreating silhouette. The projectile tore through the air like a ballista bolt, fracturing the atmosphere with an audible hiss as it closed the distance in a fraction of a second. Levi's advanced spider sense flared instantly, every hair on his body standing on end as an unprecedented wave of pure lethality assaulted his instincts. The incoming strike demanded absolute, unyielding defense. Just as the ethereal blade reached his shoulder blades, a faint, translucent barrier of white light materialized across his back. The basic sign functioned like a fragile bubble, shattering instantly under the pressure of the Grand Knight's projection. Yet the magical resistance successfully depleted a fraction of the dagger's momentum. Levi's layered physical armor met the remaining force. The outer cloth garments dissolved into rags, the hardened dragon scale plate buckled, and the underlying steel chainmail fractured under the focal point of the blow. Levi redirected every ounce of his internal black gas to his back, creating a dense physical cushion to absorb the kinetic energy. The dagger buried itself deep into the dark shroud, spinning violently until the momentum dissipated into nothingness. Levi vaulted the final barrier, vanishing instantly into the thickest part of the fleeing crowd. Pale Shadow expected the projection to sever the intruder's spine on impact. He could not afford to divert his attention from the main engagement for long, given his precarious position against the commander, but a glance toward the empty wall left him completely stunned. The thief had survived a direct strike from a Grand Knight. Emperor Mew capitalized on the split-second distraction, delivering a devastating punch that sent Pale Shadow airborne. The assassin smashed through the wooden stadium railings, crashing onto the stone floor in a mangled heap as he coughed up a torrent of dark blood. "You dare to look away while trading steel with me," the champion roared, his voice shaking the timber framework. "Who gave you the authority to dismiss my presence?" The giant leapt into the air, descending like an avalanche toward the fallen shadow. The military minister threw his body into the path, barely deflecting the lethal blow with his shield. "Retreat," Pale Shadow wheezed, clutching his fractured ribcage as he scrambled backward into the smoke. The assassin fled the arena floor without looking back, fully aware that a prolonged engagement against the city guardian would result in his immediate execution. He had drastically underestimated the raw, terrifying capacity of the patroness. The military minister spat a curse, his ambitions ruined, but he recognized the necessity of flight and followed his partner into the tunnels. The holy city was officially fractured. Although the primary assassination target survived the initial ambush, the secondary operations across the capital had achieved their strategic goals. No matter how much physical dominance the Fist of the Empire possessed, he could only contain a single sector at a time. Emperor Mu stood alone on the blood-soaked sand, his giant torso covered in deep lacerations. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, turning his skin into a crimson mask, yet his internal energy flared outward, like a demonic entity as black gas billowed toward the sky. He surveyed the ruined stadium, his expression filled with a profound, solemn sorrow. Rebel units slowly encircled the champion, though not a single soldier possessed the courage to step forward. A detachment of archers unleashed a synchronized volley, allowing the iron tips to bury themselves directly into his exposed chest and arms. Emperor Mu let out a deafening roar that shook the foundation of the Colosseum. "These insects dare defy me." The immense vocal shockwave sent the incoming arrows flying backward along their original trajectories, the deflected projectiles decimating the rebel ranks in an instant. The survivors scattered in absolute terror. Slaying the protector of Lantis would evidently require sacrificing thousands of lives, a price no one on the floor was willing to pay. Under the crushing weight of his physical intimidation, the remaining insurgents dropped their weapons and fled. The Fist of the Empire tore a massive section of the iron fence from its concrete anchors, leaped into the upper tiers, and vanished over the outer wall of the amphitheater. Moving with the speed of a predatory beast, he charged into the urban sectors, tracking the distinct scent of the fleeing military minister. Meanwhile, Levi slipped into the shadow of an abandoned, dead-end alleyway far from the main avenue. He unrolled the canvas cloth, carefully extracting the refined alchemical wax from the harvested glands. His calculations confirmed a magnificent yield, a total of 20 full bottles of pure ambergris. "The haul is unprecedented," Levi murmured to himself, adjusting his damaged armor beneath his cloak. "But I must strictly avoid placing myself in such extreme jeopardy in the coming seasons." The terrifying image of Pale Shadow's ethereal black dagger remained burned into his memory. Chapter 88. Lady Thorn. The black dagger possessed a terrifying, armor-piercing momentum. The power concentrated in a single strike from a grand knight defied imagination. Beyond the sheer lethality of the blow, Pale Shadow demonstrated a mastery of black energy projection that actually surpassed the raw execution of the Fist of the Empire, even if his overall physical strength fell short of the champion. The ethereal blade shattered the defensive ward, shredded the heavy outer garments, buckled the hardened dragon scale plate, and fractured the iron chain mail. Without a massive reserve of personal black energy to cushion the impact, the weapon would have driven straight through bone and muscle. High rewards naturally demanded equivalent risks. Complacency remains a lethal flaw. Levi forced himself to review his actions, remembering the exact moment his boots cleared the iron framework of the arena. That sudden, icy prickle of terror against his skin remained unforgettable. Without the hyper-acute warnings of his spider senses, the protective ward would have remained dormant. The internal alarm triggered just in time, providing the critical split second needed to manifest the shield. The dark edge dissipated a mere 3 centimeters from his exposed flesh. The initial impact easily overwhelmed the defensive barrier, but the ward successfully absorbed the primary kinetic momentum of the projectile. Engaging in that chaotic stadium, while masked, provided sufficient anonymity, removing any hesitation about deploying a hidden trump card. Survival took precedence over secrecy. Levi secured the harvested ambergris within his pack, then sprinted through the grid of back alleys toward his temporary lodgings to gather his remaining gear. The holy city of Lantis faced an impending regime change, making absolute mobility a necessity. The insurrectionist factions and the loyalist forces under the Fist of the Empire were bound to engage in a prolonged war of attrition. Foreign travelers caught in the crossfire would inevitably be crushed by the machinery of political and military ambition. Yet several critical objectives remained unfulfilled, and the widespread urban rebellion offered the perfect cover to operate without oversight. Attempting to eliminate Micah and escape under normal circumstances would have required years of meticulous planning due to the terrifying vigilance of the city protector. Even in a battered, poisoned state, the Fist of the Empire dominated ordinary Grand Knights with absolute ease. Levi slung his travel pack over his shoulder, surveying the fractured landscape of the capital. Anarchy gripped the outer, middle, and inner sectors alike. The echo of distant steel and the sharp crack of black powder skirmishes reverberated through the streets. Seizing upon the breakdown of order, the outer city syndicates launched uncoordinated assaults against the affluent central districts. The factions previously suppressed by the iron rule of the Protector poured into the thoroughfares. The immediate destination was the finance minister's private estate. The ambergris sculpture had to be secured before either the loyalist guard or the rebel units locked down the compound. The eyes behind the white wolf mask gleamed with sharp focus as Levi vanished into the shadows of the avenue. Across the district line, miles beyond the city walls, a murder of crows circled over a desolate, overgrown burial ground. A pale, blood-spattered figure stumbled through the weeds, coughing up dark crimson fluid as he approached a cracked tombstone. The traveler cleared away the tangled briars, shoved the stone marker aside, and descended into a hidden stone stairwell. The Fist of the Empire is an absolute anomaly. Pale Shadow spat a curse, adjusting his ghost mask as he navigated the dark descent. Battles against the renowned White Horse Knight never yielded such devastating physical ruin. The entrance remained exceptionally narrow for the first 10 paces before expanding into a reinforced subterranean complex. The damp chambers served as the primary command hub for the Bird of Death's voice within the capital province. Severely wounded and draining stamina, the master assassin required immediate sanctuary to stabilize his injuries. The resident instructors tracking his entrance quickly assumed postures of absolute deference. "My lord, what transpired at the stadium?" The inquiries were met with a frosty glare. "A minor complication. Scour the local quarters and secure premium alchemical remedies before sunrise. I require an undisturbed period of recovery." The attendants immediately dispersed to execute the directives. Deep within the inner walls of the city, a terrified screaming echoed down a cobblestone corridor. "Do not take my life." An imperial bureaucrat fought desperately against an agile figure dressed in the dark vestments of the Assassin Guild. The bodies of his personal retainers lay scattered across the blood-slicked stone nearby. The assassin offered a low, mocking laugh. "Our allegiance belongs strictly to the highest bidder." Her lean, athletic frame moved with lethal grace, the tight fabric of her tunic accentuating a disciplined, powerful musculature. Lady Thorne held the rank of the third gold assassin within the hierarchy of the Bird of Death's voice. She had accompanied Pale Shadow to the capital to orchestrate the coup, her specific contract involving the systematic elimination of designated administrative targets, while her superior contained the city protector. The official backed against a brick wall, his hands shaking. "State the sum the insurrectionists provided. I will double the transaction immediately." The appeal fell on deaf ears. Lady Thorne maintained the absolute physical superiority of a fully initiated high-level knight, her combat reflexes easily overwhelming an elderly administrator who had spent decades behind a desk rather than surviving the training pits. "Our guild prioritizes professional execution." The assassin lunged forward, her blade tracing a lethal arc toward his throat. The official raised his personal sidearm in a desperate, final parry, the steel ringing loudly as Lady Thorne's counterstrike drew fresh blood across his forearm. Trapped within the alcove, escape remained impossible. The old man closed his eyes, offering a silent prayer for the Lord of Storms to strike the predator down with lightning. A heavy longsword intercepted the descending blade with a sharp crash, deflecting the killing blow. A massive silhouette wearing a white wolf mask dropped from the low roofline, the sheer momentum of the descent forcing Lady Thorne to execute a rapid backflip to regain her footing. "State your identity," the assassin demanded, her fingers adjusting her grip on her hilt. "Identify your reasons for interfering with a guild contract. Your attire marks you as an operative of the Bird of Death's voice." Levi delivered the statement in a low, gravelly resonance, studying her stance. "That is correct. I advise you to step aside before." The warning remained incomplete as the massive warrior in the wolf visor advanced, his voice cutting through the damp air. "Die." Levi lunged, executing the golden cross slash with explosive force. The intermediate ripple technique activated instantly. A cross-shaped distortion of displaced air severed the gloom, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Lady Thorne recognized the immense threat immediately, realizing she faced a seasoned predator. She gritted her teeth, raising her steel to absorb a relentless torrent of heavy, synchronized strikes. The violent vibrations of the ripple force traveled through the metal. Within 3 exchanges, her blade shattered into fragments under the sheer kinetic pressure of the assault. The impact tore the skin across her palms, leaving her hands slick with blood. Panic gripped her chest. The adversary fought like a localized hurricane, unleashing a flurry of continuous, heavy blows that stripped away any opportunity to reset her defensive posture or draw a secondary weapon. She spun on her heel, leaping toward the low eaves of the adjacent house in a desperate bid for extraction. Levi tracked the trajectory, flicking his wrist to project the black snake dagger through the air. The throwing blade buried itself deep into her right thigh, severing muscle. A sharp cry escaped her lips as her balance failed, her momentum collapsing as she plummeted from the roofline. Levi met the descent with a sweeping whip kick, the heavy impact driving her torso into the cobblestones with enough force to rupture her lungs, causing her to spray blood across the dirt. He stepped onto her right leg, a sickening crunch echoing through the alleyway as the bone fractured under his heel. He pinned her shoulders, systematically disabling her remaining limbs until the intense agony caused her senses to black out completely. Levi studied the unconscious assassin for a moment, then hoisted her over his shoulder and carried her into the interior of an abandoned tenement nearby. A thorough search of her gear yielded nothing beyond standard guild-issued weaponry and basic infiltration tools. He lowered her into a hidden root cellar, securing the entrance while retaining her distinctive bird mask. The geographical charts recovered from Iron Mountain confirmed the general existence of a permanent guild stronghold within the municipal limits, but the specific coordinates remained omitted. This woman possessed sufficient rank to hold that critical data. Survival was a temporary luxury granted to her solely for interrogation purposes. Levi exited the tenement, returning to the alcove, where the trembling official still cowered among the remnants of his guard. The old man stared at the massive warrior, who had just dismantled a gold-ranked assassin without breaking a sweat. "Maintain your composure," Levi stated, adjusting the alignment of his white wolf visor. "My allegiance belongs to the fist of the Empire. State your condition." Chapter 89. The statue is in hand. "Thank you so much for your help." The rescued official brushed dirt from his torn tunic, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and relief. "I am an officer of the finance department. I have always been fiercely loyal to the Lord of the Empire and the mighty fist of the Empire. I never expected these accursed rebels to instigate such chaos. It is deeply disappointing. The fist of the Empire has sacrificed so much for a realm. Levi listened behind his mask, realizing the encounter had provided the perfect opportunity. An administrator from the finance department would know the exact layout of the inner city and the precise coordinates of the ministerial estate. The journey from the central city toward the inner walls had been fraught with danger, and crossing paths with a gold-ranked assassin along the route was a remarkable stroke of fortune. In Leva's current estimation, a gold assassin was an easily manageable opponent. I must locate Minister Micah immediately to avoid being slaughtered by the roaming rebel units, the official said, clutching his injured arm. Do you intend to accompany me? Yes, Levi replied, keeping his voice low and steady. The official was seriously injured, grasping at Leva's presence like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Under the administrator's frantic guidance, the duo navigated the shifting front lines of the urban conflict, heading directly toward the private enclave of the financial elite. Along the way, Levi casually dismantled several squads of rebel soldiers who attempted to ambush them. The effortless displays of physical dominance quickly secured the complete trust of the bureaucrat. Sir, this way, the official whispered, gesturing toward a narrow, cobblestone alleyway. I am familiar with a shortcut that will bypass the main thoroughfares and lead us directly to Lord Micah's estate. However, the minister is likely taking refuge in a secure bunker outside the perimeter, meaning he might not reside within the mansion grounds at this moment. Having a knowledgeable local guide made the trek remarkably efficient. Within a short interval, they bypassed the secondary checkpoints and arrived before the towering perimeter walls of the grand estate. Sir, I shall maintain a lookout for you out here, the official said, stepping back into the shadows of a nearby archway. You should venture inside to search for his lordship. The administrator clearly feared that the insurgent forces had already seized control of the interior, and he lacked the courage to breach the gates. Without Leva's protection, the man dared not even approach his own residence alone. Now that the holy city was undergoing a violent political realignment, the official intended to slip home, retrieve his hidden lifetime savings, and lie low until the governance stabilized. As a bureaucrat, he possessed no capacity to suppress an armed insurrection. Levi cared little for the man's personal schemes. He had simply required a guide to find the location. He extended his hands, pressing his palms flat against the stone masonry of the high boundary wall. The estate was massive. Even with intermediate vibrosensing activated, Levi could only map a fraction of the sprawling grounds at a single time. There are active bodies inside, and the movement appears highly disorganized, Levi noted, analyzing the rhythmic vibrations traveling through the stone. Wait for me at this position. I shall venture inside to locate Lord Micah. Levi sprinted to a secluded section of the wall, deployed his weighted grappling hook, and scaled the masonry with practiced ease before dropping silently onto the manicured turf inside. He maintained full combat readiness, expanding his intermediate vibrosensing to its maximum radius. Nothing within a 20-meter sphere could escape his heightened perception. Levi had donned the captured bird of death mask before climbing over the wall, ensuring that if any witnesses survived, the blame for the intrusion would fall squarely on the Assassin Guild. The fist of the Empire would direct his fury toward their strongholds. The ministerial estate was immense, reflecting the extreme luxury of the inner district. Traces of violent skirmishes marred the manicured gardens, indicating that insurgent forces had already breached the perimeter. Levi quickened his pace, determined to reach the main house before the rebels could locate and plunder the ambergris sculpture. Given the deeply ingrained cultural habits of the continental nobility, such invaluable religious artifacts were almost universally kept within private chapels, utilized every morning during dawn prayers. Levi navigated the corridors until he discovered the private sanctuary. A dead priest clad in ceremonial purple and blue vestments lay crumpled near the heavy oak entrance. From the interior of the chapel, the distinct ring of clashing steel echoed into the hallway. Levi paused near the threshold, extending his awareness to perceive for distinct signatures moving within the space. None of the combatants possessed the immense energetic output of a grand knight. Deciding to act instantly, he glided to a stained glass window to observe the conflict. Two distinct factions were locked in a deadly struggle on the polished marble floor. The leader of a rebel vanguard was trading blows with the elite house guards responsible for protecting the estate. They are all initiated knights, Levi observed, measuring their movements. The weakest among them has reached the mid-level tier. His gaze shifted past the combatants, settling on a massive oil painting dominating the front wall of the sanctuary. The canvas depicted a turbulent, violent ocean beneath an oppressive canopy of churning storm clouds. Forked tongues of purple and blue lightning saturated the sky, evoking the raw terror of an apocalyptic tempest. At the center of the canvas, a colossal figure stood balanced upon the waves, wrapped in swirling winds. An ancient crown rested upon the figure's brow, and 8 monumental war drums were secured across his broad back. This was the formal portrait of the Lord of Storms, the patron deity worshipped across the Tuva Empire, a celestial power rumored to maintain a highly contentious relationship with the Heavenly Father. Directly below the painting, a small, meticulously carved idol rested upon the stone altar. It was a miniature, pristine representation of the storm god. Even from his position near the window, the distinct, refreshing fragrance of concentrated ambergris drifted to Levi's nose. The old informant had spoken the absolute truth. Without a moment of hesitation, Levi shattered the window and lunged into the chapel. The two dueling factions never anticipated a sudden, third-party intervention. Before either side could adjust their stances, the masked intruder sprinted directly past the front lines, reached the altar, and scooped the heavy ambergris idol into his massive grip. The combatants instantly recognized the grim lines of the Bird of Death mask concealing Levis' features. "State your identity," a rebel commander bellowed. "Halt your advance." Guards and insurgents alike abandoned their mutual conflict, uniting to charge at the intruder simultaneously. The idol represented the most valuable treasure within the estate, an artifact they had risked their lives to secure, and a nameless thief had just snatched it from the altar. "Anyone who stands in my path shall perish," Levi shouted, his voice muffled by the leather lining, as he drew his heavy broadsword. He executed the golden cross slash. Deep within his core, the life seeds of the black snake, the siren, the giant bear, the giant rhinoceros, and the raging bull erupted in a synchronized roar, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming physical power through his limbs. With a single, fluid sweep, Levi cleaved a mid-level knight entirely in half, looking every bit like a demon lord descending upon humanity. The brutal display shattered the resolve of the remaining three fighters. The surviving rebel knight staggered backward, his boots slipping in the fresh blood. "What is the meaning of this, brothers of the Bird of Death? We never contracted your guild to plunder our operational objectives." Levi offered no verbal explanation. He had already granted these men a brief window to flee, and he refused to squander precious time in the heart of the inner city. The capital was teeming with elite masters, and the fist of the Empire, or another Grand Knight, could materialize at any moment. Since these men chose to block his path, execution was the only viable alternative. Levi's posture shifted as his muscles expanded, his frame growing noticeably taller and broader as he abandoned any attempt to conceal his true physical proportions. An unmitigated slaughter commenced. The defensive lines of the mid- and high-level knights held no meaning before Levi's raw kinetic power. Die. An elite house guard capitalized on a momentary opening, while Levi engaged a rebel soldier, leaping high into the air to deliver a desperate, descending strike aimed directly at Levi's face. Levi raised Frostmourne in his right hand, intercepting the incoming blade with a deafening parry. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a rapid alchemical trigger. He uttered a brief, guttural incantation and drove his open palm straight into the guard's visor. A brilliant, roaring torrent of fire erupted from his fingertips. The intense thermal burst instantly scorched the surrounding air, distorting the atmosphere with a visible heat shimmer. The guard's head was severely burned by the focused blast of the flame sign. Though the knight survived the initial impact, the agonizing pain left him completely incapacitated. "Witchcraft," a rebel soldier screamed, his eyes wide with terror. "What manner of creature are you?" The remaining fighters broke formation and fled toward the exits, but none could outrun the reaching edge of Levis' broadsword. Suddenly, Levis' spider sense flared violently. The fine hairs across his arms stood on end as an icy wave of danger washed over his instincts. Without a moment's delay, Levi tucked the idol beneath his cloak, vaulted through the ruined window, and abandoned the estate. A few minutes later, the military minister stepped into the ruined chapel, his armor coated in dust. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a primeval beast sprinted across the urban landscape. The giant leaped from roof to roof, the structural impact of his boots causing the masonry to shudder like an earthquake. "Bugs," the voice of the Fist of the Empire boomed across the empty courtyard. "Is flight the only strategy you possess?" Chapter 90. Realizing freedom. The distant rumble of combat echoing from the ministerial estate prompted a deep exhale. A lingering temptation to plunder additional treasures from the mansion dissolved, overridden by the sharp, protective warnings of the spider senses. Greed remained a deeply rooted flaw of human nature, a dangerous impulse driving men to perish for wealth just as birds fell for food. The internal warning system functioned perfectly, drawing a precise line between calculated risk and reckless avarice. Desires could easily deceive, but the biological intuition remained absolute. The finance minister was nowhere to be found within the compound. The old fox had undoubtedly fled to a prearranged subterranean shelter long before the gates were breached. The rescued bureaucrat stepped toward the threshold of his own residence, his hands adjusting a heavy coat as if concealing an unspoken burden. "Thank you for your assistance, traveler. A pressing matter requires my immediate attention, so I must take my leave here." A solitary nod served as a response. The official hurried down the alleyway, his figure rapidly shrinking into the shadows of the central sector. A quiet smile touched the lips behind the wolf mask. Altruism rarely existed without a hidden anchor of self-interest. A silent pursuit commenced through the winding back streets. Within the hour, a newly acquired canvas pack rested securely across a broad pair of shoulders. Beyond the sealed, fragrant form of the ambergris idol, the bundle contained a massive assortment of stolen jewelry and stamped currency. The total valuation easily exceeded 2,000 tuva gold pieces. A low-tier administrator from the finance department could only amass such incredible wealth through systemic fraud and embezzlement. Human nature had remained consistently corrupt across ancient history, and treacherous bureaucrats routinely functioned as the ultimate bane of any collapsing empire. The inner district introduced too many lethal variables. Faint, oppressive ripples of energy indicated the presence of multiple hidden masters operating beyond the immediate conflict between the city protector and the military minister. Prolonging the stay within the upper quarters was a foolhardy gamble. The primary objectives behind the journey to the capital were officially complete. The inventory now included 25 bottles of refined alchemical fluid, alongside a solid monument, composed entirely of pure amber grease. The material could easily be processed into a highly potent secret medicine. The raw value of the sculpture alone equated to at least 100 standard bottles of the substance. Exposing such an artifact to the merchant houses of the Emerald Kingdom would command an initial bidding price of 30,000 gold coins. Anxiety regarding future ambergris supplies evaporated completely, replaced by the profound realization of financial freedom. The entire hoard had been liberated without spending a single copper piece. The funds compiled through months of grueling physical labor remained entirely untouched. Several critical tasks still demanded execution before departure. The spreading urban warfare provided an exceptional veil to operate without imperial scrutiny. A dark laugh echoed inside the leather visor. The immediate path led back to the hidden root cellar within the abandoned tenement district. The dilapidated structure had remained vacant for decades, offering a flawless sanctuary to store the spoils. The captive gold assassin remained curled in the dirt corner of the cellar, her fractured limbs twisted helplessly beneath her torso. A violent shiver racked her frame as the shadow of the white wolf mask fell across her face. A series of inquiries requires direct answers. An honest disclosure guarantees a swift, merciful termination. Levi leaned against the timber supports, his voice dropping into a chilling register. Refusal ensures a prolonged existence far worse than death. A refined lady of the guild would surely prefer to avoid the cruel humiliation of the torture rack. Lady Thorne stared blankly ahead, her expression entirely devoid of hope. Ask your questions. State the exact number of operatives the Bird of Death voice deployed for this provincial coup. Specify the count of the active shadow assassins. 10 agents crossed the border for this contract. The vanguard includes a single shadow master, 2 gold assassins, 3 silver blades, and 4 bronze initiates. Detail the precise coordinates of the permanent guild stronghold within the municipal limits. The female assassin's jaw tightened, a subtle shift in her breathing betraying her panic. The reaction was instantly recorded. How do you possess knowledge of that sanctuary? A sudden realization widened her eyes. The prior elimination of our Icewind city cell was your handiwork. Why do you actively sabotage our operations? The guild derives no benefit from this feud. A heavy boot slammed directly into her abdomen, the sudden kinetic force cutting off her speech and leaving her gasping in agony. The tip of Frostmourne sliced through the protective leather armor across her chest, the steel cold against her skin. You are here to provide answers, woman, not to issue demands. Lady Thorne swallowed hard, staring at the reaching edge of the blade before exhaling a ragged breath. The mass grave located approximately 5 miles south of the outer city wall contains the subterranean entrance. The exact mechanisms of the portal remain restricted to high-ranking officers. I have disclosed the absolute truth. State the number of Grand Knights stationed within that bunker. To my current knowledge, the facility contains no resident Grand Knights, though I cannot verify if Lord Pale Shadow intends to utilize the chambers for his personal recovery. Do any final requests remain before the contract concludes? I wish to learn the true identity of the warrior who stands against the Shadow Guild. Since my death is guaranteed, appease a minor curiosity. The request was met with absolute silence. The longsword descended in a fluid, merciless arc, decapitating Lady Thorne in a single stroke. The remains were moved to the brick fireplace, where a focused deployment of the flame sign reduced the tissue to ash. Disrupting the guild stronghold presented too many unpredictable variables, particularly given the survival of an elite Grand Knight like Pale Shadow. Reckless gambles were entirely unnecessary when vengeance could be executed at leisure once personal physical tears advanced. Levi seated himself upon the stone floor, retrieving a ration tin to restore his spent stamina. The intensive combat had severely depleted his physical reserves. The remaining itinerary consisted of 2 specific objectives. The finance minister had to be located and executed, followed by a final transaction with the northern contact to secure the giant breathing technique. Navigating the wilderness alone was entirely feasible, but securing the local expertise of the Wild Dog Knight remained the safer alternative. The plans to assault the assassin bunker were officially abandoned. The Fist of the Empire was currently hunting the military minister through the central thoroughfares, creating the ultimate window to eliminate Micah without imperial interference. Tracking the official required actionable intelligence, which likely resided with the leadership of the Bloody Hand gang in the lower slums. The opportunity to settle an old score with the syndicate was too perfect to ignore. The past loss of a hard-earned gold coin alongside an entire crate of custom weaponry demanded a full accounting. The widespread chaos across the districts provided the ideal cover to balance the ledger. After concealing the canvas pack beneath the floorboards and ensuring the structural seals were completely invisible to passers-by, a brief excursion to the central trade sector yielded a significant quantity of raw mithril from a burning warehouse. Utilizing an abandoned forge within the lower industrial quarter, the fractured plates of the dragon armor and the broken links of the chain mail were systematically repaired with the rare metal. Once the defenses were restored, the path led directly toward the fortified winery utilized as the headquarters for the Bloody Hand gang. The outer city had devolved into absolute anarchy. Multiple street syndicates had accepted bribes from the insurrectionist leaders, throwing their uncoordinated muscle against the remnants of the city garrison. These criminal elements functioned as mere cannon fodder for the military machines. Inside the perimeter of the abandoned winery, a scarred lieutenant paced before a line of nervous sentries. Maintain absolute vigilance. The commander barked, striking the helm of a dozing subordinate. The master of our house is currently finalizing an alliance with a high-ranking minister within the inner walls. Do you possess a desire for execution? I have remained awake for a full day and night, yet you dare close your eyes on the watch. The scarred officer remained entirely oblivious to the silent removal of his eastern sentry. A massive pair of gauntlets materialized from the darkness, clamping over the guard's throat and dragging him into the shadows without a single sound. Chapter 91. I only want you dead. Levi originally intended to storm the compound directly. A careful assessment of the area revealed no trace of a Grand Knight's aura. To ensure absolute certainty, he decided to intercept a sentry for questioning. Levi lunged from the shadows of a narrow alley, clamping a gauntlet hand around a lackey's throat and pinning him firmly against the brickwork. The young thug thrashed against the grip, completely helpless. He was a weak, pathetic figure, but he deserved no mercy. The sword hanging from his belt had been stolen from Levi's own blacksmith shop. This criminal spent his life terrorizing the defenseless, and his death warranted no regret. State the exact number of men inside, Levi demanded. The thug stared back, paralyzed with fear. The oppressive power radiating from the masked warrior completely eclipsed the reputation of his own syndicate leader. If Boss Bloody Hand resembled a vicious, purebred fighting dog, the towering figure looming over him was a wild, scorpion-tailed tiger. He was tyrannical, powerful, and utterly terrifying. Speak now, or your neck snaps, Levi muttered, tightening his fingers. I will talk, the thug gasped, tears welling in his eyes. Please spare me. There are 36 men inside the compound. Is Boss Bloody Hand present? Yes, he is in the cellar. Who else accompanies him? 2 knights are with him. They are far more terrifying than the boss. A high-ranking official from the inner city is also there, but he wears a mask to conceal his face. We do not know his name. I understand. Are you finished with your questions? The man pleaded, his voice breaking. Please, let me go. I have never taken a life. I am only trying to survive and feed my family. Levi crushed the man's throat without a word, dropping the limp body to the cobblestones before reclaiming his stolen weapons from the alley floor. The high-ranking official in hiding is almost certainly Micah, Levi reasoned. The 2 elite protectors must be his personal bodyguards. They are likely high-level knights. Under normal circumstances, such an escort guarantees absolute safety against anything short of a Grand Knight. Unfortunately for him, I am here. Levi prepared his alchemical casting components, tucking them into his sleeve before slipping into the winery. The slaughter commenced beneath the cover of darkness. The rank-and-file members of the Bloody Hand gang were ordinary thugs, a disorganized rabble with very few trained squires among them. The black snake dagger darted through the gloom, efficiently extinguishing lives. Anarchy gripped the encampment within minutes. Assassins are inside. Where are they? Flank the entrance and locate the boss. Levi moved through the shadows like a wraith, his bird of death mask striking terror into the hearts of his targets as he cut them down without mercy. Before long, only the scarred lieutenant remained standing. The rest of the syndicate had either perished or fled into the night like scattering beasts. The scar-faced man stood frozen, his sword hand trembling violently. Who are you? He whispered. Levi drove a dagger straight through the man's throat. He leaned in close, whispering into his ear just as the light faded from the lieutenant's eyes. Did you enjoy collecting protection fees from my shop? The lieutenant collapsed onto the dirt, his eyes wide with stark disbelief. In his final moments, the truth clicked. The intruder was the massive blacksmith from the lower quarters. How could a simple tradesman possess such terrifying martial dominance? Why would a warrior of this caliber choose to labor over an anvil? The commotion finally drew Boss Bloody Hand out from the underground wine cellar. He stood at the threshold, brandishing a massive battle axe. A hidden escape tunnel inside the cellar led beneath the city walls to the open wilderness. The rebel vanguard was currently scouring the capital for any ministers allied with the Fist of the Empire, and Micah topped their execution list. The finance minister had abandoned his inner-city estate that morning, leaving his vast fortune and his precious ambergris sculpture behind. Under the protection of his 2 high-level guards, he had fled to the slums. He sought out Boss Bloody Hand, a criminal pawn he had quietly funded for years. When the sounds of battle erupted outside, the syndicate leader immediately directed Micah to flee through the subterranean passage. He remained at the entrance to hold the line against the intruder. You made a fatal mistake trespassing on my territory, friend, Boss Bloody Hand roared, swinging his heavy axe in a sweeping arc. Levi refused to waste a single second. He met the charge with a devastating cross-shaped slash that shattered the air. The violent displacement of wind whipped through the room, and a severed head bounced across the stone floor. He was a mere mid-level knight, far too weak. Levi kicked the skull aside and casually searched the corpse. He recovered a few scattered gold pieces, but the pockets contained nothing of true value. A low-tier street gang possessed nothing worth keeping. Levi pressed forward, descending into the damp wine cellar. 2 exceptionally burly warriors charged through the gloom to intercept him. Accursed bird of death, one of the guards bellowed. You hounds are entirely relentless. The second protector offered a dark sneer. There is no reason to fear him. Many of his fellow guild assassins have died by our blades today. Levi let out a low breath as his muscles expanded. Black energy billowed from his limbs, and a thick white steam rose from his skin. The 2 brothers activated their own internal energies, matching his posture. They had spent decades training together, developing a flawless tactical synchronicity that allowed them to match peak knights in open combat. Because the masked intruder was not a grand knight, they assumed victory was assured. They remained entirely ignorant of Levis' unique capabilities, which allowed him to systematically dismantle any opponent below the grand knight tier. Die, the brothers roared in unison. Frostmourne hummed violently as the intermediate ripple force vibrated through the steel. Levi advanced like a living siege engine. His black energy functioned as engine oil, the white steam rose like exhaust, and his broadsword cleaved through the air like a mechanized blade. The underground vault shook under a succession of deafening impacts. Levis relentless, furious cross slashes forced the two high-level knights backward step by step. The sheer kinetic weight of the intermediate ripple force was overwhelming. Combined with the refined balance of his upgraded broadsword, Levis' offensive pressure grew completely unstoppable. Within moments, the guards' weapons reached their breaking point under the structural stress. The brothers were driven flat against the cellar wall. "We strike together," one shouted. The guard ignored an incoming slash, allowing Frostmourne to impale his torso. He wrapped his arms around Levis' right arm, pinning it to his chest to seal the broadsword. The surviving brother seized the opening, raising his cracked greatsword to deliver a lethal blow to Levis' exposed head. Levi calmly extended his free left hand, finishing the vocal trigger for his prepared alchemical spell. A brilliant, deafening explosion erupted in the confined space as a torrent of scorching fire spewed from his palm. The flames completely engulfed the high-level knight, his agonizing shrieks echoing off the stone walls. Levi violently shook his right arm, dislodging the corpse of the first guard. He swung his blade in a clean horizontal arc, cleaving the burning knight entirely in two. Time was running short, so he bypassed the bodies without searching for loot, diving straight into the dark mouth of the secret tunnel. Out in the wilderness, miles beyond the city perimeter, Micah crawled from the mouth of a hidden cave. Dust covered his face, and he panted heavily, his aged features twisted in complete misery. "Why?" he screamed at the sky. "Why has everything fallen apart so quickly?" His daughter, the beloved wife of the Fist of the Empire, had perished during the initial stadium ambush. Her death had driven the city protector into a state of absolute, murderous frenzy, sending him rampaging through the streets in pursuit of the rebel leadership. Micah was left entirely alone in the dark. He crouched in the weeds, desperately waiting for an allied detachment to secure his extraction from the province. The silver moon hung lonely over the desolate plains, and the low roars of predatory beasts echoed through the brush. A stalwart silhouette suddenly materialized in the clearing ahead, standing perfectly still. The figure wore the unmistakable mask of the Bird of Death. "If your guild demands currency, I can provide you with unimaginable wealth," Micah stammered, raising his hands in a frantic appeal. "If you desire martial power, spare my life, and I will command the Fist of the Empire to instruct you in the most closely guarded combat secrets of the realm. If you crave political station, or women, I can grant them with a single stroke of my pen. You are a mere mercenary working for a bounty. Why must you insist on taking my life?" A cold steel blade severed his speech. Micah's head rolled into the dirt. Levi tore away a strip of the minister's expensive silk robes, using the fabric to wrap his target. "I only want you dead," Levi said, spitting on the ground before vanishing into the night. Chapter 92. Level 6. Levi carried not only the severed head of Micah, but also his single remaining hope of obtaining the fabled giant breathing technique. The finance minister had proven himself a truly wretched soul, outstanding in his depravity even within the context of a dark, collapsing era. Returning to the abandoned winery of the Bloody Hand Gang, Levi surveyed the quiet ruins. Eliminating a target without thoroughly plundering the remains stripped the act of its fundamental utility. He muttered a quiet justification to the empty space, and began to systematically search the fallen syndicate members. Very few experiences provided the raw, uncomplicated satisfaction of dismantling monstrous adversaries and collecting their accumulated gold. An exceptional bounty transformed the labor into a genuine pleasure. The low-tier street syndicate possessed very little in the way of high-grade wealth. The search ultimately yielded only a few hundred tuva gold pieces alongside a worn, heavily stained inheritance diagram. The edges of the parchment were darkened by old, dried blood. Rather than risking exposure by examining the prize immediately, Levi secured the scroll within his tunic and prepared to vacate the compromised district. He left only the captured mask of the Bird of Death quietly obscuring the unrecognizable features of Boss Bloody Hand. By the time the trek concluded at the entrance of the Shining Tavern, the heavy leather of the White Wolf mask concealed Levi's face. The elder representative of the Mellon family had not yet arrived, forcing a period of patience. Levi secured a private alcove tucked away from the main taproom and ordered a single measure of black rum. He unrolled the blood-stained parchment recovered from the winery cellar. 56-minute silhouettes danced across the surface of the diagram, circling a massive, predatory sea beast. The creature resembled a leviathan whale, its entire frame blanketed in thick, crimson scales as its gaping maw seemed poised to swallow the world whole. The blood whale breathing technique, a specialized endurance bloodline system of excellent quality. Even with a deeply disciplined mindset, the discovery triggered a sharp jolt of excitement. Unearthing a top-tier inheritance from an obscure street thug was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The sensation mirrored the unexpected thrill of discovering an elite, rare artifact on a common monster within a novice village, far surpassing the predictable reward of a final boss encounter. Levi took a slow breath, forcing his pulse to steady. The cultivation of the whale style would simply have to wait until the journey back to the Blackwater Valley concluded. The wait for the contact stretched long into the night. Outside the reinforced walls, the the metropolis continued to burn. Yet through some strange, unspoken authority, the shining tavern remained entirely undisturbed by the surrounding violence. The establishment functioned as a silent, eternal observer, bearing witness to every major shift and minor tragedy within the history of the holy city. The masked elder finally slipped into the private chamber the following morning. His breathing was rapid, and a distinct tremor shook his thin frame. "Did you secure the prize?" the old man whispered. "What of the giant breathing technique, Sir Melon?" Levi countered softly, keeping his palm firmly over the canvas bundle. The elder produced a yellowed sheepskin scroll from the folds of his cloak, his fingers trembling violently as he held it aloft. A heavy sob escaped his lips. "I have utterly failed the memory of my ancestors. My lineage is spent, and though I hold the sacred secrets of the giants, I have accomplished absolutely nothing in this life." The old man seemed to age a decade in an instant, his posture collapsing under a weight of profound exhaustion. "In the seasons to come, this knowledge will merely serve as another curious piece within your private collection, slowly fading into the dust of history just like the name Melon." Levi unrolled the sheepskin to verify the contents. The layout mirrored the intricate design of the Black Snake system, displaying a total of 71 distinct martial postures. The structural complexity confirmed it as a top-tier inheritance of identical quality to his primary style, capable of guiding a dedicated practitioner directly into the realm of the Grand Knights. The 71 silhouettes worshipped a towering, frozen peak in various attitudes of absolute deference. Upon closer inspection, the mountain revealed itself to be a frost giant. Ancient lore credited the primordial entities with the terrifying capacity to relocate mountains and upend the seas. Staring at the verified diagrams, a brief sensation of disbelief washed over Levi's mind, the reality of the acquisition seeming almost dreamlike. The legendary frost giant armor was officially within reach. Without a word, he pushed the wrapped bundle across the timber table. "Micah," the elder hissed, tearing away the silk cloth. "It is truly Micah." The final survivor of the Melon House dissolved into a state of manic intensity, his fingers clawing at the lifeless features of his ancient enemy, as he systematically destroyed the eyes to purge decades of accumulated malice. Once the frenzy subsided, Levi leaned forward. "Sir Melon, shed some light on the motivations behind the Holy Order's destruction of your house." The old man blinked, his gaze unfocused as if navigating a maze of distant memories. "There is no grand secret. The Church has dismantled countless noble lineages across the centuries. Our house was merely one casualty among many. Have you never questioned why none of the ancient sovereign families, the bloodlines that birthed the legendary champions of old, still walk the earth today? They were systematically eradicated by the Holy Order," Levi stated. "Precisely, young man," the elder whispered. "Across the span of the 7 kingdoms, no living legends remain, nor do any dynastic houses endure past their appointed season. Empires crumble and heroes fall, yet the Church merely alters its title to match the passing of the eras. Everything else is a fleeting illusion, for only the divine lives forever." The military minister only summoned the courage to defy the fist of the Empire, because he operated with the explicit backing of the Church of the Storm. The moment the hierarchy determined the city protector had transformed into an unmanageable force that threatened their spiritual monopoly, they decided his lease on life had expired. The populace has no need to revere a mortal champion. The Tuva Empire permits only one object of absolute devotion, the Lord of the Storm. No matter how much physical dominance a warrior achieves, he remains a creature of clay, and all mortals eventually return to the earth. "Thank you, traveler. I offer a final toast to your journey. May your future companion possess a grace that rivals the legendary Flower Knight." The broken nobleman gathered the severed head to his chest and vanished into the corridor, his mind completely fractured by the sudden release of a lifelong obsession. Levi returned to the root cellar to finalize his departure. He melted the looted gold currency down into a series of heavy, plain bands, sliding the metallic hoops onto his forearms to conceal them beneath his heavy sleeves. After securing the remaining treasures gathered during the urban coup, he relocated the Wild Dog Knight within the tavern taproom. Moving quickly under the cover of dusk, the companions utilized the secret winery tunnel to slip beneath the outer walls and escape into the open wilderness. Passing the southern burial grounds, Levi's gaze lingered on the overgrown graves marking the suspected command hub of the Bird of Death voice. The Shadow Master likely rested within those deep vaults. Remembering the terrifying, armor-piercing velocity of Pale Shadow's energy blade, Levi consciously dismissed the impulse to infiltrate the complex. The expedition to the capital had already yielded an unprecedented fortune, and risking total ruin on a gamble of pride was entirely illogical. "I shall permit you to draw breath for a few more seasons," Levi thought, turning his back on the tombs. He glanced toward the tracker, who was already adjusting his travel pack for the long march. "We must move." The Wild Dog Knight offered a low, easy laugh. "Your pockets appear remarkably heavy after this excursion." "Your own efforts were surely not without profit," Levi replied. The tracker sighed, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "This contract marks the end of my wanderings. Once we clear the border, I intend to retire to my birthplace, acquire a sizable country estate, secure a modest title, and marry a few beautiful women. A dozen children should keep the halls lively. It is a good thing simply to remain among the living." "Save the idle chatter for the trail and lead the way," Levi commanded. The pair melted into the dark horizon. Though they traveled on foot, the augmented physical conditioning of initiated knights permitted a blistering pace across the terrain. Along the secondary trade routes, Levi managed to commandeer several mounts from a disorganized detachment of Imperial deserters, accelerating their progress significantly. By the time the familiar gates of Icewind City appeared through the gray mist, the season had shifted fully into the month of winter. After parting ways with the Wild Dog Knight, Levi opted against an immediate return to his ancestral valley. The consistent cultivation maintained during the arduous journey had pushed the primary black snake breathing technique to the absolute precipice of a breakthrough. He secured a short-term lease on a secluded property within the municipal quarters, secluding himself for several days of uninterrupted training. Every ounce of his internal energy was directed toward forcing the transition. When the morning sun finally broke through the frost-rimmed window, it illuminated a frame slick with sweat, Levi's breath escaping in heavy, turbid plumes. Deep within his chest, the internal manifestation of the black snake grew noticeably longer, thicker, and far more domineering. The singular entity coiled aggressively, forcing the subordinate spirits of the siren, the giant rhinoceros, the giant bear, the raging bull, and the man-faced spider into absolute submission. The serpent thrashed wildly, unleashing a massive surge of dark, condensed energy. The black gas billowed outward, completely enveloping Levi's chest, shoulders, and arms, leaving only his lower waist uncovered by the dark shroud. The journey to the 6th tier is complete, Levi murmured, stretching his limbs as the structural popping of his bones echoed through the quiet room. A high-level knight has finally emerged. He willed the dark energy back into his core, pulled his tunic over his shoulders, and focused his mind to manifest the internal proficiency register. The lines shifted in his consciousness. Black snake breathing technique, level 6, 1 out of 40,000. Special effect, advanced defense. Advanced defense provided an exceptional barrier against direct physical trauma. Standard, piercing attacks would henceforth possess insufficient force to penetrate the density of the black gas shroud. The evolutionary leap had not only expanded the physical territory protected by the energy, but had fundamentally upgraded the structural integrity of the shroud itself. The massed archer volleys that ordinary infantry feared would now prove entirely ineffective against his skin, matching, or perhaps even exceeding the legendary resilience demonstrated by Iron Mountain during his prime. Beyond the ascension of the snake style, the concentrated period of isolation had yielded an additional victory. The foundational principles of the long-sought giant breathing technique had finally taken root within his musculature, establishing level 1 with 1 out of 1,000 points. Levi stood in the center of the vacant room, a profound sense of anticipation rising within his chest. The true capabilities of the frost giant armor remained to be tested. He collected his gear, retrieved his hidden caches of pyroxene from their sanctuary beneath the floorboards, and set his face toward the road leading home. Chapter 93. Armor Transformation. Levi had spent half a year on this long journey. Just the travel alone had consumed a massive amount of time. Honestly, he was already prepared for his home to be plundered in his absence. However, when he finally arrived back at the Blackwater Valley, on New Year's Day of the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, everything in the territory appeared normal from a distance. Yet, something was deeply wrong. A dead silence hung over the land, devoid of any festive atmosphere. Caution forced Levi off the main road. He bypassed the path leading to the castle, taking a hidden route toward the subterranean shelter instead. The surface entrance remained untouched, matching the exact state in which he had left it. Inside, the frost giant armor and the alchemical tools used for refining potions rested safely in their designated places. The sight of the functional frost giant armor brought a temporary sense of relief. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether the relic could finally be deployed. A heavy, unsettling premonition lingered over the valley, hinting that disaster had struck during his absence. To ensure absolute safety, Levi initiated his breathing exercises, bringing his internal energy to its absolute peak before leaving the confines of the sanctuary. He slid the control ring onto his finger, circulating the first level of the giant breathing technique through his core. In an instant, a profound connection resonated within his consciousness, creating a magical bond akin to a shared bloodline. It worked. The realization brought a sudden surge of triumph. After harboring the artifact for so long, the capacity to wield it was finally his. The individual components of the heavy armor began to levitate, rising from the stone racks, like floating petals to dance around his frame. The armature possessed 3 embedded enchantments, 2 of which were categorized as zero-ring cantrips. The first cantrip was automatic assembly. Assemble, Levi commanded. A sharp, metallic crackle echoed through the chamber as the individual plates rushed inward, locking firmly onto his torso. The rapid transformation brought a sudden, surreal sense of theatricality, making him feel like an armored warrior from an ancient saga. The massive suit, originally forged to fit a 3-meter-tall Grand Knight, miraculously resized itself to conform perfectly to his physical proportions. Levi tested his mobility, shifting his weight and swinging his arms. The construction allowed for remarkable agility. While it restricted movement slightly more than a completely unarmored state, the flexibility easily rivaled that of fine chain mail, far surpassing the utility of ordinary heavy plate. This protection would remain attached to his body indefinitely. Even without relying on the embedded magical traits, the structural resilience of the pure mithril provided the finest defense in the known world. Mixing even a small amount of the rare metal into standard armor could create a divine weapon worth hundreds of gold coins. Given its overall density, this specific suit comprised several hundred pounds of the material, rendering it entirely priceless. The gorgeous, shimmering finish of the metal was far too conspicuous for public travel. Wearing it as an underlayer beneath the dragon armor, while discarding the heavy chainmail entirely, was the most logical approach. At his current tier of physical strength, the defensive value of ordinary chainmail was minimal at best. The control ring remained secure on his hand, serving as the primary mechanical switch to trigger the 3 innate spells. The first zero-ring cantrip handled automatic assembly and disassembly. The second cantrip, Mirror Master, allowed a warrior to replicate their personal combat techniques directly onto the surface of the metal. Levi intended to carve the golden cross / onto the plates when time permitted, though success remained uncertain given the advanced nature of the martial technique. The final enchantment represented the core trump card of the relic. The first circle spell, the Frost Giant's Sigh, possessed the terrifying capacity to instantly freeze the atmosphere within a 10-meter radius, trapping adversaries in ice. Even a seasoned Grand Knight would struggle to survive a direct exposure to that localized winter. However, the internal cooldown required a full month of automatic charging, meaning the ability had to be preserved for the ultimate turning point of a conflict. The acquisition of the Frost Giant armor completely altered Levi's combat equation. Even if a hostile Grand Knight lay in ambush within the keep, victory remained entirely achievable. The sheer defensive output of the mithril made him virtually impervious to standard trauma, meaning success hinged entirely on his capacity to break through the opponent's guard. The combination of the Frost Giant armor, the Sign of Protection, and the Sign of Flames brought him one step closer to the path of a true wizard. It was time to investigate the silence gripping the fortress. Levi activated intermediate vibrosensing, mapping the immediate area to ensure the exit was clear of hidden threats before slipping into the corridors to search for Fred. The initial sweep yielded nothing. The Castellan was entirely missing from his quarters. Fresh bloodstains marred the stone walls, and clear signs of violent struggle littered the hallways. The bodies of several garrison soldiers lay scattered across the floor, their torsos violently ruptured as if torn apart by a mechanized saw. With a grim expression, Levi exited the keep, noting that the 3 bears were gone, and the gates to their enclosure stood wide open. The search shifted toward the rugged terrain of the back mountain, leading him toward the secluded valley, where Fred routinely drilled the cavalry units. The faint echo of whinnying horses drifted through the trees, signaling life. A large group of displaced smallholders and wounded men occupied the clearing, their faces worn with deep sorrow, despair, and utter hopelessness. Levi's countenance darkened as the reality of a devastating invasion became undeniable. Given the military strength left behind in the Blackwater Valley, no ordinary force could have dismantled the defense. Unless an earl had deployed a full provincial army, or an enemy master at the Grand Knight level had intervened, the garrison should have held. The despairing refugees stared back in absolute disbelief as the masked master stepped into the clearing, many breaking into frantic sobs as the shock registered. "My lord, you have finally returned," team leader Sam cried, wiping tears from his weathered face as he dropped heavily to his knees. "Sir Fred is gone. He was slain in the defense." The announcement triggered a fresh wave of weeping among the surviving cavalrymen. "Relate the details," Levi commanded, his brow furrowing. Sam recounted the tragedy through his grief. Exactly 3 months prior, a mysterious detachment arrived at the border of the Blackwater Valley. The group was small, consisting of only 4 riders, who claimed to be wandering knights seeking an audience with the lord of the manor. Fred immediately discerned that these travelers were no ordinary mercenaries, but lethal adversaries tracking Levi's trail. The Castellan informed the riders that the master of the house was absent from the province, which was the absolute truth. The strangers refused to accept the explanation, declining to leave the territory. They quickly resorted to open violence, violating the laws of the realm by forcing their way onto the estate and slaughtering the outer sentries. Fred and the local militia met the intrusion with immediate force, engaging the attackers in a desperate struggle. The Red Blood cavalry deployed alongside the main infantry line, utilizing the assistance of the 3 bears to successfully eliminate 3 of the invading knights. However, the final adversary proved to be a terrifying anomaly, fighting with the overwhelming physical dominance of a demon lord. Despite the garrison's numerical superiority, their formations were systematically shattered by his single-handed assault. Recognizing the attacker as an unstoppable Grand Knight, Fred realized that an open confrontation offered 0 chance of victory. The Castellan ordered Sam to execute a tactical retreat, taking the 3 bears and the majority of the surviving cavalry into the mountains to preserve Levi's military assets for a future counteroffensive. Sam executed the directive, leading his detachment to the safety of the hidden valley, while Fred remained behind with the remnants of the infantry to delay the giant. The final outcome only became clear a few days ago. Fred and his rearguard were entirely wiped out along the banks of the Blackwater River. A mere handful of survivors were pulled from the water, and the monstrous attacker had vanished from the region. Sam and the refugees had remained hidden within the mountain pocket ever since, terrified that the Grand Knight would return to finish the slaughter. "Where have you laid Fred's remains?" Levi asked, his voice dead calm. Though his tone remained perfectly level, everyone in the clearing could feel the suffocating, burning fury radiating from their lord. Chapter 94. Naiad. Sam led the way down into the narrow ravine, guiding Levi to the makeshift morgue where Fred lay. The torn clothing and the notched blade matching the old Castellan confirmed the identity. An unaccustomed, heavy sorrow pressed down on Levi's chest. Deep down, the inevitability of this parting had always been clear, yet the reality arrived far too swiftly. Fred had spent his final years dreaming of the day the Black Snake banner would fly once more over Tulip Hill and Storm Hill, restoring the shattered legacy of the old house. Reclaiming those lost ancestral lands was a simple matter of leverage, but maintaining a permanent hold on them was an entirely different burden. The path forward led toward the esoteric mysteries of the wizards, a journey that left no room for the stagnation of managing a mortal fiefdom. Lineage and territory were merely temporal tools, finite fuel to burn in the pursuit of true immortality. With every step toward genuine transcendence, reliance on earthly domains naturally waned. Even so, blood demanded blood. The claim of roaming hedge knights was a transparent lie, a clumsy veil for the machinations of the Duke of Montenegro. The master of Montenegro Mountain had finally lost patience, after the triple failure of the Bird of Death voice, choosing to deploy a Grand Knight to settle the matter personally. The resolve hardened within Levis' chest. The golden cross slash would be forged tier by tier, until it reached absolute apex perfection, utilizing the ultimate revolving force to inherit the mantle of the fabled Dawn Swordsman. Brushing the grief aside, Levi turned his attention to the immediate state of the defense. Sam led the way to a deeper thicket, where the 3 bear cubs were hidden. The animals were covered in jagged, deep lacerations, bearing the brutal hallmarks of a direct confrontation with a Grand Knight. Only Fred's timely command to retreat had prevented the total slaughter of the beasts and the core cavalry unit. The old soldier had intentionally sacrificed his rear guard to preserve Levis' primary military assets for the inevitable counterstrike. The young bears were rapidly approaching physical maturity, their collective strength already matching the output of an initiated mid-level knight. Once fully grown and encased in the custom-fitted giant bear armor resting in the smithy, the trio would form an unstoppable vanguard. The cubs whined softly at Levis' approach, nudging his gauntlets and ignoring the pain of their bound wounds to seek comfort. Levi calmed the beasts, directing the attendants to provide double rations of prime meat, while ordering the camp veterinarian to spare no expense procuring the highest-grade herbal salves from the local markets. Their robust primordial constitutions would handle the rest given sufficient time. The human toll was far more severe. While the civilian smallholders had escaped largely unscathed, the infantry line was entirely decimated. A mere 32 riders remained of the elite red blood cavalry. According to the accounts of the few survivors pulled from the riverbank, the hostile Grand Knight had abruptly abandoned his assault, retreating from the valley in a state of visible panic. Multiple witnesses recalled the warrior screaming at the empty air, cursing a phantom woman to unhand him. Yet, the soldiers had scanned the shoreline and found no one. The giant had simply fled into the wilderness, cutting his purge short. Otherwise, the full, unmitigated fury of a Grand Knight would have left the Blackwater Valley completely devoid of life. The clues aligned in Levis' mind. A phantom woman near the deep currents of the Blackwater River pointed to a singular, terrifying entity. The localized evil spirit had intervened. The mystery deepened, bringing a wave of profound unease. Why did the spectral form remain entirely invisible to the common soldiers, yet reveal itself to the perceptions of the original host body and a seasoned Grand Knight? It was logical for an extraordinary warrior to possess the spiritual awareness required to pierce the veil, but the original Levi had been a mere child, completely uninitiated in the martial arts, when he first encountered the entity while fishing. The old books and folk legends collected over the seasons offered only vague, contradictory folklore regarding the Naiad, providing no actionable methods to banish or destroy such an apparition. The specialized exorcism manual recovered from the Winchester line offered no direct entries on this specific phenomenon either, noting only that such horrors began bleeding into the mortal realm following the initial ripples of the dark wave. Human terror always stemmed from 2 distinct sources, the dread of the unknowable and a severe deficiency in immediate firepower. Levi turned to Sam, his tone turning ice cold. Deliver a formal edict across the entire domain. From this hour onward, all fishing, swimming, or general recreation within the boundaries of the Blackwater River is strictly prohibited. Unless required for absolute structural necessities like crop irrigation, the populace must stay entirely clear of the banks. The reappearance of the phantom within his own borders was a constant, ticking threat, particularly because his current arsenal lacked a definitive countermeasure. The descendants of the Winchester line routinely neutralized lesser apparitions because they possessed inherited family rituals, specialized spirit-repelling relics, and the formidable power of the sign of dragon might. Levi had yet to successfully synthesize a single pouch of evil spirit dust, leaving him without a reliable method to damage a non-physical entity. The fact that the entity had driven the invading Grand Knight from the valley was a matter of pure, chaotic coincidence, not benevolence. Still, the intelligence was invaluable. The hostile master had possessed sufficient physical or spiritual resilience to break the spirit's grip and escape the shore alive. The memory of his father's old counsel echoed through his thoughts, reminding him that magic must be combated with magic. If an evil spirit functioned on a transcendent frequency, then the closest approximation of magical energy available to a mortal warrior was the manifestation of internal force. The black gas shroud was the key. At his current tier, the density of his internal energy remained insufficient to risk a direct confrontation with the entity, necessitating a strict policy of avoidance. For the foreseeable future, the Naiad's influence appeared strictly tethered to the moisture of the river basin. Misfortune and fortune remained perpetually intertwined. Leva's physical presence immediately stabilized the fragile morale of the refugees, though the structural recovery of the fiefdom would require months of focused labor. Production must resume across all sectors immediately, Levi directed, mapping out the logistical recovery. Sam, oversee the proper burial of our fallen riders, and ensure their dependents receive full financial compensation from the treasury. Once the graves are sealed, begin integrating the new recruits into the training cycles. Milan, draft more hands into the primary forge to step up the output of steel. If the local labor pool runs dry, bring the requirements directly to me. Despite the bitter loss of our Castellan, the garrison successfully brought down 3 initiated official knights before the vanguard fractured. That achievement stands as absolute proof that our daily combat drills are working. Mortals bleed when cut, and Grand Knights are no exception. If that monster summons the courage to cross our borders a second time, the valley will be his tomb. The primary objective shifted to economic stabilization. Given his recent encounter with the River Phantom, the hostile Grand Knight was highly unlikely to risk a return to the Blackwater Valley anytime soon. Even if an attack materialized, the equations had changed. With the pure mithril plates of the Frost Giant armor fully functional and his body anchored by the advanced tier of a high-level knight, Levi possessed the raw defensive threshold to trade blows with a Grand Master. Only his ingrained preference for absolute stability prevented him from hunting the attacker down immediately to avenge Fred. The wiser course demanded digesting the massive gains from the capital excursion first, expanding his personal attributes before executing retaliation. The calendar shifted into the month of Germinal in the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The focused recovery strategy bore fruit as the Blackwater Valley returned to a steady, productive rhythm. The fields were tilled, trade lanes reopened, and the ranks of the infantry were systematically replenished with fresh conscripts. A full month trickled by without any sign of a secondary invasion. The threat of future aggression loomed on the horizon, but the estate stood prepared. Financial constraints were a thing of the past. The journey to the capital had proven extraordinarily lucrative. A detailed audit revealed that the true wealth of the expedition lay not merely in the rare alchemical oils or the sheepskin diagrams, but in the massive reserves of hard currency recovered from the finance official's manor, and the vaults of the Bloody Hand gang, supplemented by the sale of his surplus plate armor. The final tally exceeded 8,000 standard gold pieces in the currency of the Emerald Kingdom. Levi partitioned a core fund of 5,000 gold coins, locking the treasure away exclusively for long-term cultivation needs and unforeseen strategic emergencies. The remaining surplus was immediately funneled into expanding the local labor force, purchasing raw manufacturing materials, and upgrading the equipment of the standing militia. He extracted several certified master blacksmiths from the regional hubs, integrating them into the castle works to accelerate construction. With his own master rank over the anvil, generating future revenue would never be an issue. The immediate mandate was simple: convert raw gold into personal and regional dominance. In a strange twist of irony, a debt of gratitude was owed to the River Phantom. Had the Naiad not disrupted the purge, the destruction visited upon the Blackwater Valley would have been absolute. With the estate running smoothly, Levi immersed himself once more into his private training cycles. The standing army functioned as a secondary, defensive shell, but genuine security required absolute personal strength. Cultivation remained the non-negotiable priority. The month of isolation yielded significant advancements across his auxiliary breathing styles, beginning with the blood whale technique recovered from the Street Syndicate. The exceptional quality of the endurance system intrigued his analytical mind, though the style required a highly specific catalyst, the ground horn of a deep-sea narwhal. The massive marine mammals were native to the abyssal trenches of the outer oceans. While Levi had never observed a live specimen, the tales of traveling bards detailed their annual migratory patterns, describing 30-meter leviathans weighing hundreds of tons rising into the shallows to breed. The elongated tusks were highly prized by regional artisans for intricate ivory carvings. Levi tracked down several collectors within the northern trade networks, acquiring a steady supply of the material without impacting his primary treasury. The horn was systematically ground down and brewed into an extensive batch of secret medicines. Within 4 weeks of rigorous, rhythmic breathing, Levi successfully initialized the blood whale technique, driving the proficiency directly to level 3. The inheritance text indicated that once a practitioner fully formed the blood whale seed at the knight tier, their physical endurance would expand exponentially. Furthermore, the biological shift would trigger the development of an entirely new internal organ within the thoracic cavity, the whale sac. Chapter 95. Blood Whale Sac. Levi had always considered breathing techniques to be fundamentally magical. However, the blood whale style completely reshaped his understanding of human potential. Cultivating this method actually allowed a practitioner to grow entirely new organs inside the human body. It was an anatomical transformation that he had never anticipated. The primary function of the whale sac was remarkably straightforward. Much like the hump of a desert camel, it served as a biological vault to store the massive amounts of excess energy produced by food. When external sustenance became completely unavailable, the body would systematically draw nutrition directly from this internal repository. In Levi's eyes, the organ functioned exactly like a localized food bank. He could gorge himself on massive quantities of meat during a single sitting, and once the primary digestive tract processed the fuel, the surplus energy would automatically migrate into the whale sac. The ultimate storage capacity of the organ was directly linked to the martial foundation of the knight. For an initiated low-level knight, provided they did not exhaust their internal force violently in battle, a fully saturated whale sac could sustain the body with a steady stream of energy for an entire week without a single scrap of external food. A mid-level knight could endure for 2 weeks, a high-level practitioner for 3, and a peak master for a full month. Rumors in the martial circles even suggested that legendary Grand Knights could survive without a single meal for 3 months without experiencing any physical decline. Naturally, these calculations assumed the warrior refrained from burning their internal force in high-intensity combat, as deploying breathing techniques in open warfare would drastically accelerate the consumption rate. It was essentially a martial manifestation of spiritual fasting. The practical advantages of the whale sack were immense. Levi would no longer need to encumber his travel packs with heavy rations when venturing into the wilderness. A single massive feast would sustain his physical needs for weeks on end. Furthermore, he would never have to worry about falling victim to the delirium of starvation or the metabolic strain of gluttony when pushing his body through high-intensity training cycles without immediate access to a kitchen. The training had to proceed. The addition of a supplementary organ was a minor detail, perfectly normal, and entirely reasonable within the boundaries of a supernatural world. Beyond the progress with the blood whale style, the Azure Falcon technique captured during his recent excursion to the capital had successfully reached the 4th tier. According to his calculations, the Falcon style possessed a maximum threshold of 5 levels. Once it reached absolute mastery at level 5, he could systematically sacrifice the Azure Falcon seed to feed the siren breathing technique, forcing the latter to shatter its natural genetic limits. That breakthrough would allow him to resume his advancement in the siren style indefinitely. The cultivation velocity of the Azure Falcon method proved to be the fastest Levi had ever experienced. The rapid progress validated his earlier hypothesis. As more potent and refined inheritances entered his repertoire, the time required to master them compressed significantly. Deep within his chest, the internal manifestation of the black snake coiled majestically, thrashing with a wild, dominant energy. Beneath its shadow, the subordinate life seeds of the siren, the giant bear, the giant rhinoceros, the raging bull, and the man-faced spider remained completely submissive. The newly formed Azure Falcon seed had officially joined the ranks of these lesser spirits, providing the black snake with yet another thrall. Levi recognized that if the primary snake seed ever lost its absolute dominance over his core, these individual life seeds would immediately turn on one another, tearing his internal network apart. Aside from the blood whale and Azure Falcon styles, his remaining auxiliary breathing techniques had stagnated over the past month. The black snake and man-faced spider systems were firmly locked at level 5, requiring an immense accumulation of proficiency points to force a breakthrough to the 6th tier. Such progress could not be rushed through casual meditation. Meanwhile, the giant breathing technique remained completely stalled due to a total lack of its corresponding secret medicine. The formulation required the harvested blood of a frost ape as a foundational catalyst, and Levi had yet to uncover a single lead regarding the creature. Not only was the material unavailable in local markets, but he had never even encountered a merchant who had heard of a frost ape. It was highly probable that the substance was a complex, synthesized alchemical material, much like the elusive turbularian eggs. A lingering concern persisted that these exotic creatures might already be extinct, though deeper reflection suggested that outcome was unlikely. While frost apes and turbularians were exceptionally obscure, they simply lacked commercial utility. Conversely, ambergris served as the vital catalyst for a wide array of dominant breathing styles. Beyond Levis' own black snake system, the imperial dragon breathing technique utilized by the Jade royal family required vast quantities of the substance. Furthermore, rumors indicated that the ancestral crocodile style passed down through the Aryan lineage in the land of Rustlake relied heavily on the same oil. Despite the fact that numerous powerful houses actively hunted the earthly dragon beasts to secure their glands, the species managed to survive. Therefore, the frost apes and turbularians surely still existed somewhere in the untamed wilderness. They had simply eluded his current network. Attempting to cultivate a high-tier breathing style without the assistance of its corresponding secret medicine was a massive waste of temporal resources. To maximize his daily efficiency, Levi halted all training on the giant breathing technique the moment it achieved its foundational tier, intending to resume the practice only after securing the necessary bloodlines. He applied the exact same logic to the vortex beast style, shells the technique entirely to preserve his energy. The hours salvaged from those omissions were funneled directly into his other forms, which was precisely how the Azure Falcon style had managed to scale to the 4th tier so rapidly. As for the final giant rhinoceros system, the unconstrained style was rapidly closing in on its 5th level of proficiency. Once the rhinoceros technique achieved level 5, Levi intended to systematically fuse the core principles of the raging bull and the giant bear directly into its matrix, shattering its developmental limit. In the long term, once the augmented rhinoceros style reached its absolute zenith, it would serve as raw cultivation material to be absorbed by the supreme giant breathing technique. He could shape and reinforce his martial ecosystem precisely as he saw fit, ensuring that no single hour of physical exertion was ever truly wasted. The tactical combination, and deliberate fusion of compatible breathing styles yielded incredible advantages, systematically elevating similar internal forces to the very apex of the martial food chain. Throughout this period of recovery, his primary focus remained anchored on the cultivation of the seal of flame and the seal of protection. These esoteric abilities represented his closest approximations to the path of a true wizard, promising a tier of ultimate power that standard mortal breathing techniques could never hope to replicate. As a dedicated practitioner of the heavy, stacked armor combat style, Levi naturally prioritized his defensive parameters, dedicating his evenings to perfecting the ward. Consequently, the seal of protection advanced with remarkable velocity. Within 4 weeks, the ability scaled to level 2, transforming the translucent barrier of pure white protection into a shimmering shroud of bright silver protection. Whenever he triggered the vocal component, his entire physical frame would erupt in a brilliant, metallic luminescence, making him look like an ancient, celestial guardian. Levi tested the structural resilience of the ward against live targets. The physical defense of the bright silver barrier proved entirely sufficient to completely absorb the unmitigated strikes of his 3 bear cubs. The animals battered the wall repeatedly, failing to cause even a single fracture until the spell naturally exhausted its temporal duration and dissolved. While he estimated the shield would still falter under the concentrated, armor-piercing impact of a Grand Knight, it nonetheless provided an exceptional, life-saving secondary layer of defense. More importantly, Levi valued the ward for its intrinsic capacity to deflect non-physical trauma, offering a critical safeguard against entities like evil spirits. Combined with the advanced defense of his level 6 black gas shroud and the structural defiance of the frost giant armor, his physical resilience was virtually unmatched in the mortal realm. However, once the seal of protection achieved its second tier, Levi was forced to suspend concentrated practice. He had already consumed 2/3 of his carefully hoarded pyroxene caches simply to reach this level. The remaining 1/3 of the mineral would only yield a few hundred additional proficiency points, a completely futile investment given that the ward required a massive 5,000 points to scale to level 3. Until a fresh vein of pyroxene could be unearthed in the provinces, the remaining casting materials had to be preserved exclusively for actual combat emergencies. The seal of flame remained firmly anchored at level 1. Although the mundane chemical ingredients required for its deployment were simple to source, the financial cost of bulk acquisition remained significant. Still, the proficiency boundary for level 2 was within reach, and the physical range of the fiery eruption had already expanded to a radius of approximately 2 meters. A week prior, Levi had journeyed into a desolate, rocky canyon beyond the borders of his estate to gauge the full, unmitigated output of the frost giant's sigh. The results were staggering. Every single object within a 10-meter radius of his position was instantly encased in solid ice. Low-flying birds crossing the airspace above the zone were instantly frozen mid-flight, dropping to the dirt like delicate glass sculptures. The winter grass that had just begun to sprout from the thawed soil was instantly locked inside thick ice crystals, its movement permanently arrested. With Levi serving as the absolute center of the phenomenon, an entire zone of 10 meters was transformed into a frozen wasteland. Such was the true, terrifying majesty of genuine magic. Had common foot soldiers witnessed the display, they would have dropped to their knees to worship it as a divine miracle. Yet, Levi remained grounded, fully aware that this immense power represented nothing more than a basic, first circle spell. If a hostile Grand Knight fails to anticipate the deployment, entering my localized ice domain will seal his doom. He will be reduced to a helpless target. It was a profound pity that the spell could only be mobilized once every 30 days. Otherwise, he would have marched directly onto the estates of the Duke of Montenegro, freezing every living soul within the fortress walls. Following a month of quiet, continuous saturation from the ambient ether forces, the internal arrays of the armor had fully recharged, restoring the frost weapon to absolute readiness. Armed with this definitive trump card, Levi still maintained his trademark caution regarding Grand Masters, but the deep-seated apprehension that had previously dictated his movements had completely evaporated. With Fred no longer occupying the castle chambers, the grand halls felt empty, leaving no one to share the satisfaction of his rapid martial ascensions. Levi spent the vast majority of his days secluded within the subterranean bunker, dividing his hours between refining secret medicines and laboring over the heavy anvil. He emerged only once a week to briefly review the logistical reports of the estate. A few days prior, Abraham had returned to the valley in high spirits, having successfully collected Levi's regular tax payments. Every single transaction and historical agreement was meticulously recorded in the master ledger. Throughout this entire month of domestic recovery, Levi had remained on high alert, fully expecting the hostile Grand Knight to mount a secondary assault on the castle. He had prepared a variety of lethal welcoming measures designed to ensure the master's termination. Yet, the enemy never materialized at the border, prompting Levi to abandon his defensive posture and take the offensive. The River Phantom had severely disrupted the Grand Knight's original retreat, meaning the warrior was highly likely injured, compromised, and physically vulnerable. Given that Levi's personal combat output had expanded exponentially over the past month, the current window represented the absolute best opportunity to eliminate a crippled master. By cross-referencing the detailed accounts of the surviving riverbank guards, Levi managed to construct a clear profile of his target. The attacker consistently wore a heavy, unornamented iron helm, and wielded a massive broadsword shaped like the serrated jaw of a shark. The man possessed a towering stature, easily exceeding 2 meters in height, which strongly indicated a lifelong dedication to breathing techniques focused exclusively on raw physical power, structural defense, and heavy muscular density. Armed with these distinct physical markers, locating the warrior's coordinates through the intelligence networks of the Shining Tavern would be a simple matter of currency. Furthermore, the survivors noted that during the chaotic assault, the Grand Knight and his lieutenants were overheard actively demanding the location of a legendary master smith known across the northern sectors as the Golden Warhammer. The objective could be turned against the hunter. He could utilize his secret crafting persona as a magnificent piece of bait to draw the giant out into the open. That Grand Master would never suspect that the legendary artisan he was tracking through the cities was the very same Lord of the Blackwater Valley. Levi immediately commenced his preparations for the hunt. He synthesized and refined massive batches of lethal neurotoxins utilizing the man-faced spider formulas. Venom remained the ultimate equalizer, the finest tool available for a calculated strategist to systematically dismantle a physically superior foe. He stripped down his primary dragon armor, reinforcing the plates before turning his attention to his signature longsword. Spending a massive sum of gold to secure premium mithril, he systematically reforged Frostmourne from heel to point. The rare metal content of the blade now constituted a full third of its total mass, transforming the weapon into an absolute pinnacle of metallurgical craft for the current era. Combined with the devastating kinetic delivery of his golden cross slash, the sword could genuinely sever reinforced iron bar like common mud. With the Frost Giant's Sai fully charged and his armaments perfected, the stage was set. All that remained was to lure the target into the kill zone. Levi gathered a newly completed set of master-grade mithril plate armor from his private forge and departed for Icewind City. Concealing his features behind the iconic visor of the Golden Warhammer, he bypassed the standard ticket booths, striding directly through the secure threshold of the Shining Tavern. The resident attendants erupted into an overwhelming display of professional enthusiasm, clustering around the artisan after his prolonged absence from the local markets. "Master, you have finally returned to the sector," the auction house president exclaimed, his hands clasping together in anticipation. "The entire nobility of Icewind City has been clamoring for your next masterpiece." The reaction was exactly as anticipated. "My prolonged silence during the prior season was born of absolute necessity," Levi replied, his voice muffled by the heavy mask. "I have invested half a year of concentrated labor and exhaustive resources into forging the single most resilient mithril suit of this generation, the Leviathan armor. 3 full tails of pure mithril have been systematically bonded into the primary grain of the iron. This suit represents the absolute apex of my craft for this cycle. I expect your auction house to manage the exhibition with appropriate gravity, ensuring the final bids reflect the true value of the metal. Furthermore, I intend to establish a temporary residence within the municipal quarters for the coming weeks, accepting custom commissions for individual items valued at no less than 500 gold coins. If any high noble requires bespoke armaments, they may submit their specifications directly through your clearing desk." Levi maintained the posture perfectly, projecting the precise blend of supreme confidence and detached arrogance expected of an elite master craftsman. "Rest assured, master," the president gushed, bowing low. "The matter will be handled with absolute priority. This Leviathan suit will set the entire provincial nobility into a frenzy. You should begin preparing a canvas sack simply to cart your gold coins away from the counting tables." Levi exited the tavern and secured a secluded room within a quiet, nondescript inn near the lower industrial quarters. He settled into a strict daily routine, dividing his hours between practicing his internal breathing cycles and honing the fluid execution of his sword forms, waiting patiently for the fish to notice the bait. Since the giant possessed such a desperate desire to locate the Golden Warhammer, it was only polite to grant him an audience. Levi slowly tightened his fist, his knuckles popping in the quiet room. Every single parameter had been accounted for. Before this winter concluded, the Emerald Kingdom would count one less Grand Knight among its ranks. Chapter 96. Lord Shrey Ying 1. Levi began to live in seclusion in Icewind City. Besides going to the Shining Tavern daily to see if his missions had been completed, he spent most of his time in the lodge. The auction at the end of the month was already warming up for his Leviathan armor. In the past few days, Levi had been walking on the streets. With his intermediate vibrosensing, he could occasionally hear some nobles or knights passing by discussing the Golden Warhammer. "I thought the Golden Warhammer was just a flash in the pan. I did not expect him to be dormant for half a year to forge the world-shocking Leviathan armor." "That is right. Our master is already raising money for this item. Such a masterpiece, and even for a mithril armor, the starting bid is estimated to be 200 gold coins. Tell your master to give up. I heard that the Earl of Silver Mountain would send people to participate in the auction. He is determined to get the Leviathan armor." "What?" Even such a big shot was alarmed. "Then we, the small nobles, have no chance at all." "That is right. The production of the Golden Warhammer Master is too slow. It takes time for an armor to be produced every time. It cannot be helped. Masters are all like this. They always strive for perfection and have stringent requirements for their work. Every piece of armor is created with all their heart and blood and countless hours. Only when you wear such armor can you feel at ease." Levi had heard quite a lot of such conversations during this period. This meant that the warm-up of the Shining Tavern was done well. It seemed that his Leviathan armor could indeed be sold for a reasonable price. There was nothing he could do. He was the only craftsman in the world. However, Levi was concerned not about the price of the Leviathan armor, but whether he could use this armor to lure the snake out. During this period, the Shining Tavern told Levi that a few nobles, who did not want to be named, wanted to entrust Master Terra with custom-made armor. Because Levi had set a threshold of 500 gold coins, this alone would be enough to shut out most barons. Therefore, these few were probably wealthy barons. After Levi changed his body shape and disguised himself, he wore a mask and talked to the customers needing customization. From the information he got, these people were not the men of the Duke of Black Mountain, nor were they his targets. These people were straightforward and wanted to rope Levi into their territory, but Levi rejected them all. As for their orders, Levi had accepted them all. However, the delivery time was half a year later, so he had enough time to forge. Each of the 3 orders was worth more than 500 gold coins. Levi had already collected 300 gold coins from the deposit alone. As a blacksmith master, he earned money faster than a group of blacksmiths in his territory. Of course, these significant clients were not worried that Levi would break the contract and run away with the deposit. The most precious thing for every master was their reputation. This was the reason why they were so valuable. To put it bluntly, even though a master's skill was far superior to other blacksmiths, it was still not worth the premium. A master premium came from his reputation and brand value. Without a good reputation, his value would be significantly reduced. Hence, Levi would not do anything that would destroy his future. One day, when Levi passed by a small wooden house, he noticed that the house owner had a snow-white bird on his arm. It looked very handsome. It appeared like a raptor with a wingspan of more than 1 meter. However, it looked dispirited, probably due to excessive hunger. It was a snow eagle, a ferocious beast unique to the north like the snow rabbit and deer. I will buy this snow eagle. Levi had an idea. He walked to the house of the hunter and took out a gold coin. The clothes of the hunter were ragged, and he looked malnourished. It seemed that his recent hunting harvest was poor. This snow eagle was his falcon. However, due to the cold weather in the north, there were fewer and fewer prey. In the wilderness, there were not many snow rabbits to catch. Hence, the hunter could not afford to eat. He took the gold coin from Levi in disbelief and asked if he was sure. Give me the eagle. All right. You are not allowed to regret. The hunter took the gold coin, took a bite, and closed the door with a smile. Levi grabbed the snow eagle, which was very healthy but disappointed because it was hungry. The hunter was so poor that he had no means to feed the snow eagle. Levi had previously learned how to tame eagles. His beast taming skill was at the peak of level 3. After seeing the snow eagle, Levi had an idea. He wanted to tame this snow eagle into his pet. He had seen the people from the Bird of Death voice before. They seemed to have trained claws to send messages. He could train the snow eagle and use it to contact the territory and keep watch. An eagle vision in the sky far surpassed that of a human. With such a flying biological drone, coupled with his wild heart, would it not be a perfect match? I have not developed the wild heart skill enough. I have only focused on cultivating the breathing technique. This seemingly ordinary skill has a lot of value. Levi reflected on himself and brought the snow eagle back to his residence. He took out some meat and fed it to the hungry bird. Snow eagles were falcons and had received professional training. They generally would not eat food given by strangers unless they could not help themselves. Chapter 97. Lord Shui Ying 2. The bird remained famished. It could not resist the temptation of the delicious food. It began to eat heartily on the floor. Go on, eat more. Levi continued his breathing exercises. The giant rhinoceros breathing technique was nearing the 5th level. He had focused his entire attention on it for the past few days. 3 days later, the snow eagle no longer remained on guard against Levi. The bird could stand on the shoulder of its master and eat. 5 days later, with the help of the wild heart skill, Levi had stolen the heart of the falcon. Although they could not communicate with each other like the 3 brothers, Levi could issue orders. With a little more time, his scouting crew, which cost a single piece of meat per 100 kilometers, would soar into the sky and execute his will. The day of the auction approached. During this period, wandering knights and nobles arrived in succession. Some came specifically for the Leviathan armor forged by the Golden Warhammer Master. Icewind City fell into turmoil because of a blacksmith master-grade mithril armor. On this day, a tall figure wearing heavy armor, an iron helmet on his head, and a serrated sword on his back arrived at Icewind City. He was the hidden trump card of the Duke of Montenegro, the Shark-Tooth Knight. He was an experienced Grand Knight. He had left the territory of the Duke of Montenegro half a year ago, and came to the area around Icewind City. He had not completed any of the 3 missions the Duke of Black Mountain gave him. He did not dare to return to Montenegro City. He could not bear the wrath of his lord. The Shark-Tooth Knight felt bitter. As a Grand Knight, he thought completing these missions would be easy. He did not expect that reality would smack him in the face. The first mission was to find Knight Horton. Through his investigation, he could confirm that Knight Horton was killed instead of running away. However, he had not seen the murderer yet. It had been long since the Duke of Montenegro had asked him to investigate. This was making things difficult for him. The Shark-Tooth Knight failed to complete the second quest to find the Golden Warhammer. The first thing he did after arriving in Icewind City was to wait in the Shining Tavern to see the person wearing the golden mask. He did not find any traces of this person. The golden warhammer seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. He tried to find the true identity of the golden warhammer through the staff of the Shining Tavern, but they rejected him despite his identity as a Grand Knight. He knew it would be useless even if the Duke of Montenegro came. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on this mission and went to Blackwater Valley to carry out the last task he thought easiest. What he did not expect was that this mission, which he thought was the easiest, would become the beginning of his nightmare journey. He confidently brought the wandering knights he hired to Blackwater Valley, but did not meet Baron Levi. He asked and found out that the Baron was not in the territory. He refused to believe it and launched an attack. He thought it would be easy to take down a mere Baron. However, he was a little shocked when the well-trained and fully equipped cavalryman appeared, even with his identity as a Grand Knight. Given such a robust configuration, was this truly a Baron? It was even better than a small Earl territory. However, this was not what shocked him the most. When the giant bears of the Northern Territory charged over, he finally knew how powerful the Blackwater Valley was. Someone raised 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory. However, all of this was still within the control of the Shark-Tooth Knight. He alone killed the elite cavalry until they were terrified and fled. Only Fred and some others were still resisting stubbornly with the advantage of numbers. It was only a matter of time before he destroyed them. He did not notice that they had reached the Blackwater River as they fought. Just as he was about to capture these people and interrogate them about the whereabouts of Baron Levi, something unexpected happened. He suddenly felt someone behind him, a wet person. Countless water plants and dead fish coiled around the body of the person. It was a woman whose body was swollen and was spraying water. Her hair was disheveled and terrifying. She was lying on his back, and the Shark-Tooth Knight felt that the woman wanted to burrow into his body. For a moment, he felt that his body was no longer his. Fortunately, his strong physique and willpower as a Grand Knight allowed him to persist for a long time. In addition, he had an idea, and used the black gas to hurt the woman, then temporarily forced her out of his body. After that, the Shark-Tooth Knight fled from this damned area, and never looked back. He felt a lingering fear even today. He suspected the evil spirit would have stolen his body if he were not strong enough. According to legends, some evil spirits would wander in gloomy places in the human world, because their resentment could not dissipate. They could not enter the underworld that the god of death ruled in myths. They would find a host or kill others to replace themselves so that they could enter the underworld. In other words, they would find themselves a scapegoat. The Shark-Tooth Knight suspected that he had encountered this type of evil spirit. The stronger the evil spirit, the stronger the scapegoat it needed. That was why the evil spirit attacked him. Damn it. Although the Shark-Tooth Knight had successfully escaped, the aftereffects of the evil spirit invasion had left him weak for a long time. The feeling of being drained by 10,000 women still made his hair stand on end. Up until now, his strength had not fully recovered. He only had about 2/3 of his peak strength. An ominous place. This was the description of Baron Levi territory provided by the Shark-Tooth Knight. He suspected that Baron Levi was already dead. Therefore, Sir Fred was lying. Baron Levi did not go on a long journey but died. Right now, the one managing the territory was Fred, the retainer. Fred was highly ambitious. He had secretly stationed troops and built a large number of buildings. He must have intended to rebel. The Shark-Tooth Knight had planned to report this matter to the Duke of Montenegro. He did not expect that, after leaving Icewind City, he heard that the Golden Warhammer Master had appeared in the city again, so he returned. His plan was straightforward. He had to complete at least one of the 3 missions before reporting. This time, he had to take the Golden Warhammer with him. Even the Heavenly Father would not stop him this time. In Icewind City, other than the Silver Mountain Knights and the church, Shark-Tooth was invincible. Chapter 98. Breaking the Limit 1. In the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the end of the month of Vitality, the shining auction that countless people had eagerly anticipated was about to begin tonight in the underground world of Icewind City. In the Shining Tavern, nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes and masks entered one after another. In the small hotel, Levi emerged from his state of cultivating breathing techniques. "Harris," Levi shouted. Outside the window, a snow-white raptor swooped down from the horizon in a perfect arc toward the room of Levi. This speed was comparable to the peregrines of his previous life. Even Levi, who possessed intermediate speed, would not catch up. This was a diving speed comparable to a high-speed rail. It took less than 1 second to cover a distance of 100 meters. Levi had seen a speed-type Grand Knight before, and Pale Shadow was one of them. The speed at which he exploded almost formed a black line. That speed was still not comparable to the diving speed of Harris. This was the evolutionary advantage of birds that had perfectly combined their aeromechanics and gravity over thousands of years. It was incomparable to the flesh and blood bodies of knights. Harris obediently ate the meat on the shoulder of Levi. Now, the wild heart of Levi could already communicate with Harris. Every day, he would let Harris go to the skies of Icewind City to take a look after it had eaten its fill. From the information Harris had sent back, Levi knew many people in Icewind City today were here to attend the auction. The Master Mithril armor had not appeared in Icewind City for a long time. It starts tonight. After this period of dormancy, I am almost done with my cultivation. The next step is to wait for the prey to take the bait. Siren breathing technique, level 5, 1 out of 30,000, special effect, intermediate speed, bone shrinking transformation. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 5, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 2 out of 3, special effect, intermediate strength. Levi had successfully upgraded the Azure Falcon breathing technique to level 5, and then fused it into the Siren breathing technique. After the Siren swallowed the Azure Falcon, it had successfully broken through its limit. This meant that Levi could continue to gain experience in the Siren breathing technique. He would have advanced speed when the Siren breathing technique reached the 6th level. The Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique also reached the 5th level during this period. As he expected, that was its limit. He had fed the Raging Bull breathing technique and Giant Bear breathing technique to the Giant Rhinoceros. Now, the progress bar of the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique was only 1 point away from breaking the limit. Strength-based breathing techniques were relatively common. It would not be long before the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique broke through its limits. At present, the life seeds lurking in the heart of Levi were the Giant Rhinoceros, Siren, man-faced spider, and the black snake that was above them. The other life seeds came and left in a hurry. Only the arrogant black snake looked down on everything. When night fell, and he was fully prepared, Levi brought all the poisons, casting materials, hidden weapons, bows and arrows, and equipment. He touched the frost giant armor under the dragon armor before heading to the Shining Tavern with relief. The Grand Knight should have arrived at Icewind City if nothing had gone wrong. In the auction hall of the Shining Tavern, the once sparse seats were now filled to the brim. An armor that a blacksmith master had spent half a year to forge was a treasure that many knights and nobles dreamed of. After all, in the eyes of a knight, a set of high-quality armor was more tempting than the most beautiful woman in the world, and more delicious than the rarest delicacies. The Shark-Tooth Knight thought so. As a Grand Knight, he was assertive, but not defensive. Therefore, even he needed such armor. This way, his weaknesses would reduce when he fought with experts of the same level. The Earl of Silver Mountain had the same thought. In the VIP seats of the Sparkling Tavern, a man with beautiful silver hair and a silver mask was sitting there calmly, waiting for the auction to begin. Although he wore a mask, that iconic silver hair and unparalleled temperament betrayed him. The Earl of Silver Mountain came personally. "My God," the crowd whispered. "Oh my God, it is him. Such a big shot has come personally." The Earl of Silver Mountain seems determined to get it. They knew that when the Earl of Silver Mountain arrived, the ordinary nobles and knights would lose the right to auction the Leviathan armor. Sigh, to live like the Golden Warhammer Master. This trip has been worthwhile. Isn't that so? The products forged are enough to entice the high and mighty earls and grand knights. Perhaps this is what a blacksmith master is like. The crowd sighed as the auction began. Levi did not wear the golden mask. Instead, he wore the white wolf mask and hid in the ordinary seats inconspicuously. He fully activated his intermediate vibrosensing, and his gaze inadvertently swept across the scene. Two figures caught the attention of Levi. One of them was naturally the famous Silver Mountain Knight, one of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry, and the ruler of the city. The other figure wore an iron helmet and was covered in heavy armor. He looked like an ancient beast. He sat in a corner and looked at the stand silently. On his back was a broadsword. The edge of the broadsword was serrated like the tooth of a shark. This iconic, unique weapon directly exposed his identity. That nameless Grand Knight, the man of the Duke of Montenegro. Levi hid his anger and calmed down. Now, he had successfully lured the enemy to Icewind City. Chapter 99. Breaking the Limit 2. The next step involved managing the situation. The enemy remained in the open while Levi stayed in the dark. He needed to utilize this advantage to handle the situation securely. Although the Frost Giant armor provided a layer of confidence, playing it safe remained the wisest course of action. The auction soon began. The auctioneer moved quickly to sell items individually. Levi scanned the catalog to see if anything caught his eye. The third item drew his attention. The beautiful auctioneer raised her voice. Red Pig Breathing Technique, the ancestral bloodline technique of the Red Pig family that was destroyed 100 years ago. The starting price is 20 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 1 gold coin. Before Levi could react, the Earl of Silver Mountain stood up in the VIP section. 30 gold coins. His voice carried a charming resonance. Levi frowned. This was a basic bloodline technique. Why would the Earl of Silver Mountain desire it? Could he be a collector of such manuals? 40 gold coins. Levi spoke clearly. He had to possess this strength-based technique. It was the missing piece required to break the limit of his giant rhinoceros breathing technique. He could not afford to miss it. Every eye in the room turned toward the masked stranger. Who is this ungrateful brat? He dares to compete with the Earl of Silver Mountain for a breathing technique. Probably a foreigner who does not know who the Earl is. Levi remained fearless behind his mask. He continued to bid against the Earl until the price reached 100 gold coins. Levi won the item. The Earl of Silver Mountain acted with true nobility. Despite being challenged by a masked stranger, he sat calmly and did not use his status to intimidate his opponent. The Earl was wealthy, but he treated the manual as a mere collection piece and preferred to save his funds for the Leviathan armor. Very good. There should be no problems breaking through the limits of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique now. Levi felt a surge of satisfaction. He gained a great deal early on. However, his happiness grew even further when the auctioneer presented a small tray. She lifted the black cloth covering it. A dim blue light emanated from the tray like a flickering flame in the dark hall. Levi leaned forward. A dark blue stone the size of a walnut sat there, covered in countless tiny holes. It emitted wisps of dark blue mist. This is a gem from the Evernight Kingdom in the far north. Frost Heart. The auctioneer gestured toward it. This gemstone is stunning. It remains extremely cool to the touch. It feels like holding ice in the hot summer. Moreover, this gem helps maintain clarity and calmness, which assists in cultivating breathing techniques. The starting price is 30 gold coins. Levi struggled to contain his excitement. This was no mere frost heart. The stone with its perforated surface and faint blue mist was the core of the undead, documented within the spirit exorcism manual. This was the critical casting material required for the seal of hell. With this, Levi could finally cast the seal. He had to secure it. He prepared himself to clash with the Earl of Silver Mountain if necessary. A heavy silence descended on the hall. No one showed interest. What is this? An eerie gem. Who dares to touch it? Ominous. I feel an ominous aura radiating from the stone. Wait a minute. I think I have seen this before. Damn it, this is something found inside the body of a snow demon. How can the auction house sell such things? Knights in the audience gasped. Although most had never seen a snow demon, the creature was notorious in the Evernight Kingdom. The collective fear of what they labeled evil spirits ran deep. No one dared to bid on an item associated with such creatures. Only Levi, who knew better, called out the base price. He felt a deep sense of accomplishment. The auction had already proven worth the trip. He secured both the vital breathing manual and the core he desperately needed. He waited quietly for the final item, the Leviathan armor he had consigned. Everyone, I am sure you have been waiting for a long time. Next, the heavyweight work of this auction will take the stage. The Leviathan armor is an invincible battle armor representing the strongest forging technology of this era. It was forged by Master Tyra, the Golden Warhammer, a genius blacksmith who reappeared after spending half a year of painstaking effort. The armor gleamed with a dazzling light. The crowd held their collective breath. The starting price of this armor is 200 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 10 gold coins. Now, let the auction begin. The atmosphere ignited. 210, 230, 240, 400. The Shark-Tooth Knight shouted the price, looking toward the excited nobles. He had only brought 1,000 gold coins. He did not have much left to spend. He glanced toward the Silver Mountain Knight. The Earl of Silver Mountain spoke with calm elegance. 500. The Shark-Tooth Knight fell silent. He decided to give up. After all, he planned to drag the Golden Warhammer Master back to Montenegro Mountain City. He could simply force him to forge another piece later. Someone from the ordinary seats raised the price again. 550. Levi initially thought 500 would be the peak. He underestimated the wealth present in the room. Bidding continued until a wealthy patron secured the armor for the sky-high price of 1,000 gold. How rich! Levi watched the transaction with a smile. Excluding costs and fees, he earned a net profit of 600 gold coins. After the auction concluded, he went backstage to collect his items and left the tavern quickly. 3 days passed, and the aftermath of the auction settled. Only then did he shed his disguise and reappear as Master Tyra. He returned to the Shining Tavern to collect his share of the earnings. As he walked back to his hotel, his perception confirmed that someone was following him. It was the Grand Knight. A smile touched his lips. He changed his route and headed out of the city gates. Come on, big guy. I have prepared a large gift for you. Chapter 100. Frozen moment. Levi felt the heavy footsteps behind him. He did not panic. He had prepared for this moment. After arriving at a deserted area outside the city, he turned around. His face held a puzzled expression. I do not think I know you. Why do you keep following me? The large man facing him shrugged. He spoke with an indifferent tone. I did not expect a blacksmith master to be so powerful. I did not have any ill intentions when I followed you, blacksmith master. I just wanted to invite you to join a huge force you cannot imagine. What force? Tell me about it. Levi asked the question despite knowing the answer. Blacksmith master, come with me, and you will know. In short, blacksmith master, please rest assured that I do not intend to harm you. No matter what, I am a Grand Knight. The threat from the large man hung in the air. He meant that Levi would be safe if he listened obediently. Otherwise, as a Grand Knight, dealing with a blacksmith would require little effort. This was the confidence of a Grand Knight. He knew Master Tyra possessed extraordinary strength, but he still considered the man far inferior to himself. Only a Grand Knight truly understood the gap between two Grand Knights. Many peak knights felt complacent after obtaining good equipment. They challenged the authority of a Grand Knight and ended up in a miserable state. Sharktooth dared to bring knights into the territory of a baron. His absolute strength served as the source of his confidence. The Sharktooth Knight respected the blacksmith master. Anyone who reached the peak of their industry was not simple. However, that was all. He had come with a mission. He had been wandering outside for half a year. The Duke of Montenegro had given him 3 missions. At present, the only one he could complete involved bringing Levi back. If you do not tell me where you are taking me, I will not dare to go with you. Levi smiled bitterly. He prepared to leave. Sharktooth sneered. Blacksmith master, let me give you another piece of advice. I am ordering you to follow me now, not asking you to. Do not threaten me to act. What do you want? Levi looked solemn. Do not worry. As long as you follow me obediently, I will not touch you. Otherwise, I can only use force. After Sharktooth finished speaking, the terrifying aura of a Grand Knight swept toward Levi. Levi looked angry. He shook his head and sighed. I will go with you, but please give me some time, sir. I still have some things to deal with in Icewind City. After I am done, I will leave with you immediately. Sure. Sharktooth looked at Levi. He continued to speak with caution. But I have to follow you in case you have any tricks up your sleeves. Do not worry. I, Tyra, will not do anything else. I have some money I wish to bring with me. Levi spoke clearly. The expression on the face of the Sharktooth Knight changed. He agreed. He followed Levi from a distance. If Levi made any small movements, the speed and explosive power of the Grand Knight would allow him to stop him in time. As they walked, the Sharktooth Knight followed Levi to a volcanic lake in the middle of a mountain range. Wait for me here. I am going to the island. I have something there. Levi pointed to a small island in the middle of the lake. He had carefully selected this location for the Grand Knight. It was his graveyard. This heavenly lake served as a relatively remote attraction near Icewind City. However, very few people visited since the season remained cold. Levi had brought this Grand Knight here to unleash the full power of his frost giant Sai. The Sharktooth Knight did not think much of the request. Many people liked to hide their treasures in the wilderness. It was safer than hiding them at home. I have to go with you, Sharktooth said with a cold voice. But I do not have a boat, so I can only swim over. The water is icy now. You are a Grand Knight. Are you sure you want to swim with me? Levi said with a helpless tone. The Sharktooth Knight sneered. He followed behind Levi. Heh, do not try to play any tricks. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Levi swam in front, while the Grand Knight followed behind. The Great Knight felt worried that Levi might be a strong swimmer. He swam closer to Levi. Levi patiently calculated the distance between himself and the Grand Knight. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10. Let us wait a little longer. The closer I am, the stronger the frost giant Sai will be. The power at the edge might not pose a threat to a Grand Knight. 6 meters. 5 meters. Once Sharktooth stood 5 meters away from Levi, he stopped approaching. He remained cautious. He felt worried that Master Tyra might play tricks on him. He might use poison or quicklime. He had to maintain a short distance of 5 meters to react. Seeing that the enemy no longer approached, Levi continued swimming. The two maintained a 5-meter distance as Levi swam to the shore. When he reached the beach, he immediately activated the spell fixed on his armor. Frost Giant Sai. A desolate sigh seemed to come from the void. Behind Levi, a 2-story tall giant shadow covered in frost armor slowly appeared. It happened too suddenly. The Grand Knight felt shock, but at the same time, he knew he had been fooled. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.